He's nuts. Lord Chun and the others trembled when they saw Yi Wuchen's action. This guy was a little too crazy. He had actually responded to the call of the sword spirit with his spiritual soul and became one with it. The slightest carelessness could result in the soul being annihilated. If that happened, nothing would be able to save him. Hua Jieyu walked over next to Yi Futian and held his hand, and she looked a little nervous. Yi Wuchen was one of the people who had the best relationship with Yi Futian. They had known each other for the longest. Although they did not see each other much recently, their feelings remained strong. For this reason, she was so concerned about Yi Wuchen's safety. Anyone could see that Yi Wuchen was fighting desperately. Now that the Ziwei segmentum had such an ideal environment for cultivation, coupled with top-notch elixirs that could improve their physicality, why would Yi Wuchen fight like this to risk his own life? Only Yi Futian understood why Yi Wuchen would do something like this. He had always been this way. Because he was low-born in the land of the 9 states in the lower worlds, he could have never imagined that what he achieved today was possible. Therefore, he had to be better than everyone else to level the playing field. Consequently, he fought with his life, time and again, to seize the opportunity of cultivation. His disposition was quite suitable for cultivation, but his natural-born talent had limited him. Of course, this was also because he and those around him were far too outstanding. If they had not known each other back then, Yi Wuchen would have moved up on his own, but he would probably never get to his current level of cultivation. At this moment, he was holding the broken sword in his hand and was motionless. The sword will flowed inside his body and resonated with it. An elusive figure loomed above the broken sword, and it was Yi Wuchen. That was the spiritual soul separated from his body that resonated with the broken sword, wanting to merge one with it. When Yi Futian saw the extreme pain in his spiritual soul, he knew what kind of pain Yi Wuchen was suffering at the moment. This was the pain that came from the depth of the soul. The baptism of the spiritual soul by the sword was a perilous ordeal. Fang Xiyuan and the others had sealed off the surrounding space so that no one could come inside and disturb Yi Wuchen. The sword will was flowing inside this space, and Yi Wuchen's spiritual soul was alternating. Sometimes it seemed elusive, while other times it seemed more solid. It was as if it might disappear at any moment and vanish in a puff of smoke. By now, everyone had stopped cultivating, opting to watch Yi Wuchen instead. Yaya and the swordmaster of Lihin were pretty well shaken up as well. They were both cultivators of swordsmanship, just like Yi Wuchen. Back then, the swordmaster of Lihin was very impressed by Yi Wuchen and had even lent him a sword. Times had changed, and now their cultivation level was the same. However, Yi Wuchen's character was tougher. But such determination was reserved strictly to himself. Buzz! A terrifying glow surged above the broken sword, and the sword will swept out. The defensive force of the Great Path appeared in front of everyone, but their eyes were still fixed on the distance. Yi Wuchen's spiritual soul was full of sword will, bright and radiant. Even Yi Futian's spiritual soul felt like it was about to disintegrate. However, in the next moment, the sword spirit that was about to disintegrate directly turned into countless rays of swordsmanship, which merged with the broken sword. At this moment, the broken sword screamed as if it contained a life of its own. A thunderous and terrifying booming sounded, and the mountains were being torn apart like the scabbard of the broken sword. Now the broken sword was freed from its sheath, suspended in the air, releasing infinite rays of sword light. Everything around them seemed to be shattered. Under that extreme sword will, a powerful defense of the Great Path was released from Yi Futian. It shrouded all the cultivators behind him as those mountain peaks were pulverized and turned into dust. Yi Wuchen stood there like a statue. At this moment, the broken sword directly entered into the center of Yi Wuchen's brow chakra. Yi Wuchen opened his eyes in the next moment, and a horrific sword will shot out from his eyes, much like the sword Aurora. Afterward, he sat down cross-legged. The mountain peak was broken as he sat on a suspended boulder, cultivating peacefully, comprehending the swordsmanship. He did it! Yi Futian looked pleasantly surprised. Yi Wuchen had merged with the broken sword and integrated with the sword spirit. Now, his sword spirit was even more powerful than before. Others also looked pleased. and many of them let out cries of joy. No one had any ideas how much improvement Yi Wuchen would achieve. At this time, they saw Yi Wuchen throw a couple of pills into his mouth. It was the elixir made by Yi Futian. It seemed that at this critical moment, Yi Wuchen took 2 subdivine elixirs. For a moment, a momentous aura surged inside of him as the sword will flowed all about him. Suddenly, with him as the center, a powerful sword domain formed. Its aura was incredible and astonishing. As he cultivated, an astonishing storm of sword chi took shape around him. Countless auras of the great path poured into his body, and they had turned into sword will. Above the sky, a terrifying aura was conceived that seemed to possess the power to destroy all things. Tribulation. Yi Futian's eyes sharpened as he looked up into the sky. The aura of destruction above the firmament was getting stronger. It seemed that it was nurturing a terrible tribulation. The power of this tribulation was even greater than most of the others when they experienced their own divine tribulations. Perhaps it was because of the opportunity that he had just encountered, so the power of tribulation was even more frightening because of it. "Get back," Yi Futian said. Everyone backed away with great urgency. Soon, the destructive light of tribulation descended, causing this space to shudder violently. On this ancient continent, many cultivators in the distance were currently looking at the sky above this area. Could it be? Was someone experiencing divine tribulation right now? This was probably the first person going through the divine tribulation at the tombs of the gods. Some people with powerful cultivation were also rushing over. Could it be that someone had gotten a significant opportunity that could help them break the shackles even more quickly? This opportunity must be the inheritance of the imperial level. Gradually, more cultivators were gathering in this area, and cultivators from all the worlds arrived in the land of the tombs of the gods. Yi Wuchen's tribulation had caused a great sensation that had not gone unnoticed. Yi Futian scanned the surroundings and found some very powerful characters among them. Even the least of them were in the upper Runhuang realm. This time, the most powerful people of the 7 realms had converged here. As the light of tribulation continued to fall, and an even more horrific aura manifested. Above the firmament, a sword of catastrophe appeared. The sword of catastrophe that was conceived by the divine tribulation of the Great Path possessed a terrifying aura that could destroy everything. Yi Wuchen looked up at that sword of catastrophe. He stood up, and his robe fluttered in the wind as he drifted higher up into the sky. Buzz! The ruinous sword of catastrophe turned into a light of destruction, falling from the sky above just like white lightning. Yi Wuchen didn't make any evasive moves. Instead, the sword will on his body roared, and a sword burst out of nowhere, colliding with the sword of catastrophe head-on, not just passively defending himself. Bang! 2 horrific swords clashed to form a ruinous sword domain, tearing through the space. It was as if everything in the void was about to be wiped out, and even the divine light of destruction had overwhelmed Yi Wuchen's figure. Everyone stared and saw the divine light only dissipated after quite a long time. Someone stood inside, surrounded by divine light. The sword will flowed upon his body with an unmatched temperament. It was none other than Yi Wuchen. At this moment, the aura on his body was already the aura of the tribulation plane. After the divine tribulation, he remained uninjured, still full of vitality. Previously, the baptism of the sword spirit was a dark moment in which he almost lost his life. But after he succeeded, his state reached its peak. The aura of the great emperor. All around them, the cultivators directed their gazes toward Yi Wuchen because they could perceive that the sword will on him also contained the will of the great emperor. Did he receive the divine sword of the emperor? So he could break through the shackles and elevate his realm. High above the sky, divine consciousness, one after another, came and landed on Yi Wuchen unceremoniously. At the tombs of the gods, there was no courtesy or etiquette to speak of. They knew very well that cultivators of all the worlds were gathering here. On this ancient barren land, there would be only pillaging, killing, and inheriting. This would be the most ruthless and chaotic situation. In the distance, a frightening divine eye penetrated through the space and landed on this side as well. Yifutian frowned as he raised his eyes to look there. His eyes, too, pierced the void and searched in the distance. Shenyan Buddha Lord. A cold spark flashed across Yifutian's eyes. Shenyan Buddha Lord was physically in a faraway place, yet he was also spying on them. Presumably, he had seen the divine tribulation of the great path that took place here. At this time, an incomparably tyrannical aura of spatial great path suddenly appeared in front of Yi Wuqian. A door of space appeared out of nowhere, and a gigantic handprint grabbed Yi Wuqian. An undeniable sword will surged from Yi Wuqian, and a most radiant and brilliant divine sword manifested, directly blasting at the gigantic handprint that was grabbing for him. The sword found its target and collided with it. A violent roaring sound was heard, and the spatial handprint was pulverized. Kill! Yi Wuqian's eyes looked ahead, and the divine sword passed directly through the gate of space and zoomed in on the opponent. He wanted to physically get there to battle in person, but he restrained himself when he remembered what Yifutian said to him. Although he had broken through the realm and obtained the broken sword, the person that he was fighting was an existence of the second tribulation plane. He may not be able to fight against him. The spatial gate was closed, but the divine sword had already targeted another area. Yi Wuqian sensed that the divine sword had been blocked by the other. In the next moment, a horrible darkness shrouded the boundless space, turning this area into the domain of darkness. This was the absolute darkness, without the slightest trace of light. Even the divine consciousness of the cultivators were greatly restricted. This was the power of the dark great path. A blast of horrific auras erupted at the same time, and many started to move on Yi Wuqian's position. Even the person who began the strike might have been restricted. Of course, the most dangerous was still that cultivator who had unleashed the domain of darkness. Yi Wuqian detected a strong sense of danger. With a turn of his mind, the divine sword was plunged directly in front of him. Suddenly, a terrifying sword domain was created around him. No one was allowed to get near him, and the attacks of the Great Path likewise were broken as well. But the light seemed to have betrayed his location. Many cultivators started to strike without a second thought. But it was precisely at this moment that a blinding light appeared. Somewhere, light had illuminated this entire space, and it was the way of light which caused light to appear. Yifutian glanced at the surrounding area and saw those cultivators who had moved against Yi Wuqian. Then he said coldly, "You are asking for your own death." These people knew that they were cultivators from the Ziwei segmentum, yet they still thought about stealing from Yi Wuqian. Did they think the Ziwei segmentum could be provoked with impunity? "Leave none alive," Yifutian declared in a cold tone. As he said this, his divine consciousness enveloped the vast space. It even pierced through the darkness that had surrounded the area around them. In an instant, he locked onto a cultivator who was a powerful existence from the dark world and was at the two tribulation plane. The cultivator's body seemed to penetrate the darkness, attempting to merge with it directly. Sky tremor appeared in Yifutian's hand. A terrifying tremoring pulse swept out. He swept a cold glance over in the direction of the cultivator as his figure disappeared with a flash. A huge rumbling sound could be heard as sky tremor in Yifutian's hand smashed down. It did not have a target, nor did it need one. An extremely ferocious aura swept out. A dull thud could be heard. A part of the sky immediately shattered. Bang! The silhouette that merged into the darkness appeared and coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. His face was pale, and his aura was extremely weak, as though he was on the brink of death. "Have mercy," said the person in a low voice. However, Yifutian's figure appeared in the sky above him as he said this. The former seemed to appear instantaneously. Sky tremor immediately came crashing down. The person had a look of despair. The next moment, his figure disappeared instantly, disintegrating beneath the imperial arm and dying tragically on the spot. In other locations, Lord Chen and the others also attacked. Chen Yi was the fastest. He became a beam of light that swept across the space. A tribulation plane cultivator was soon pierced by the light and disappeared into a mass of sparks. Hua Jieyu, Gu Donglu, Fang Xiyuan, Duo Yu, and others had powerful combat abilities. Ordinary members of top forces would be no match for them. In terms of combat ability, the cultivators among the upper echelons of Ziwei Imperial Palace were on par with the members of Emperor-level forces. Their cultivation resources were not inferior to those of the latter. How many forces could compare with Ziwei Imperial Palace in terms of resources in the Seven Realms? They had ritual implements, elixirs, Emperor-level teachings, and top-level martial arts techniques. They were not lacking in any department. Only Emperor-level forces could compare. Even the ancient god clans were not on the same level as them. Everyone present was an extraordinary cultivator. However, in a very short amount of time, the cultivators who attacked just now were killed off one by one. This caused the hearts of the remaining members to tremble. They frenziedly retreated backward, attempting to escape this place. Although they had heard of the Ziwei Segmentum, they still tempted fate. They coveted Emperor-level ritual implements. After all, Yi Wuchen most likely obtained one. Yet, who would have thought that these people were so terrifying? Yi Futian was incredibly terrifying. While wielding Sky Tremor, he was unstoppable. With a swing of the hammer, a giant-level figure from the dark world was sent flying out of the darkness. Yi Futian did not use too much force to keep his swing as stealthy as possible. Hence, he had swung a second time. Otherwise, the other party would have undoubtedly died after his first swing. After killing the cultivators who emerged from the darkness, the frightening pair of divine eyes disappeared into the space. Clearly, Shinyan Buddha Lord was no longer observing this place. Currently, it was not wise to offend Yi Futian. Even the former did not dare to do so casually. With his divine eyes, he could investigate many relics and see more things than others did. In this tomb of the gods, he would undoubtedly reap more significant benefits, so there was no urgency. One by one, the powerful divine consciousnesses also retreated. They were cautious of Yi Futian. After catching a glimpse, they immediately decided to retract their consciousnesses. Yi Futian sensed all of this. He did not pay them to heed. He had a vendetta against Shinyan Buddha Lord. Nevertheless, the Buddhist forces had been kind to him. He would not touch Shinyan Buddha Lord for now. However, if the latter were to come and bother him, he would not hold back. Yi Futian could let Shinyan Buddha Lord and those observing go, but he would kill the cultivators who attacked Yi Wuchen just now. He also knew that this ancient continent was full of plundering and massacres. He would not show an ounce of mercy to his enemies. Taking a step forward, he walked towards Yi Wuchen. He then glanced up ahead. A terrifying spatial tremoring pulse appeared. Shaking doors of space seemed and immediately linked over to a distant space. He also knew how to do this. Just now, when the other party utilized the doors of space to send out long-range attacks, Yi Futian also used telekinesis to pinpoint their location. Did the other party plan to escape after attacking him? He wouldn't just let them do so. The doors of space connected the two spaces. At the other end of the doors, a cultivator suddenly turned around to check what had happened. Through the doors, Yi Futian and the cultivator could see each other. The facial expression of the cultivator turned extremely ugly immediately. There were many people on the cultivator's side. An entire faction was there. Yi Futian lifted Sky Tremor in his hand. The person's facial expression changed drastically. The next moment, Sky Tremor smashed the doors of space. A terrifying tremoring pulse immediately penetrated the doors of space and crashed to the other side. This was Sky Tremor. After destroying the Tianyan City Lord Office, everything owned by the former belonged to Ziwei Imperial Palace. That naturally included the divine technique Sky Tremoring Hammer. The divine technique Sky Tremoring Hammer was initially created for Sky Tremor. The art complemented the Imperial arm. On the other side of the doors of space, everyone had surprised looks. They wanted to escape with the power of space, but Sky Tremor's attack descended upon them and shattered the space directly. Terrifying rumbling sounds could be heard. All of them were killed by the shockwaves and perished. The doors of space that opened were similarly turned to dust. Many people witnessed this scene. They all felt shivers down their spines. This fellow was too terrifying. In the future, if they ever came across a cultivator from Ziwei Imperial Palace, it was best to avoid them. They were too dangerous. Even Lord Chun and the others were speechless. This was ruthless. If they were Yi Futian's enemies, this was practically a nightmare. As expected, those who attacked Yi Wuqian had sought their own deaths. The battlefield was very quickly cleared out. All those who had wanted to pillage and plunder were killed off. None of them escaped. All of them had been killed off without exception. How do you feel? Yi Futian put Sky Tremor away and initiated a conversation with Yi Wuqian, who had just broken through to the next plane. It was as though the massacre had never happened. Yi Futian and Yi Wuqian had experienced many hardships since the beginning of their journey from the 9 states. Now, Yi Wuqian had finally broken through the shackles of the Renhuang plane and had come to this stage too. Yi Futian was naturally very happy for his friend. There is no end to the profundity of swordsmanship, Yi Wuqian replied as he looked at Yi Futian. From the looks of it, he was not satisfied with his achievement of breaking through to the next plane. Instead, he felt that he was still weak after experiencing the profundity of swordsmanship through the sword will left behind by the great emperor. The day he could eliminate the sword will contained in the sword was perhaps the day he mastered swordsmanship. In that case, seek the end of swordsmanship, Yi Futian advised. Perhaps one day, you will be the definition of the end of swordsmanship. I still have a long way to go, Yi Wuqian said. Paths are made by walking, Yi Futian responded. He hoped that one day he and all his friends would be the ones who stood at the end of the path and the absolute pinnacle. The group once again embarked on their journey and continued their exploration. The surroundings were less barren. This ancient continent might have regained a bit of liveliness due to the arrival of various cultivators. However, the bleak ambience remained. Yi Futian could sense that wars were happening in different locations. The commotion over there seems to be the loudest, Lord Chan said as he pointed in a direction. Yi Futian nodded in agreement and said, "Let's go and take a look." The group accelerated in that direction. A moment later, they were shocked by the scene before them. In different corners of the space, powerful cultivators stood guard. There were many other people around. They were observing the scene with serious expressions. Their eyes were fixed on the creature in front of them. A terrifying gale stirred, and the dust danced in the wind. There was a gigantic creature flapping its wings in the sky. A casual movement from the beast was enough to cause a menacing storm. The beast seemed to be a divine rock from ancient times. Its eyes were huge, and it emanated a savage aura. It faced all the cultivators head-on and fought against various cultivators alone. It would not step away and be determined to protect the palace behind it. A dilapidated divine palace was behind the gigantic beast half buried in the sand. It was covered by sand, but one could still faintly make out its silhouette. It was majestic and appeared timeless in this ancient land. This beast is different from other beasts we have encountered before. It has sentience and consciousness, said Gu Donglu in a low voice. Yi Futian and the rest nodded in agreement. For such a terrifying and sentient demonic creature to stand guard here, there was surely something extraordinary hidden in the palace. No wonder so many cultivators had gathered here and intended to explore the place. However, up until this moment, nobody had broken through the defense of this ancient beast. All of them were forced to stop here. Many cultivators had even perished. But right then, a terrifying aura appeared in the sky above. Many people looked up and saw that an astonishing matrix appeared above the divine rock. Countless beams of destructive divine light rained down. They were like turquoise death lights of catastrophe from the underworld. At the center of the matrix, there stood an extremely powerful cultivator. Turquoise light emanated from his gaze, and it appeared very bizarre. "Step aside," he said in an icy tone as he looked down below. As he said this, the divine tribulation of the underworld rained down and crashed onto the gigantic figure of the divine rock. To protect the relic behind it, the divine rock could not evade, nor did it attempt to do so. The cold divine tribulation of the underworld rampaged over its figure, attempting to erode its flesh. Yet, the divine rock's defenses were peerless. Even such a powerful destructive attack could not penetrate its body. Its body seemed to have reached the pinnacle of cultivation. With a long screech, the divine rock spread its wings. As its wings unfolded, huge, fierce waves swept up, causing the vast region to be engulfed in storms. Its wings slashed up into the air. Each of its dark feathers glistened with a cold light. They were as sharp as menacing divine arms. They directly slashed towards the matrix. In an instant, the matrix that contained destructive power was torn apart. At the same time, countless blades slashed towards the cultivator, attempting to overwhelm him. The cultivator evaded the attack at a blistering speed as he headed higher up. However, the sky suddenly turned dark. The divine rock's gigantic wings blocked the sun as they swept towards the cultivator. His face changed drastically as his figure quickly dodged. However, he was still swept away by the wings. He was sent flying outwards. His figure was torn to shreds, and blood splattered everywhere as he let out a pitiful cry. The scene was horrifying. It was so powerful. The hearts of the various cultivators throbbed as they witnessed this scene. The defense of its flesh was peerless, and its attacks were highly terrifying. The attacks of the various cultivators could barely harm it. However, a single attack from the divine rock could cost them their lives. The person who attacked was a two-tribulation plane cultivator. Yet he still ended up in such a sorry state. He was dismembered and was crippled. Recovering from such injuries would most likely be no easy feat within this land of relics. His survivability was already questionable. Even more cultivators gathered over here. Many of them were top figures from various forces. They stood in different locations. Someone stared at the divine rock and said, "Rock, you are the guardian of the relic. After countless years, the place has now opened. Why don't you go your own way and allow the people to inherit the teachings? That way, the relic will have an heir." Since it was difficult to seize the relic by force, someone tried to convince the divine rock to step aside. However, the divine rock was intelligent. It swept a fierce gaze at the person who had spoken. It had an air of contempt and seemed dismissive. It appeared haughty, as though it looked down on the cultivators here today. Its body was similarly tainted with the aura of a great emperor. It had been here in the tomb of the gods for countless eons. This point was indisputable. Monsters who could survive here would have some aura on them. Now the world has changed. The cultivators of the world are united. Even if you are powerful, you cannot stand guard here forever. Things are bound to happen. Why bother going through all that? Someone else spoke, trying to coerce the divine rock. The divine rock still gave the other party a condescending look. At that moment, its mouth opened, and it spoke human speech. It said, "Countless years have passed, and now the cultivation world has deteriorated to such a state. Cultivators are trying to win teachings with words. After the end of the gods, their previous glory has never been reached again." Its voice sounded ancient. This was the first time the divine rock opened its mouth, and its words were laced in condescension. The ancient world where the various emperors competed to outshine one another during the age of the gods was the actual grand world. Countless eons had passed, and the cultivators of today did not have the ability to seize the teachings. Instead, they wanted to try and persuade the divine rock with words. Hence, it felt that this was a mockery to it. When the various cultivators heard the words of the divine rock, their hearts trembled. It turned out that the divine rock not only retained its intelligence, it even possessed its memories of experiencing the glory of the age of the gods. "Whoever defeats or kills me will naturally be able to obtain the relic," declared the divine rock as it looked towards the various cultivators. An overbearing aura emanated from its gaze. They could either defeat it or kill it. Either way was acceptable. After such a long time, it had grown lonely. If it weren't for the fact it was tasked with guarding this relic, it would have long joined its master. Bang! Right then, a terrifying demonic phantasm appeared. Demonic might roared and churned over its body as it stepped out towards the divine rock. With every step he took, the space trembled violently. Many people even felt their blood churning inside of them. Suddenly, his figure sped up and became a menacing bolt of dark lightning that dashed straight towards the divine rock. Punch came crashing out. As the fist will burst forth, a menacing demonic phantasm appeared. It sent out an oppressive force that penetrated the space. The divine rock swept an indifferent glance at the demonic apparition as its sharp talons slashed forward. Its jet-black talons were not only sharp, but they were also heavy. They blocked out the sky and seemed to directly shear the space apart. The gigantic divine rock and the demonic phantasm collided with each other. The sound of a horrifying collision could be heard. The demonic phantasm was instantly shattered. The demonic fist also crumbled. However, the talons continued to slash forward, landing on the other party's figure. The demonic cultivator immediately became a beam of crimson light that whisked away and disappeared from its original spot. The terrifying talons were unable to rip his figure apart. Many people looked behind them. The demonic cultivator's blood was churning. The injuries he suffered were not minor. Power. This is absolute power, many people exclaimed. This ancient divine rock had no weaknesses. Its defense and attack were unrivaled. How could they battle against it? Even if the various cultivators joined forces, it would be difficult to harm the latter. Yifutian stepped forward and came up to the divine rock right then. The latter glanced down at him. It still did not seem to pay him any heed. "Senior, could you give me this relic?" asked Yifutian. The divine rock looked at him in disdain. However, right then, sky tremor in Yifutian's hand emanated the emperor's might. This caused the hearts of the surrounding cultivators to tremble as they stared at the imperial arm in his hand. The divine rock similarly glanced at the imperial arm. It looked at Yifutian with a cold and arrogant gaze in its huge eyes. It said, "Are you threatening me with an imperial arm? If you believe this is a shortcut, you are mistaken." When Yifutian heard the other party's words, he revealed a strange look. Could it be that the divine rock could even handle him while he wielded an imperial arm? Terrifying tremoring pulses emanated outwards as he lifted up sky tremor. At the same time, behind the divine rock, divine light suddenly emanated from the ancient relic and enveloped the body of the divine rock. In an instant, the powerful divine rock seemed to be clad in the armor of a great emperor. Divine light circled it. The light seemed to contain the might and pressure of a great emperor. Thump, thump, thump. The crowd felt their hearts throbbing nonstop. The might was suffocating. Even the eyes of the divine rock contained the divine light of a great emperor. It swept a gaze at Yifutian. The pressure it exerted was terrifying. "I am just joking with you, senior," Yifutian said with a smile as he shrugged. Then he put sky tremor away. The surrounding people were shocked. He could do that? Was he joking? The divine rock gave Yifutian a cold stare and did not pay him further heed. The divine light on its body immediately receded and vanished very quickly. It did not seem to mind Yifutian. Regardless of whether one relied on an imperial arm, it was fine as long as they could defeat it. Buzz. Before the divine rock could react, Yifutian's figure disappeared. Its eyes were opened wide as it stared ahead. However, a voice came from above it. "Apologies in advance," the voice said. As these words were uttered, a terrifying fist landed on the back of the divine rock. This absolute power immediately penetrated the powerful defenses of the divine rock. It caused its innards to shake violently, and its gigantic body was pushed down. Almost at the same instant, its wings swept out. However, Yifutian was no longer where he was. When Yifutian appeared again, he was diagonally above the divine rock. He looked down at the divine rock and said, "Senior, I am proficient in divine techniques. I am undefeatable in battle. You are at somewhat of a disadvantage against me. Why don't you just let me in?" The divine rock stabilized itself as it looked up at Yifutian. There was a look of rage in its gigantic eyes. It was actually being toyed with by him. Just now, he had also taken out his imperial arm to tease it. Was Yifutian trying to scare it off? Yifutian's attacks also could harm it. He was more powerful than the other people around here. Hence, aside from rage, the divine rock was also somewhat excited. "Is that so?" challenged the divine rock arrogantly. As it said this, its feathers seemed to become barbs. They were like countless sharp blades. At the same time, jet-black light enveloped its body. An astonishing hurricane appeared, causing the space to tremble violently. Buzz. Ferocious winds swept past. Many people could not stabilize themselves. Cultivators with insufficiently powerful cultivation were even swept up by the storm. The gigantic divine rock immediately disappeared from its spot. It became a jet-black beam of flowing light that directly charged towards Yifutian. However, Yifutian's figure also disappeared and appeared elsewhere. "Senior, you are very fast," praised Yifutian. With such a gigantic figure, the divine rock actually had such terrifyingly fast movements. The surrounding cultivators were also astonished. The rock was considered peerless in terms of speed. This rock was a divine rock from ancient times and its figure was gigantic. Nevertheless, this did not hinder its terrifying speed. In the sky above, the divine rock fixed its gaze on Yifutian as it said, "Your movement techniques are mysterious. You are not only relying on speed. However, if you plan to continue dodging my attacks using your movement techniques, perish your thoughts of entering the relic." With a flash, it returned to its original spot. This caused the cultivators who had their eyes fixed on the relic after it left to feel threatened. Its gigantic body stood guard in front of the dilapidated relic. It seemed like no one could set their foot in the relic as long as the beast was there. Yifutian drifted towards the relic and appeared in front of the divine rock once again. He said, "My movement techniques are part of my abilities as well, aren't they? If it weren't for the fact that I'm restricted in terms of the distance I can travel, you would be no match for me when it comes to movement techniques," the divine rock said arrogantly as it swept a glance at Yifutian. During its heyday, it was unrivaled among the peers of the same plane in terms of its speed. Yifutian smiled and replied, "Since Senior is also aware that you are restricted here, why don't you put down your burden and allow me to inherit the teachings in the relic? After that, you can follow me and we can cultivate together. Isn't that a win-win situation for both of us?" The divine rock was stunned as it stared at Yifutian. Then, a menacing aura burst forth from its body. "Follow you? You speak so presumptuously," admonished the divine rock with its croaky voice. It glared at Yifutian as it said, "It looks like my temper has mellowed as I aged. A youth actually dares to act so brazenly in front of me." As the divine rock said this, it opened its mouth with its head facing upwards and sucked in a mouthful of air. A terrifying gale was immediately stirred up as the vast space warped. The currents of the great path surged into its mouth frenziedly. The storm seemed capable of engulfing all the powers of the great path. The surrounding cultivators had a hard time maintaining their balance. Some renhuangs were directly sent flying by the gale and were swept towards the mouth of the divine rock. One by one, the renhuangs were swallowed by the enormous divine rock before they could even react. "Be careful," someone exclaimed. The facial expressions of many cultivators changed drastically. Let alone renhuangs, even tribulation plane cultivators could not withstand the gale. Some cultivators who had undergone 2 divine tribulations of the great path could not withstand the power of devouring and were swept towards the divine rock. At the location where the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace were, Lord Chun responded to this menacing gale right away. He enveloped all the cultivators with his powerful celestial way, preventing the power of devouring from sucking them away. However, the storm grew more and more menacing. The power of devouring forbade the existence of all the other powers of the great path in this vast space. Everything would eventually be consumed by it. Yifutian faced the strongest power of devouring. It was because the divine rock unleashed this terrifying power with him as the target, to begin with. However, he remained standing steadfast amidst the raging storm. He was not shaken. His gaze was fixed on the divine rock before him. Nevertheless, he similarly felt a terrifying might pressing down on him. This overwhelming storm restricted his powers of the great path. Buzz. Right now, instead of retreating, Yifutian charged towards the divine rock. Riding on the current of the gale, he shot himself straight into the mouth of the divine rock. At the same time, the divine light of the great path flowed over his body, transforming it into an awe-inspiring divine body. An unparalleled sword will moved around him. At this moment, it was as though he had turned into a divine sword that moved along with the current. One by one, divine swords materialized amidst the howling storm. Each and every sword contained shocking divine light and was ready to penetrate the body of divine rock. The divine rock narrowed its eyes. It exhaled and vomited out all the cultivators whom it had swallowed. Furthermore, the gale switched directions and pushed Yifuyan back to his original spot. The divine rock stared at the sword will, which continued to flow around Yifuyan. Obviously, the divine rock was cautious and did not dare swallow Yifuyan whole. Yifuyan suggested, "Senior, since you think I am dodging all your attacks with my movement techniques, why don't we face each other head-on?" "We can as long as you are bold enough to try," the divine rock responded. Yifuyan put his hands together, and the light of Buddha spread far and wide, enveloping the vast space. In the heavens above, silhouettes of Buddhas appeared and covered the entire domain. Above Yifuyan's figure, a gigantic ancient Buddha enveloped him. The massive ancient Buddha's silhouette rose into the air and turned around. It was as though it was lying down in the sky, facing the divine rock beneath it. An extremely powerful pressure swept down. The light of Buddha descended, and the Buddhist voice circled the ancient Buddha. The 6 syllables of truth reverberated throughout the space. The ancient Buddha's silhouette grew larger until it was as large as the divine rock. It blocked out the sun and covered the sky. Right then, Yifuyan extended his hand and slammed his palm down. The huge Buddha also did the same. The gigantic palm slammed down. In the surrounding space, the various Buddhas sent out giant Buddhist palms simultaneously. For a moment, the heavens resonated, and the tens of thousands of Buddhas acted as one. "All heaven Buddhas seal," Yifuyan cried out. The domineering attack technique came crashing down. Contained unparalleled power. It slammed down on the figure of the divine rock down below. The divine rock also felt the power of this attack. Jet-black divine light flowed over its entire body. It shot up diagonally into the sky as it extended its sharp talons. Its talons were astonishingly powerful as destructive jet-black divine light flowed over them. They could tear apart all existence. A mere glance at them was enough to send shivers down one's spine. As the sharp talons extended outwards, countless jet-black bolts of lightning appeared in their surroundings. They shot up into the sky and struck the descending giant Buddhist palms. Bang! There was a loud bang, and the heavens and the earth shook. The surrounding space seemed to crack apart. Fissures appeared on the ground below. At the center of the collision, and even more, the astonishing storm had been swept up. Neither the gigantic ancient Buddha nor the divine rock gave way. They went head-on against each other, ignoring the surrounding storms. Both Buddha and demonic beast were clashing against each other. Right then, Yifuyan opened his eyes and glanced at his opponent. He released an eye spell in an instant, and his will burst forth. An unparalleled spiritual storm invaded the divine rock's mind. The divine rock narrowed its gaze. In its mind, a powerful will emerged. When the frightening spiritual storm invaded its mind, a divine rock phantasm seemed to emerge from ancient times. Along with the great emperor, they defended their will. Yifuyan's phantasm appeared in the divine rock's mind. Divine light of the great path circled his phantasm. It was as though he had become a great emperor. Emperor's might emanated from his figure. The spiritual will was menacing. It seemed to become countless divine swords. Each divine sword was forged from spiritual will and continued to invade the will of the divine rock. They attempted to destroy the other party's will. At the same time, an icy chill invaded its consciousness. The power of Yin was affecting the will of the divine rock. In the void, the divine rock formed a spiritual world. Countless divine rock phantasms appeared in the space and traversed the void. They charged out with unparalleled movement techniques, speed, and extremely powerful attacks. In this scene, they appeared as the figure of the divine rock during its youth. Both man and demonic beast were clashing with their spiritual wills. Countless divine swords appeared, Each divine sword was very sharp. They were actually Tianzhu divine swords. They shot down at the same time towards the divine rock. At the same time, the divine rock moved with extreme speed and nimble movements as it frantically charged forward. Countless divine rock phantasms actually clashed head-on with the Tianzhu divine swords. Right then, a voice called out, contained an intense sorrow. At the same time, the power of Yin continued to invade and affect the will of the divine rock. The endless waves of attacks caused even the will of the divine rock to falter somewhat. Right then, Yi Futian spoke. Senior, you are from the ancient age of the gods. You will certainly consider today's cultivators not to be up to par. However, times are always changing. The cultivators of the new age can also recreate the glory of the age of the gods. Why do you still cling on to the past? Asked Yi Futian. Why don't you start afresh? He could naturally tell that the divine rock was clinging to the past. The cultivators of the outside world could not catch its eye. It was extremely proud and bore a condescending air. Your ability is indeed impressive. However, you are still far from being able to control me, replied the ancient silhouette that appeared in Yi Futian's mind. Both of them were conversing with their wills. Although I am proficient in such techniques, I have no intention of doing so. Senior, you are from an ancient age, so I will naturally respect you. Hence, I will not attempt to control you. However, if Senior insists on standing in my way, I will do whatever is within my power to make you yield, continued Yi Futian. Now, the various relics of the gods have reappeared in the world. A world of war has begun. It is fate for me to have come here. Can I have your blessing? As he transmitted his thoughts, his attacks did not cease. Terrifying will attacks kept raining down. They seemed to be endless. In the outside world, the surrounding cultivators saw that both man and demonic beast had come to a standstill. They all revealed strange expressions. What was going on? Terrifying divine light of the great path still flowed over their bodies. They seemed to be clashing, but everything had come to a standstill. They are having a clash of wills, someone said. That is correct. Such a battle is even more dangerous, commented another. The gazes of the crowd were all directed towards them. Someone wanted to come forward and seize the opportunity to strike them. However, Lord Chen, Hua Jieyu and the others dashed forward. They stood between the crowd and the battlefield, forbidding anyone else from interfering. This caused those cultivators to frown. However, just then, the two colossal figures were sent flying backwards at the same time. The silhouette of the Buddha collapsed and the divine rock was knocked back to its original spot. Yi Futian remained floating in the sky as he looked down below. The aura of the great path on his figure had been retracted. Had a victor been determined? The surrounding people immediately stopped as they looked at the man and the demonic beast. What was the end result of this exchange? The gigantic eyes of the divine rock stared at Yi Futian. During their brief exchange just now, it sensed many things. Furthermore, what Yi Futian said was true. The relics of the gods had been activated. It symbolized the beginning of a world of war. Could this be a cycle of the heavenly path? You may enter. Its croaky voice sounded. The divine rock stepped aside. This caused the hearts of the surrounding cultivators to tremble. The divine rock had yielded, allowing Yi Futian to enter the relic. Did this mean that Yi Futian had received its recognition? Senior, many thanks, Yi Futian said. He turned around and cast a glance at Lord Chen and the others, saying, They are all my good friends. All of you may enter together, the divine rock said. It understood Yi Futian's intention of mentioning them. Its gaze landed on a few figures in the group. Some of them were similar to it. They were monstrous beasts that had taken the human form. Yi Futian bowed slightly. Then, he led his group past the divine rock and headed towards the ancient relic guarded by the beast. The relic was buried underneath the sand. It gave off an ancient vibe. It seemed to have undergone countless vicissitudes. This dilapidated and old divine palace had existed in the tomb of the gods for numerous years, yet the harsh weather had not eroded it. Yi Futian and his group headed towards the door of the divine palace and pushed it open. The door was extremely heavy. Yifutian exerted a considerable force to push it open. An ancient aura emanated from within the divine palace and permeated the space. The group took a deep breath before entering the palace. They advanced vigilantly. Even though the divine rock, guarding the divine palace, permitted them to enter, they could not put their guard down entirely. Anything could happen in the tomb of the gods. The divine consciousnesses of many cultivators followed Yifutian and his group, but they were blocked off outside the palace. The facial expressions of the cultivators changed when they saw Yifutian's group disappearing into the palace. Right then, an enormous figure appeared before them. It was none other than the divine rock. It once again stood guard in front of the ancient relic. "All of you may leave," said the divine rock as it scanned the crowd with its huge eyes. This relic had found its owner now. All the cultivators stared at the divine rock. They were dying to explore the palace, but the battles before this made it clear that they could not make it past the divine rock. It was meaningless for them to continue fighting the beast. Even if they could defeat it, they would still not stand a chance against Yifutian, who wielded Sky Tremor. From the looks of it, they could only give up on this relic. Some of them left the place without any hesitation. There were so many relics in the tomb of the gods. Since this place would never belong to them, they might as well be decisive and search for other fateful encounters in other places. One by one, the figures took to the sky and left. Soon, all the cultivators who had gathered here disappeared, giving up on this spot. After they left, other cultivators came over. However, without exception, none of them could break through the defenses of the divine rock. Most of them received a good beating from the beast. Some of them even perished here. Yifutian and the others entered the ancient palace. There was another space within the main palace. It seemed to be an independent world. However, the space was littered with ruins that emanated extremely powerful auras. Some even derived terrifying demonic chi. "This is a world of a demon god," said Yifutian in a low voice. He was somewhat shocked. The palace guarded by the divine rock belonged to a demon god. The master of this place was most likely a demon monarch. "There are so many corpses," someone commented. They looked at the corpses of the demonic beasts on the ground. They were like statues. All of them had lost their life aura. The war that erupted during the ancient age was too frightening. How did the divine rock manage to survive? Yifutian secretly thought to himself. It was extremely fortunate to have stayed in this world of destruction. This was the tomb of the gods on an ancient continent. During the time known as the end of the gods, great emperors perished, and the heavenly path collapsed. The cultivators of that age met their end. "Look, up ahead," someone said. Up ahead, a tremendous pressure enveloped this independent world. Yifutian's group advanced. A demon god mountain appeared in this world. Many demonic beast statues were erected there. However, at the peak of the demon god mountain, there was no sign of a demon monarch nor statues of demonic beasts. At the very top, there was a blade of green grass. The blade of green grass seemed to be the only living thing in this world. The pressure was emanating from this blade of grass. From the looks of it, when the divine rock borrowed the emperor's might from within the palace, it borrowed the power of this blade of grass. It emanated unparalleled emperor's strength. The grass was very small. It swayed in the breeze. It seemed as though it would die if trampled on. However, an astonishing aura emanated from this exact blade of grass. It was as though it was an emperor among plants. It stood proud and regal on the peak of the mountain, receiving the worship of the people of the world. This is the demon monarch? Behind Yifutian, the rest of his group revealed strange looks. Had a blade of grass cultivated and became a great emperor? The prosperity and glory of the ancient age of the gods was already beyond their ability to imagine. However, in this shattered world, only this blade of grass was alive. Yifutian even suspected that the divine rock might have survived due to this blade of grass. It had a vital life force. It remained eternal and immortal, standing erect in this ancient world, waiting for the right person to appear. It might be that the demon monarch transformed into this. Someone chimed in, not believing that a blade of grass could cultivate and become a great emperor. All living things had souls, and even ritual implements and divine arms could gain sentience. Plants and trees originally had souls, but the cultivators still found it hard to believe that a mere blade of grass cultivated until it became a great emperor and ruled over all demons. The aura flowing out of this blade of grass is that of the Lord of all demons. These dead demonic beasts appeared here in their original form. If so, it should be the same for the demon monarch. His original body might truly be that of a blade of grass, said Yifutian. He had a strange look in his eyes as he looked at the blade of grass. Suddenly, the world before his eyes seemed to change, and he saw an astonishing scene play out. In the illusory scene, this blade of grass was not so small. Instead, it had grown extraordinarily long and waved around as it willed. It was as though it was the sharpest blade in the world that could cleave the heavens and the earth. He also faintly saw a human-shaped figure. He was majestic and ruled over all demons. He stood at the peak of the demon god mountain. With a flash, his figure could traverse great distances. His movement techniques were peerless like that of the divine rock. It seemed that he had cultivated potent demonic techniques. Yifutian was somewhat emotional as he experienced the illusory scene. After a long while, he came back to reality. He said to everyone, "This should be it. This blade of grass was born when the great emperor perished. A hint of life aura is most likely dwelling in it, allowing it to exist here for so long. If any of you can inherit this grass, you will inherit the teachings of a great emperor." Yifutian himself had the highest chance of succeeding in inheriting the teachings. After all, he was crowned the Relic Reaper. Very few people could defeat him in terms of seizing an inheritance. However, he already owned many teachings. Now, it was naturally time for him to consider the welfare of his companions. The future of Ziwei Imperial Palace lay in everyone's hands, not his alone. When the group heard Yifutian's words, they understood his intention. He paved the way for them by defeating the divine rock, the guardian demonic beast of this place. However, he did not plan to inherit the teachings here. Instead, he would allow them to comprehend it. Yifutian's charity was admirable. After all, who would complain that they possessed too many teachings of the great emperors? The group took up Yifutian's offer right away. All of them sat cross-legged as they fixed their gazes on the blade of grass at the peak of the mountain. They cultivated quietly. Yifutian gave them the opportunity. Everyone had an equal chance of succeeding. They had to comprehend the teachings themselves. Whoever succeeded in learning it first would receive the instructions of the great emperor. No one had to fight for it. Under such a culture of cultivation in Ziwei Imperial Palace, there was no infighting among the cultivators. Everyone was engrossed in meditation. To the side, Yifutian observed this ruined space. He felt somewhat uneasy. They had encountered relics of the great emperors twice consecutively. There were indeed more relics awaiting them after this one. It was difficult for him to imagine how prosperous the age of the gods was as a modern cultivator. How would the world change with the appearance of the tomb of the gods this time? This was a tremendously fateful encounter. Similarly, it was a crisis for many cultivators. However, after this incident, the cultivation world would indeed face a revival. The changes of the heavens and the earth began with the original realm. Yifutian wondered how much benefit Ziwei Imperial Palace could reap during this great fateful encounter. For a month, the cultivators of the Ziwei Imperial Palace remained cultivating here as they comprehended the blade of grass. In this period, many people from the outside world came and were sent packing by the divine rock. However, the divine rock encountered a mighty opponent and was suppressed right now. A terrifying aura came from the outside. Yifutian also sensed it. He walked out of the palace and saw the divine rock being suppressed, came crashing to the ground and then leaped up into the air. Its gigantic eyes were staring at the silhouette facing it. "Senior, why didn't you borrow the emperor's might from the palace?" Yifutian asked the divine rock. "All of you were comprehending and cultivating. I was worried that I would disturb you if I did so," replied the divine rock. Yifutian did not say any more. He looked at the figure standing across from them. Only one person was standing there. His aura was frightening, and the divine light of the great path circled him. He was one with the heavens and the earth. It seemed that he was not just at the two tribulation plane and had already contacted the next level. His power of the great path was highly astonishing. Yifutian stepped forward as he took out the imperial arm, sky tremor, and held it in his hand. The other party swept a glance at the imperial arm and did not seem too concerned with it. Without the will of the great emperor, the might of the imperial arm had been weakened drastically. Without sufficient cultivation, one could not bring out its true power. Hence, the other party did not fear the presence of the imperial arm. I am Yifutian, Palace Lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace. Could you show me some face and leave? Yifutian asked the man. For now, he did not know who this person was. Was he a cultivator from an emperor-level force in the Seven Realms? Or was he a hermit? The figure glanced at Yifutian. He was sizing Yifutian up. Yifutian sensed that the other party seemed more interested in him than the imperial arm he wielded. Clearly, the other party recognized him. Currently, among the top figures of the Seven Realms, there were very few cultivators who had not heard of Yifutian's name. The other party did not respond. Instead, he stared at Yifutian. A moment later, he left with a flash. His voice sounded from the sky, saying, "All right, Senior, many thanks," said Yifutian as he looked at the leaving silhouette in the sky. Since the other party gave him face, he would be polite with the former by calling him Senior. The divine rock glanced at Yifutian and asked, "Are you very famous?" "You could say that," Yifutian replied. "How famous are you?" The divine rock asked curiously, striking up a casual conversation. Before this, the two of them also had other conversations. "There are not many cultivators who are more famous than me," Yifutian responded. The divine rock glared at him. This fellow knew nothing about being humble. However, based on their brief exchange before this, the divine rock knew that Yifutian was not simple. Otherwise, it would not have let him enter the relic. The divine rock said, "The person who appeared just now could break through my defenses. Your luck is not bad. You came earlier, but you gave up the opportunity to inherit the teachings." It seemed like the divine rock was slightly dissatisfied with Yifutian's decision. Yifutian explained, "Senior, didn't I explain this to you before? They are on par with me. They are all top figures. If one of them manages to inherit the will of the great emperor, then it means that the person has received the recognition of the great emperor. That person is surely the most suitable candidate." The divine rock retorted, "Why didn't you try it yourself then? You can borrow the will for meditation as well. If I try, I am worried that the great emperor will choose me right away," Yifutian said nonchalantly as he shrugged his shoulders. The divine rock glared at him. Then it shifted its gaze away and let out a long sigh. This fellow was so annoying. "I shouldn't have let you pass," the divine rock mumbled depressingly. Yifutian beamed. Right now, an overbearing aura emanated from within the divine palace. The divine light overwhelmed the entire palace and expanded outwards. A divine emperor's might permeated the space. Yifutian was stunned. He turned around, and his gaze penetrated through the walls. Then, he smiled as he said to the divine rock, "From the looks of it, it's too late for Senior to regret your decision now. As I have said before, they will not let you down." The divine rock also observed the palace intently. It similarly sensed a powerful demonic chi permeating the space. Terrifying rumbling sounds could be heard. The entire ancient space was shaking, seemingly on the verge of collapsing. With a dash, Yifutian entered the palace. The gigantic divine rock shrunk its body and went through the door as well. Inside the palace, all the carcasses of the demonic beasts turned to dust. The space was collapsing. The blade of grass floated above the head of a cultivator. It emanated a terrifying aura. The chosen cultivator was Gu Donglu. The blade of grass radiated with dazzling divine light. It was the same for Gu Dongluo's body. The two formed a resonance. Then, the crowd witnessed the blade of grass seeping into the glabella of Gu Donglu. It left a green mark on his forehead. Third brother has comprehended the teachings. Yifutian was a little surprised. However, this turn of the event seemed logical. Third brother had received the teachings of a demon god before this. When they were in the heavenly mandate realm, the laws of origin of the demon realm surged into his body. On top of inheriting the will of the demon god, Gu Donglu also inherited an imperial star. Now, it seemed logical for him to resonate with this blade of grass. Third brother now owned the teachings of a few great emperors as well. Yifutian hoped to break through to the next plane as soon as possible. After Gu Donglu had undergone the second divine tribulation of the Great Path, he could also stand at the peak of cultivation. Demonic divine light circled Gu Donglu's body. His body was dazzling. The surrounding cultivators were a little envious of him. Before this, Gu Donglu was not the only one who could comprehend the teachings hidden in the blade of grass. Zifeng, Longchen, Jun, and many other cultivators also comprehended part of the teachings. However, in the end, the blade of grass chose Gu Donglu. Obviously, it meant that he was the best candidate. Who is he? The divine rock asked Yifutian. It could sense that Gu Donglu was also extraordinary, but his cultivation plane was slightly lower than that of Yifutian. He's my third brother, Yifutian introduced. Senior, don't worry. After my third brother inherits the will of the great emperor, he will not bring any shame to the name of the great emperor. Great. The divine rock nodded and said, I will leave things to your third brother then. Senior, you can follow me. Since third brother has now inherited the will of the great emperor, won't you consider cultivating together with him? Suggested Yifutian. He wanted to recruit a powerful companion for Gu Donglu. The ability of the divine rock was naturally indisputable. However, the divine rock shook its head and said, My mission is complete. I should disappear now. Disappear? Exclaimed Yifutian as he revealed a strange look. Then he sensed the aura of the divine rock weakening. It was weakening at a rapid rate. The independent space was also collapsing. Huge boulders kept falling. Senior, said Yifutian as his heart trembled. What is going on? A powerful life aura surged out from his figure and flowed into the divine rock. He attempted to stop the divine rock from growing weaker. It is pointless. I only managed to survive by being the companion of the great emperor. Now that the great emperor has found someone to inherit his teachings, I should be on my way, replied the divine rock. Its figure was gradually turning to stone as its life aura rapidly withered. Right then, Gu Donglu turned around and bowed towards the divine rock. He said, Many thanks, senior. The aura of the divine rock grew weaker as it looked at Gu Donglu and said, A blade of green grass can break the heavens. I hope you can pass down his will. As it said this, the divine rock completely lost its life force and became a statue. Then it gradually disintegrated and disappeared. Yifutian could only watch as this scene played out. He could not do anything to stop it. It only survived due to the will of the great emperor and remained guarding this place. It had already perished in ancient times. Gu Donglu told Yifutian. Yifutian nodded. So that was the reason. The divine rock was connected to the blade of grass. Therefore, it could use the powerful will of the great emperor. When Gu Donglu inherited the blade of green grass, it completed its mission and disappeared from the world. The independent space completely collapsed, leaving behind a pile of rubble. Yifutian and the others appeared outside. He looked at Gu Donglu and said, A blade of green grass can break the heavens. This great emperor must have had an extraordinary will in ancient times. Gu Donglu nodded his head. He could sense the power of the will of the great emperor. Who is this great emperor? Asked Yifutian. He was called Undying Great Emperor, answered Gu Donglu. Undying Great Emperor. Yifutian was slightly shocked. An existence known as Undying Great Emperor had eventually perished. Although he had survived on this ancient battlefield by becoming a blade of grass, he was still considered dead. For a great emperor to have such a title, it was definitely not simply given. Let's go. We will continue finding other fateful encounters, said Yifutian. The rest of the group nodded in agreement. They were full of anticipation. They had not been here for very long, and Yi Wuqian as well as Gu Donglu had both obtained fateful encounters with great emperors. On this ancient continent, they would all have opportunities. However, there were countless other cultivators on this continent now. Their group also needed to make haste. Otherwise, the opportunities would be seized by other cultivators. They did not know that, during the time they had spent cultivating, many other cultivators had discovered extraordinary places on the continent, such as the abyss their group had previously encountered. These places were full of danger and mystery. Many people entered these places but never made it back out alive. Yi Futian's group continued on their journey to find fateful encounters. They passed by many relics that others had already plundered. They also saw many battles, but they did not participate in any of them. Now, battles to plunder cultivation resources were erupting everywhere across the entire ancient barren continent. The cultivation resources on this ancient continent were all previously unimaginable. Before this, no one managed to come in contact with such resources. Now, they would put their lives on the line to obtain them, even if there was only a sliver of a chance. Right then, another battle erupted elsewhere. Yi Futian initially wanted to ignore it and leave, but he saw some familiar figures. He couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. He never imagined that there would be such a coincidence. The Millet Emperor also looked over in the direction of the battle. He narrowed his gaze slightly as a cold look appeared in his eyes. They saw the Donghua domain chief, Ning Yuan, and the cultivators of the various forces of the Donghua domain over there. They had also entered the tomb of the gods. However, right now they were in big trouble. They were fighting against other cultivators. These people were top forces from the dark world, and they were already suppressing Ning Yuan's group. "Let's go take a look," Yi Futian said indifferently. They then headed in that direction and observed the battle from a closer distance. Although both sides were fighting, their spiritual wills enveloped the surrounding space. They also noticed the arrival of Yi Futian's group. The latter stood in the sky with terrifying auras and cultivation planes, causing the cultivators of the dark world to be cautious. Ning Yuan's expression was very ugly. They were already facing danger here. He never imagined that they would also encounter Yi Futian. Back then, Ning Hua was killed, and Ning Yuan always planned to take revenge. However, his cultivation talent was limited, and it was difficult for him to improve further. Hence, he had come to the tomb of the gods to seek opportunities. However, they had encountered the cultivators of the dark world and were fighting over cultivation resources here. "Palace Lord Yi," a clear voice called out. Yi Futian looked over toward the battlefield. It was Qin Qing. The sword goddess from Ice Temple was already injured. She was struggling together with a few female disciples. The cultivators of the dark world facing them revealed evil looks. They seemed to be intentionally suppressing the members of the Ice Temple and were not anxious to kill them. They wanted them alive. "Sir, please mind your own business," a cultivator said as he looked over at Yi Futian's group. He sensed that latter had powerful auras. He was somewhat wary. "They are my friends," Yi Futian said as he pointed to the Ice Temple members. The other party frowned, but they did not stop attacking. Duo Yu stepped forward with his long spear in his hand. He released a destructive aura, and with a flash of his figure, he immediately disappeared from his original spot. A cultivator from the dark world attempted to block his path. The spear of reincarnation descended and instantly brought the cultivator into an illusion. With a swoosh, the spear stabbed into his throat. The other cultivators who were attacking Qin Qing and the others instantly stopped. They had ugly expressions on their faces. Duo Yu's eyes were bizarre. His eye of samsara swept toward the crowd. No one dared to look him in the eye. "My master will not repeat his words," said Duo Yu. His tone was somewhat cold and cruel, causing these cultivators to be extremely cautious. They then stepped down and asked, "Are the others your friends as well?" "Those over there are," replied Yi Futian as he pointed in the direction of a group of cultivators from the Luotian continent of the Donghua domain. He had a good relationship with Jiang Juming back then. From the Donghua domain, Emperor Shi from Turtle Deity Island in the Divine Ocean continent, the Millet Emperor from the Wangshan Watchtower, and Goddess Donglai from Eastern Deity Island and the other cultivators were now in Ziwei Imperial Palace. Among the other forces of the domain, aside from Ice Temple, only Jiang Zhoming had any relations with Yi Futian. As for the other forces, not much needed to be said about Domain Chief's manner. Back then, they had tried to kill Yi Futian together with the Yan clan from the Yenyun continent and Ling Shao Palace. Let them go. The cultivator from the Dark World waved his hand and immediately let Jiang Zhoming and the others go. Jiang Zhoming's group bowed slightly toward Yi Futian and said, "Many thanks, Palace Lord Yi." Yi Futian's current identity was already not something they could compare with anymore. Even one of Yi Futian's disciples stepping out was enough to shock the crowd, let alone Yi Futian himself. "Be on your way," replied Yi Futian as he nodded. Then, Jiang Zhoming and the others saluted with their fists and left. Sword Goddess from Ice Temple, Qin Qing, and the others came over to Yi Futian. They saluted with their fists and said, "Many thanks, Palace Lord Yi. We are all old friends." "Senior, you need not be polite," replied Yi Futian as he bowed back. Back then, a group of Ice Temple members once cultivated in Ziwei Imperial Palace. It was only because the Donghuang Imperial Palace later broke ties with Yi Futian over the issue of Emperor Yi Qing that it was inconvenient for both parties to maintain relations. Qin Qing, Jiang Yueli, and Chu Hanshi, these three goddesses from Ice Temple, also closed with Yi Futian. "Palace Lord Yi, please lend me a hand," a voice called out. The person asking for help was Taihua Mountain Lord. He and Goddess Taihua were engaged in a fierce battle and were at the short end of the stick. Yi Futian took a glance at them and ignored their pleas for help. Taihua Mountain Lord, Taihua Sky Lord, treated him poorly in the past. The former allied with the Domain Chief's manner to attack him. Yi Futian had once allowed Goddess Taihua to inherit an imperial star. However, the other party was wary of him, so he allowed another goddess. Since Ice Temple and another faction left the battlefield, the cultivators who were attacking them before this joined their comrades in fighting against the cultivators of the Domain Chief's Manor. The Domain Chief's Manor was at an even greater disadvantage now. "Your force belongs to the Donghua domain. Do you plan to stay out of this just like that?" Ning Yuan barked. He naturally did not expect Yi Futian to assist him. Yi Futian was already being courteous by not killing him. Ning Yuan's question was directed at Sword Goddess. Sword Goddess looked at Ning Yuan and announced, "The world is in chaos now. Many things have changed. Ice Temple is not affiliated with any faction, to begin with. It's just that our cultivation base has always been in the Divine Prefecture. I have decided. Ice Temple will move our base to the Ziwei segmentum from now on." "Traitors!" Ning Yuan cursed. He unleashed his Grand Seal Great Path to its maximum limit, but the enemy still besieged him. "Palace Lord Yi, are you willing to take us in?" Sword Goddess asked Yi Futian. Qin Qing and the others revealed joyful expressions. They were certainly supportive of this decision. "Senior is willing to join the Ziwei segmentum for cultivation. Of course, I welcome all of you. Ziwei Imperial Palace will prepare a spot for Ice Temple." Yi Futian replied with a smile. He naturally wouldn't mind having cultivators join his alliance. "From now on, we are the subordinates of Palace Lord Yi," Qin Qing said with a grin as she looked at Yi Futian. Upon hearing Qin Qing's joke, Yi Futian teased, "In that case, Goddess Qin has to obey whatever I say in the future." Qin Qing felt slightly embarrassed after hearing his words. Her reaction caused Yi Futian, Jiang Yueli, and the others to burst out in laughter. At the back, Little Condor mumbled, "There he goes again." However, he didn't dare to say it out loud. He was afraid of being beaten up by Yi Futian. Bang. Right now, both Ning Yuan and Taihua Skylord faced a difficult situation on the battlefield. Their lives would end here. Goddess Taihua was injured as well. All her Guqin strings snapped. "It's a shame that I can't kill him with my own hands," Li Chongqing said. Both the Millet Emperor and he wanted to slay Ning Yuan with their own hands to avenge their junior brother. However, Donghuang the Great might catch wind of whatever they did here. Therefore, they held back from attacking Ning Yuan so that Donghuang Imperial Palace would not use this as an excuse to target them. It was rather satisfying to watch Ning Yuan being tortured to death. Attacks landed on Ning Yuan one after another. He spat out mouthfuls of blood, and his situation was complicated. To the side, Yi Futian and his group watched all this quietly. Finally, a spear stabbed into Ning Yuan's head, and the great path of death surged into his body like a flood. The power of death corroded his vitality. Ning Yuan screamed in agony and struggled. Yet another spear of darkness stabbed into his body and pinned him on his spot. He died tragically. Yi Futian and the others put on indifferent expressions to witness Ning Yuan dying in battle. On the other side, Taihua Skylord fought alone and was similarly hopeless. Palace Lord Yi, I am willing to give you divine melody Taihua in exchange for your aid. Taihua Skylord cried. I am not lacking in divine melodies. Yi Futian rejected him emotionlessly. He was already proficient in 3 divine melodies. Taihua Skylord's face turned as pale as a sheet. Yet another heavy blow landed on him. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his aura turned weak. Seeing that his own daughter, Goddess Taihua, was still struggling in an arduous fight, Taihua Skylord was overwhelmed with despair. He looked at Yi Futian and said, Palace Lord Yi, whatever happened in the past was all my own doing. My daughter was not involved. She was merely executing my commands. I will take responsibility for my own mistakes. My daughter will give you divine melody Taihua. I hope you will save her. As he said this, a jet-black long spear pierced through his heart. Father! Goddess Taihua wailed with a pale expression. Right at this moment, a palm slammed down on her, but it did not kill her directly. Deal! Yi Futian responded when he saw that Taihua Skylord was still staring at him. It seemed as though if Yi Futian did not agree to his request, Taihua Skylord would never die in peace. Upon hearing Yi Futian's response, Taihua Skylord actually felt exceptionally peaceful. He was very confident that his daughter would not die since Yi Futian had promised him so. If he had placed as much trust in Yi Futian in the past as he did now, he might not have ended up like this. Let her go, Yi Futian told the cultivator who was grabbing on to Goddess Taihua. The cultivator frowned. His facial expression was ugly. A few figures from Yi Futian's group stepped forward while unleashing terrifying might. The cultivator felt threatened by it, so he could only let Goddess Taihua go. Let's go. The cultivators who killed Ning Yuan and Taihua Skylord left one after another. The body of Taihua Skylord had been reduced to ashes. Goddess Taihua moved towards the spot where her father perished. With both her hands, she scooped the ashes and stared blankly at the vast space. Tears flowed down her cheeks. Yi Futian waited for a moment. Then he said, Let's go. Goddess Taihua remained at her spot. She said coldly, I will give you divine melody Taihua, but I will not follow you. Yi Futian frowned upon hearing her words. He said, I saved you not because I pitied you, but because your father begged me to. You are free to do as you wish. I don't plan to bring you along anyway. As he said this, he left with his group to continue their journey. The others cast a cold glance at Goddess Taihua. Even though she looked a little pitiful, she did not know what was good for herself. Taihua Skylord and Yi Futian had grudges to begin with. What made Goddess Taihua think that Yi Futian would save his own enemy? In the past, Taihua Skylord sided with Ning Yuan. Yi Futian had no reason to save the former. If Taihua Skylord's dying words hadn't made Yi Futian sympathetic, he would not have acted. He never imagined that Goddess Taihua actually bore a grudge against him. Since that was the case, then he would leave her to meet her own end. In the tomb of the gods, her cultivation was insufficient to survive. Yi Futian's group left. In the end, Goddess Taihua came to terms with herself and chose to follow them. She remembered her father's dying words. Through transmitted thoughts, he advised her to follow Yi Futian to stay alive. Before her father passed away, he regretted his own decision to choose to side with Ning Yuan in the past. He ignored Yi Futian's signs of goodwill, hoping that his daughter would end up with Ning Hua. If he had chosen differently, Goddess Taihua would have had the chance to befriend Yi Futian and inherit an imperial star. he would not have died so tragically as well. Her father did not blame Yi Futian for what happened. After all, he was the one who made the wrong decision. There was no one to blame. However, Goddess Taihua could not accept the reality right away since Yi Futian could save her father, but he chose to watch as the latter was killed. Yi Futian only needed to utter a word, and her father would be spared. The cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace took no notice of Goddess Taihua, who followed them. She was free to do as she pleased. Yi Futian walked at the front of the line. Sword Goddess, Qin Qing, and the others were with him. Yi Futian asked, "Senior, how did you end up in a conflict with cultivators from the Dark World?" Ning Yuan wanted to snatch a treasure from a relic. The two parties engaged in a conflict, and we ended up being hunted by them, Sword Goddess explained. Yi Futian nodded. He was well aware of how difficult this continent was currently. Yi Futian asked, "I was cultivating before this. Senior, do you know any major incident that took place on this ancient continent?" Sword Goddess replied, "We didn't travel through many places either. Cultivators from various worlds are crazy about seizing the relics. Wars have erupted everywhere. I am not sure what kind of major incident Palace Lord Yi is referring to. However, some rumors have been spreading around." "What kind of rumors?" Yi Futian asked curiously. "All the Imperial-level forces are searching for the relic left behind by the 8 legions," Sword Goddess said. "The 8 legions?" Yi Futian revealed a strange expression. This term was also found in the world of Buddhism. However, what kind of 8 legions was Sword Goddess referring to? Sword Goddess explained, "During ancient times, the 8 legions existed beneath the heavenly path and were in charge of maintaining the order of the heavenly path. They were the most powerful beings in the world. During the age of the gods, more and more gods and a wave of astonishing great emperors appeared. Hence, the war of the heavenly path erupted, which ultimately resulted in its collapse and the various gods perishing. Of course, these are just stories that I heard in this relic. As for what exactly transpired during the ancient age, most likely the emperor-level forces know a thing or two about. As for who truly has all the information regarding events back then, most likely only the great emperors themselves know." When Yi Futian heard Sword Goddess' explanation, his heart trembled. Beneath the heavenly path there were the 8 legions. These 8 legions maintained the order of the heavenly path. They should be the strongest powers beneath the heavenly path. That meant the latter was sentient and was not ethereal. If so, who represented the heavenly path? Was the heavenly path a person? What did the collapse of the heavenly path symbolize? Was heaven an ethereal existence? Xianxia, the great emperor of ancient times, once said that there was initially no path in the world. He desired to destroy all paths in order to fight with the heavenly path. During ancient times, there were also great Emperor Ziwei, great Emperor Shenin, and other outstanding great emperors. All of them belonged to the same era. During their heyday, what kind of glory did they achieve? With so many exceptional figures gathered, it was only logical for the war of the heavenly path to erupt. The 8 legions were claimed to be in charge of maintaining the order of the world under the command of the heavenly path. If they really existed, the eruption of the war of the gods was to be expected. Those domineering great emperors couldn't pledge their allegiance to the heavenly path. Were the corpses of the 8 legions also buried in this ancient continent? From the looks of it, the tomb of the gods contained more than just the teachings of the great emperors. There was more to its reappearance than met the eye. In the distance, a shocking light of destruction flashed. Yi Futian and the others looked in that direction. Menacing light of catastrophe descended from the sky. There seemed to be a divine matrix, and its power was directed at the space below. Yi Futian and his group were far away from the matrix, yet they could still clearly sense the destruction. "It's Xianxia Palace," said Yi Futian as he frowned. The matrix seemed to be set up by the cultivators of Xianxia Palace from the Xianxia domain, one of the ancient god clans of the divine prefecture. They were proficient in this kind of power. The cultivators of Xianxia Palace had most likely discovered a relic and were involved in a battle with another party. Their attacks emitted terrifying destructive might. "Let's go and have a look," Yifutian said. His figure moved swiftly, and he dashed towards that direction with an admirable speed. The cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace followed him. Out of the 6 major ancient god clans who attacked the Ziwei Segmentum, Tianyan City Lord Office had been eradicated. The other 5 major ancient god clans were still alive and well. This time, most likely, all of them had come to this ancient continent. If they really came across each other, Yifutian would not be merciful towards them. The cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace shared the same sentiment. They bore killing intent towards the 5 major ancient god clans. Not long after, Yifutian's group came to the battlefield. The cultivators of Xianxia Palace had already cleared out the place and killed off the cultivators who contended with them over the relic. They left no one alive. Only ruins remained in this place. As for the treasures in the relic, they had already been taken away. The cultivators of Xianxia Palace also saw Yifutian's group arrive. As the 2 opposing sides met, the space fell quiet. Both sides stared at each other, their bodies emanating terrifying killing intent. Xianxia Palace Lord stared at Yifutian. His gaze contained a stern look as his eyes emanated menacing god-punishing power. In an instant, an unparalleled domain of the Great Path covered the space and enveloped Yifutian's group within it. Yifutian revealed a strange look. The cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace also looked curiously at the other party. Xianxia Palace Lord dared to attack first? They should be aware of how Tianyan City Lord Office was destroyed better than anyone else. Against Yifutian, he actually dared to initiate the battle? Rumble. Loud thunder could be heard as the heavens changed color. In the heavens above, the domain of the Great Path became a god-punishing sword matrix. Countless beams of god-punishing light shot out from the matrix and plummeted down, covering this part of the sky. Yifutian and his group were surrounded by the light. Swoosh, swoosh, sharp and frightening sounds could be heard. The god-punishing light contained the might to destroy everything on earth. It was intimidating. Every beam of light glowed with astonishing destructive power as they descended. Various cultivators unleashed their powers of the Great Path to withstand the incoming beams. However, their abilities of the Great Path were shredded into pieces by the god-punishing light without exception. "The will of the Great Emperor!" exclaimed Yifutian as he narrowed his eyes. His gaze was fixed on the other party. Sky tremor appeared in his hand, and terrifying tremoring pulses swept out, enveloping all the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace. Tremoring pulses continued to expand outwards and collided with the god-punishing power. The 2 forces were wrestling with each other in the air. Xianxia Palace Lord stood beneath the god-punishing sword matrix and was bathed in dazzling god-punishing light. He appeared like a god who governed all the god-punishing power in the world. He was domineering as he looked down on everything below. Currently, he appeared half human and half god. "This is not your power, right?" Yifutian said as he raised his head to look at Xianxia Palace Lord. The latter was definitely not this powerful. Now, Yifutian could clearly sense the existence of an imperial might. It merged with Xianxia Palace Lord. The will of Xianxia the Great had reappeared in the world. "It doesn't matter as long as it's sufficient to kill you," Xianxia Palace Lord retorted coldly. As he said this, the god-punishing power plummeted and slashed towards Yifutian. Yifutian raised sky tremor and swung it upwards. Shocking waves of tremoring pulse propagated upwards and collided with the god-punishing power. In midair, the 2 powers clashed, causing destructive shockwaves to sweep out and cover the vast space. In the distance, the other cultivators were frightened. They gathered their forces together to withstand the intense tremoring pulses. The god-punishing power could go toe-to-toe with tremoring pulses of the imperial arm. Yifutian thought to himself as he raised his head to observe the terrifying collision. He knew that the god-punishing power contained more than just the power of Xianxia Palace Lord. The great emperors of the ancient god clans all existed in the world in unique forms. They were more than just ordinary wills of the great emperors. This speculation had been proven many times. What happened to Tianyan the Great further demonstrated this point. Now, the tomb of the gods had resurfaced and all the great emperors of the ancient god clans could not wait any longer. They might make their appearance sooner than expected, as they could come back with the help of the Tomb of the Gods. Xianxia Palace Lord knitted his brows together upon seeing that his attack had been blocked. From the looks of it, Yi Futian wielding an imperial arm was not weaker than him. "Retreat!" a voice commanded. Xianxia Palace Lord narrowed his eyes as he swept a glance at Yi Futian. He understood the great emperor's intention of leaving now. Xianxia the Great intended to come back with the help of the Tomb of the Gods. Naturally, he would not put himself at risk now. Yi Futian wielded the imperial arm and posed a threat to him. It was best for them to avoid clashing with Yi Futian currently. Xianxia Palace Lord needed to focus on the big picture now. It would be much easier to slay Yi Futian after the great emperor had returned. When Xianxia Palace Lord thought of all this, he led his group to leave the place. Yi Futian watched as they left, but he did not go after them. He was responsible for protecting the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace. From their brief exchange just now, he sensed that the ability of the other party was on par with his. If he waged war on them, the outcome was unpredictable. Is Xianxia Palace attempting the route taken by Tianyan City? Lord Chun questioned as his brow furrowed. Obviously, they had sensed the abnormality as well. Most likely Xianxia Palace is not the only force doing so, Yi Futian replied. Since Xianxia the Great could merge his power with the current palace lord, most likely other ancient god clans could do the same as well. It seemed like Yi Futian had quite a few strong opponents in this ancient relic. He could not let his guard down. Gu Donglu analyzed. The Tomb of the Gods has surfaced and the relics of the great emperors have opened. Even the legendary 8 legions might make their appearance again. The great emperors of the ancient god clans will not let such a golden opportunity slip past them. Moreover, they know more about this ancient continent than we do. The great emperors naturally knew more than they did. However, he hasn't done what Tianyan the Great did and borrowed Xianxia Palace Lord's body to be reborn, said Yi Futian. If it reached that point, Yi Futian could not do anything about him. Yi Futian and the others continued on their journey. This ancient continent had prospered. Cultivators had migrated here from all over the world. Even if they were unable to seize the treasures, they could still cultivate here. However, it was not easy to resist the temptation of searching for the treasures after one set foot on this ancient continent. Yi Futian's group traversed the sky, and their divine consciousness covered a vast space. They had no idea what kind of fateful encounters other top figures had been involved with. They also did not know whether these others had found the highest level relics, such as the relics of the 8 legions who had served under the heavenly path. They saw many cultivators engaging in battles, but they stayed away from the battlefields. They continued to advance until they sensed shocking sword while shooting up into the heavens in the distance. They could faintly make out the silhouettes of swords in the sky. "Let's go and have a look," Yi Futian said. His group rushed in that direction and soon they arrived at a spot. There were 3 gigantic swords on the ground. Each sword was 100 zhang tall. They were not broken swords. Instead, they were full-fledged swords that were stabbed into the ground. Terrifying sword realms formed around each of them. There were projections of the swords in the sky. Sword realms formed even around their silhouettes. Many swordsmen had gathered in this area. Clearly, all of them had come here after sensing the sword will. Quite a number of powerful swordsmen were among the crowd. There were 3 swords. Yi Futian and the others felt rather excited. The teachings hidden in these 3 swords were most likely more complete than the teachings Yi Wuchen had obtained from the broken sword. The sword will being given off by these 3 gigantic swords was even more astonishing and powerful. Many swordsmen stayed in these regions enveloped by the sword realms. Some of them cultivated while standing and staring at the 3 divine swords. Some sat cross-legged while comprehending the sword will. However, none of them tried to pull out the swords. It was because whoever attempted that perished under the sword will. The swords of the great emperors could not be pulled out so easily. Yi Futian said, "These are not imperial arms. Instead, they are formed from powerful sword wills. The wills materialize into divine swords and are erected here. For countless years, the sword wills remained intact, and the divine swords stood here like real divine arms. From the look of it, they would have to stay here for a while, Yifutian thought to himself. It was impossible to ignore these 3 divine swords. There were quite a few swordsmen in their group. It was worth it for them to spend some time here. If any of them could resonate with the sword wills, it would naturally be the best outcome. Before the 3 giant swords, there were already many people. All of them were swordsmen. Each of them had a sword realm around them as they occupied a spot. This caused those who had come later to not have any room to occupy, and thus they had to wait at the very back. However, some incredible figures would directly advance forward and pay the rest no heed. Yifutian's group was naturally like this. Their group passed right through the crowd and advanced. They wanted to comprehend the sword will at the spot closest to the divine swords. But right then, they sensed many sword wills directly enveloping their bodies. It seemed that, if they continued advancing, someone might attack them at any moment. More than one person or sword would do so. The people behind them did not act rashly. The swordsmen here seemed to have already arranged themselves according to their cultivation planes. Whoever was more powerful naturally had a better spot. Those who were weak were not qualified to sit in the front and would also not manage to get through. Their group kept advancing toward the 3 divine swords ahead of them. Suddenly, a sense of danger descended upon them. Someone had attacked. Up ahead, someone drew their sword. In an instant, astonishing sword will swept out. The sword will disappeared with a flash and was extremely quick. It immediately slashed toward Yifutian's figure faster than the eye could see. Swoosh! The dazzling sword flash slashed down, but it only managed to slice a small part of Yifutian's white robe. "Stop!" someone said. The sword flash dispersed, as though it had merely been testing Yifutian. It did not seek to kill. Yifutian glanced at the cultivator who had attacked. He was a middle-aged swordsman. He didn't even turn around. However, his sword attack had been very impressive. It had been as fast as lightning. Yifutian did not retaliate, but Chen Yi, who was standing beside him, responded. He similarly sent out a strike that was as swift as lightning. Sword will burst forth from the figure of the middle-aged swordsman. Chen Yi's blade of light flashed and a cut was left on the face of the swordsman. The latter paused in his tracks stiffly. Then he turned around to look at Yifutian and the others. "Please let us through," said Yifutian. His group continued to move forward as the swordsman stepped aside. When they reached the front, there were a few cultivators standing there. The cultivator, who was standing nearest to the swords, had an extraordinary temperament. He stood there quietly like a statue. He seemed to have become one with the sword realms around him. His unwavering gaze was fixed on the 3 gigantic swords in front of him. Right at this moment, beams of light shot out from his eyes as he uttered coldly, "It's too noisy. All of you leave." His voice sounded like he was commanding the rest of them. From the look of it, his meditation had been disturbed, and hence he had ordered all the others to leave this space. Everyone around the cultivator narrowed their eyes. There were quite a few very powerful swordsmen standing to the side of this cultivator. However, they also frowned when they heard his command. Judging from their gazes, they were extremely wary of him. "I do not wish to repeat myself," the other party said again. The few swordsmen retreated instantly, moving farther away from him. Behind them, the other swordsmen also stepped back one by one. All of them moved farther away, but they were all still in the same region. "Move farther back," ordered the cultivator with his back facing the rest of the swordsmen. The expressions of the swordsmen turned ugly, but they did not dare to voice their dissatisfaction. They could only retreat farther away. Soon, aside from Yifutian and his group, there were no other cultivators in the surrounding region. The swordsman was the closest to the divine swords. The space around him was empty, demonstrating his ability as a powerful deterrence. Yifutian looked at the other party. This person did not wish to be disturbed. Hence, he had given this order for the others to step back. He wanted to occupy this space alone. Only he could cultivate here. The cultivators who had left the region looked toward Yifutian's group. The latter were actually still standing there and had not moved. Were they seeking their deaths? They knew how terrifying this swordsman was. Buzz. A vast sword will envelop Yi Futian's group. The terrifying sword will contain an intense threatening will. This caused Yi Futian to frown. He said to the members behind him, "All of you stand back." Lord Chen and the others naturally sensed the threat. They obeyed Yi Futian's command and speedily retreated. This cultivator was very strong. Even an existence like Lord Chen felt an extremely powerful threat coming from this cultivator. "I am Yi Futian from Ziwei Imperial Palace," said Yi Futian. "If you don't step back, you will die," said the other party in a cold tone even before Yi Futian finished speaking. His stance was unquestionable. Everyone knew the name of Yi Futian from Ziwei Imperial Palace. However, the other party did not pay Yi Futian any heed when he heard the latter's name. He ignored who he was completely. He only wanted Yi Futian to leave. Otherwise, Yi Futian would die. Yi Futian did not say anything more. He wielded the imperial arm, Sky Tremor. At the same time, he looked at the three divine swords. In an instant, he sensed three distinct sword wills. Each of these divine swords seemed to represent a different sword will. "A great emperor mastered 3 sword wills," mumbled Yi Futian. He seemed to be ignoring the other party's words and did not retreat. Buzz. Suddenly, a sword emerged from the person's body. As the sword was drawn, a formless destructive will enveloped the vast space. The surrounding powers of the Great Path seemed to have been annihilated by this sword will. At the same time, on Yi Futian's figure, Sky Tremor emanated a terrifying tremoring pulse. He had faced Feng Ru, who was also a powerful being, before. This swordsman was probably on the same level as Feng Ru and had already advanced to the next plane. His sword will was already different from the sword wills of the cultivators whom Yi Futian had met before. It had undergone a change in quality and seemed to be uniquely his own. However, Yi Futian's own combat ability was similarly top-tier now. He also had an imperial arm. He could kill ordinary 2 tribulation plane cultivators with a single strike. They were no match for him at all. If he wielded an imperial arm, only demigods could pose a threat to him. The sword will burned brightly. However, the next moment the sword disappeared. Yi Futian sensed a powerful threat and his figure immediately disappeared as well. Bang! The sword hit the ground and disappeared into it, leaving behind an extremely deep mark. Yi Futian appeared in the space above the other party. With a dull thud, he struck the space with his imperial arm. As he swung Sky Tremor, countless tremoring pulses gushed forth and eradicated everything in this part of the sky. The swordsman pointed a finger upward. Immediately, countless divine swords flew upward and forged a sword realm. The sword realm formed from divine swords collided head-on with the plummeting tremoring pulses. The former was actually not any weaker than the latter. A suffocating aura erupted on the battlefield. He actually dared to start a fight immediately, thought the crowd, as they looked at Yi Futian. This prominent figure from the divine prefecture seemed to have offended the wrong person today. They did not know how this battle would end. They naturally knew Yi Futian's name and knew of his power. He had killed the Lord of Tianyan City and Wang Xiao, destroyed the Tianyan City Lord office, as well as massacred the 6 major ancient god clans alone to the point that they feared him. Such achievements were unparalleled in the divine prefecture. There had not been a prominent figure with such glorious achievements in several centuries. However, the swordsman facing him right now had also been a legendary figure many years ago. He had not come out of the mountains for many years. If the tomb of the gods had not opened, he would most likely have remained in seclusion. He was a legendary swordsman in the divine prefecture. He was known as the first sword celestial of the divine prefecture. He was Supreme Sword Lord. Supreme Sword Lord had originally been a member of the Taishang domain. He was a legendary figure in the divine prefecture and an old monstrous existence. Such a figure of legend normally would not have crossed paths with Yi Futian at all, and wouldn't have had any confrontations with him. If the tomb of the gods had not appeared, they would not have encountered each other. However, now that the ancient continent had appeared, the cultivators of the various worlds all came here. Hence, Supreme Sword Lord and Yi Futian had the chance to appear in the same location. Supreme Sword Lord had already been the first sword celestial in the divine prefecture centuries ago. Now, several centuries later, his power was already beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. With a mere sentence, even 2 tribulation plane cultivators had obediently retreated. They did not dare to defy him. Only Yi Futian did not retreat. Although Yi Futian had destroyed an ancient god clan before, that was because the will of the great emperor of Tianyan City had been eradicated by great Emperor Ziwei. Even with the will of the great emperor, an existence like Supreme Sword Lord could destroy an ancient god clan single-handedly. Figures at this level no longer cared about the things mere mortals cared about. They were already half a step ahead and had seen the view from the highest cultivation plane. They would not be bothered with mundane traditions and power. They only sought one goal, and that was the highest plane. They essentially did not pay heed to the grudges of the world. Normally, these figures would not be seen. The appearance of the Tomb of the Gods caused them to have hopes of taking a step to the next level. Hence, they emerged again in the world. His title as Supreme Swordlord meant he stood at the very top. He swept a glance at Yi Futian in the sky. He pointed his finger at the sky again, and a unique swordsmanship immediately ripped apart the tremoring pulses bursting forth from Sky Tremor. It penetrated and tore them apart as it charged toward Yi Futian's figure. The Imperial Arm was still just a weapon in the end. Without the activation of the great Emperor's own will, Yi Futian's cultivation was unable to unleash the true might of the Imperial Arm. His way was still just his alone, and he could only activate a sliver of will in the Imperial Arm. As for Supreme Swordlord, he had already moved on to the next level. Yi Futian had killed the Lord of Tianyan City and Wang Shao. However, before a demigod, things would not play out the same way they had before. No matter how powerful the cultivations of the Lord of Tianyan City and Wang Shao had been, they had remained at the 2 tribulation plane and had not transcended. Hence, against Yi Futian wielding an imperial arm, they essentially were fated to be killed instantly and could not put up a fight. Yi Futian sensed the penetrating power of the sword will. Even the power unleashed by Sky Tremor was unable to completely block it. His figure flashed, and he disappeared from where he stood, appearing in a different location. The sword will shot up to the high heavens and left behind astonishing streaks in the sky. Supreme Swordlord shifted his gaze to look at Yi Futian, who had appeared in another location. Even he was impressed by Yi Futian's swift movements. He moved without leaving a trace, as expected of Buddhist celerity. No wonder it was listed as one of the 6 superpowers in Buddhist sections. It was miraculous. Yi Futian was similarly sizing up Supreme Swordlord. Based on their brief exchange just now, Yi Futian had more or less figured out how terrifying this near-deity-level figure was. In the past, when he was fighting with Feng Ru, he had actually borrowed an external force. He used both the power of the Ziwei Segmentum and the will of the great emperor in battle, yet he still could not defeat Feng Ru. This time, he relied on the imperial arm to put up a fight with Supreme Swordlord. Yi Futian wondered who was stronger, Supreme Swordlord or Feng Ru. You appear as though you are only at the Renhuang plane, but your combat ability far exceeds that of a Renhuang. Why is that? Supreme Swordlord asked Yi Futian. He was rather curious. Yi Futian's cultivation plane was at the peak of the Renhuang plane. This was a fact known by all the cultivators. However, other people assumed that Yi Futian had long broken through the shackles of the plane and had hidden his actual cultivation plane with a special technique. After all, many cultivators who were his subordinates at Ziwei Imperial Palace had undergone tribulations. With Yi Futian's talents, it was illogical for him to have remained stagnant at the Renhuang plane. I have my ways of hiding my cultivation plane, Yi Futian replied. Of course, he would not speak the truth. He merely told the other party what all the other cultivators had speculated about. Supreme Swordlord felt strange. He actually could not see through Yi Futian's trick of hiding his own cultivation. Even with the help of the Imperial Arm, you are no match for me. If you hadn't dodged my attack just now, you wouldn't even be able to take one slash from me, Supreme Swordlord commented coldly. He appeared like a sword as he stood perfectly straight there. His cold tone contained an unparalleled confidence. Why don't I make a bet with you, senior? Suggested Yi Futian. A bet? repeated Supreme Sword Lord. I will not evade or dodge. I will receive your attack. If I can receive your slash, you will let me have this relic, Yifutian said. What if you cannot take my attack? Inquired Supreme Sword Lord. If I fail, I will naturally perish from your attack. What else do I need to bet? Said Yifutian as he looked at Supreme Sword Lord. I have never made a bet with anyone in my entire life. However, since you suggested it, I will give you a chance. If you dare to evade this slash, your friends will not leave this place alive, said Supreme Sword Lord. Since Yifutian himself offered the bet, he would oblige. He wanted to see how brave Yifutian was. Would he dodge or not? If Yifutian dodged the slash with celerity, he would have gone against his word, and Supreme Sword Lord naturally would not hold back. All right, said Yifutian. You'd better be ready, said Supreme Sword Lord as he looked at Yifutian in the sky above him. In reality, even if you possess celerity, it is still impossible for you to avoid facing me head-on. However, since you have some courage, I will entertain your request. His sleeve moved and he extended a finger. The vast space immediately became a terrifying sword realm. Even the cultivators who had retreated far away could sense how terrifying this sword will was. Supreme Sword Lord extended his hand and the space became a world of the sword. The crowd looked toward Supreme Sword Lord. He stood there like a supreme sword god. This part of the sky was enveloped in sword will. The next moment, everyone felt a suffocating sensation. This sensation was as though the sword will had already enveloped the space before the sword was even drawn. There was anticipation as well as terror. It seemed that once the sword was drawn, everything would be annihilated. Yifutian's natal spirit was swaying inside his body. The will of the great path stored in his life spirit flowed all around his body before surging into a sky tremor. Immediately, a solemn will burst forth. The divine light emanated by sky tremor at this moment was extremely alarming. The tremoring pulses were also far more powerful now. A portentous aura loomed over the space. Supreme Sword Lord raised his finger and pointed at the sky. A divine sword materialized in space and directly penetrated through the heavens and the earth. It was as though both space and time had melted away. Only this sword remained. His title Supreme symbolized his vast encompassment. His sword could annihilate all existences in the heavens and the earth. Yifutian's imperial arm struck down the exact moment when Supreme Sword Lord raised his finger. Countless tremoring pulses swept out and an unparalleled divine light traversed across space, colliding with the divine sword. For a brief moment, the entire world stopped. Silence overwhelmed the vast space. Then, a light of destruction erupted. All the other cultivators unleashed their strongest defense techniques. However, even so, many cultivators who had not undergone tribulations were severely injured. Some even perished on the spot. Many tribulation-level cultivators were also injured. Shocking sword will appeared all around the three divine swords, shielding them from the destruction. The entire sky turned dim for a moment. Everything between the two of them turned to ashes. When the commotion died down, Yifutian stood unscathed in the sky. Supreme Sword Lord stared at Yifutian. He did not say anything. This space appeared exceptionally silent. Not only did Yifutian not dodge it, he received the attack head-on. Youths nowadays are impressive, Supreme Sword Lord exclaimed after keeping quiet for a moment. As he said this, he left the space with his sword. His silhouette soon became one with his sword. Since he had lost, he would keep his word and give the relic to Yifutian. This scene caused the hearts of the surrounding cultivators to tremble. Supreme Sword Lord was truly incredible. He had actually handed over a relic left behind by a great emperor like he said he would. He had admitted defeat because of a bet. In reality, even if he had not admitted his defeat, what could Yifutian have done about it? As expected, such verve was not something they had anything to compare to. Supreme Sword Lord might believe that he could find other relics elsewhere. Yifutian put his imperial arm away and his figure landed on the ground before the three divine swords. He looked toward Lord Chun and the others. The group walked over immediately. In the distance, the other cultivators who were observing also came forward. Since Supreme Sword Lord had left, They naturally also wanted to come forward to comprehend and cultivate. Since the rest of you have already retreated, you need not come back, Yifutian said as he turned around to take a look. Then, his arm made an arc and drew an illusory line in space. He said, "The rest of you, if you want to continue your meditation, you can only do so outside of this region." He was already giving them some respect by not immediately chasing them away, and instead drawing out a region in which they could cultivate. The various cultivators looked down and stopped in their tracks. No one dared to advance. Yifutian was still the person who had made Supreme Swordlord leave in defeat. They naturally did not dare to defy him. "Better start cultivating," Yifutian told the cultivators beside him. He too looked at the 3 divine swords. He wanted to see whether he could comprehend anything. "This time, I will not participate," said Gu Donglu as he took the initiative and went to the side to cultivate. He had already obtained the teachings of a great emperor. Hence, he stepped down on his own accord and gave the opportunity to the others. Yi Wuchen also wanted to step down. However, he heard Yifutian say, "Wuchen, you cultivate swordsmanship. These 3 divine swords are somewhat unique. Why don't you try comprehending them?" "All right," replied Yi Wuchen as he nodded his head and did not say anything more. Yifutian also comprehended the 3 swords together with the others. Before this, even Supreme Swordlord had not been enlightened after comprehending here. Yifutian faintly sensed that these 3 swords might contain extraordinary swordsmanship. Usually, the teachings of sword emperors could be contained within 1 sword. Since this great emperor had left behind 3 divine swords, there was naturally a reason for this. Yifutian sat cross-legged and faced the 3 swords. The others followed suit. All of them were comprehending the swords. To the side, Gu Donglu cultivated quietly. He continued to comprehend the teachings he had acquired prior to this. He had just inherited the will of undying great emperor and still needed some time to digest what he had learned. There was no need for him to learn new swordsmanship now. As for the others, they could only comprehend from a distance and were not qualified to approach the swords. Other people came afterward and saw this scene. After asking around, they understood the situation. They did not dare to approach either. After all, although a relic was involved, their lives were more important. If they lost their lives, what use was a relic? Time passed. Yifutian was completely immersed in comprehending swordsmanship. He entered into the world of the sword wills. These 3 swords contained 3 different sword wills. They were all distinct, and he needed to comprehend them separately. However, Yifutian did not seek to completely understand any one of them now. Instead, he first differentiated the 3 sword wills. He discovered that the sword on the left contained an indestructible will. This sword was compatible with Yi Wuchen. The sword in the middle was the most complicated one. It was a sword matrix. The sword matrix transformed into a sword realm and could lure cultivators into it. Cultivators would enter into the world of the sword when they came in contact with the sword realm. The sword on the right sent shivers straight to the very core of Yifutian's spiritual soul. The aura emanated by this sword was unique. It was not as sharp, but it was equally dangerous as the other 2. It could slice the spiritual souls of the cultivators. After Yifutian comprehended the 3 sword wills, he opened his eyes and looked at the 3 swords. He had a strange look. Before this, he had believed that these 3 swords might be 3 sword wills that a great emperor had been proficient in. However, now he felt that each sword will was unique and was extremely powerful. They each represented a pinnacle of swordsmanship. Could it be that the 3 swords represented the swordsmanship of 3 great emperors? If that was the case, then it might be that it was not one person who left behind these 3 swords. They might be formed from the wills of 3 great emperors. As he thought of this, Yifutian glanced behind him. Before this, he had allowed the group to cultivate on their own. However, after sensing the sword wills of the 3 swords, he suddenly had an idea. They might as well give his idea a try. "Wuchen, you comprehend the sword on the left. Yaya, you comprehend the sword in the middle. Swordmaster of Lihan, you comprehend the sword on the right," Yifutian said to the 3 of them. Each of them corresponded to one of the 3 swords. The swordsmanship that they were proficient in coincidentally matched the three sword wills. All right, the three of them nodded in agreement. In reality, after they had experienced the sword wills themselves, they had had the same thoughts as Yi Futian. They had realized that there was one sword out of the three that was most suitable for them. The three of them entered into meditation. Yi Futian continued to comprehend the sword wills and was ready to lend them a hand. Right at this moment, the light of Buddha shone and enveloped the three of them. The light was akin to a lamp in the darkness, and the Buddhist light of wisdom. There was a Buddhist voice reverberating in space, but the voice did not disturb the cultivators. Instead, it helped them to enter into a meditative state. Yi Futian took a glance at the cultivator who had unleashed the light of Buddha. She was none other than Hua Qingqing. With her eyes closed, she chanted and her Buddhist voice susurrated. Her elegant silhouette appeared like a Buddhist lamp, leading them to the gates of wisdom. Yi Futian was glad, but he was not surprised by her action. As the Buddhist lamp who had been cultivating beside the Buddha, it was natural for Hua Qingqing to have great wisdom. The Buddhist sects had unique ways of enlightening their cultivators. It was not strange for Hua Qingqing to possess some special techniques that could aid the others in cultivation. When the others saw this scene, they understood that they were most likely just bystanders. These three swords already had owners. However, the rest did not have any objections about this. After all, they knew about the relationship between Yi Wuqian and the other two with Yi Futian. Aside from this relationship, these three were indeed compatible with the three sword wills. Yi Futian also continued to comprehend the three sword wills. Time passed slowly. The space was exceptionally quiet. No one disturbed them. Later on, Lord Chen, Chen Yi, and the others ended up standing guard behind them, preventing others from disturbing them. Their cultivation did not go as smoothly as Yi Futian had imagined. He stopped cultivating occasionally and shared his findings with Yi Wuqian and the other two. Even so, several months passed before Yi Wuqian began to resonate with the sword. Then, with the help of Yi Futian and Hua Qingqing, Yaya and the swordmaster of Lihan also began to resonate with their swords and entered into the world of the sword. However, they still had not been acknowledged by the three swords and could not receive the teachings of the great emperors. Right then, a dazzling scene appeared. Sword light circled around the three swords as the sword wills flowed down from the swords. They landed on the figures of Yi Wuqian, Yaya, and the swordmaster of Lihan. This caused their figures to glow brilliantly. Sword wills flowed around them, and they seemed to become one with the swords. The light of Buddha enveloped the three of them. They still had their eyes shut tightly as they focused on comprehending. They wanted to advance further. However, they remained like this for a long time. The sword wills on their bodies grew more powerful, but they felt as though they were still one step away from success. Right then, Yi Futian opened his eyes and stared at the three swords ahead. His eyes lit up as he said, "I get it now. The three swords are three sword wills respectively. They were left behind by three great emperors. However, these three great emperors might have already been in sync and merged the three swords into a complete sword matrix," said Yi Futian. "Try to sync your thoughts and merge your swordsmanship into one." The three of them did not say anything, but they did as Yi Futian said. The three sword wills became interwoven. Sword light circled around them, and they began to surrender everything to each other. Yi Futian did not continue to comprehend and cultivate, instead watching them from the side. This process lasted for a long while until the three sword wills merged together and were inseparable. Sword realms enveloped the three figures, and immediately the three swords shot out dazzling divine halos that similarly interweaved with each other. Right at this moment, an extremely dazzling scene appeared in the minds of the three cultivators. They seemed to see the incarnations of the three ancient great emperors appear in their minds. Then, the sword wills of the three swords frenziedly surged into their bodies. The swords themselves became ethereal and gradually merged with them. When the sword light completely entered their bodies, the three of them remained sitting there. Sword wills circled around their figures. The three swords before them had already disappeared. They succeeded, the others thought. The hearts of the crowd were trembling. Hua Qingqing also retracted her light of Buddha. The surrounding cultivators looked at the three of them, somewhat envious of them. What had they obtained? The three of them were still immersed in their own cultivations. Clearly, all this could not be digested quickly. Yi Futian and the others waited patiently. Many cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace were envious of the three. The three of them had received the teachings of the great emperors together. As time passed, more and more relics and teachings of the great emperors would be seized by other forces. There were fewer and fewer opportunities left. The cultivators wondered whether they too would have a chance to receive something. The group waited for a few more days. One day, a terrifying aura loomed over the sky. It was actually a divine tribulation. Whose tribulation was this? Everyone wondered in awe. Prior to this, Yi Wuchen had undergone a divine tribulation of the Great Path. So who would receive this tribulation? Was it Yaya or the Swordmaster of Lihan? Many cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace were seniors to Yi Wuchen and the other two. However, the juniors had had more fateful encounters and, thus, they would undergo the tribulation first. Yi Wuchen, Yaya, and the Swordmaster of Lihan rose to the sky at the same time and occupied different spots. A menacing sword realm appeared in the sky. The three of them were becoming one. The crowd all looked up at the sky. An awe-inspiring sword matrix diagram appeared around Yaya and covered the vast space. Yi Wuchen and the Swordmaster of Lihan each stood at a corner of the sword matrix and wielded a sword. "It is a double divine tribulation for two people," someone said. In the heavens above, clouds of catastrophe churned and the scene was appalling. It was actually a double tribulation. Both Yaya and the Swordmaster of Lihan would undergo the divine tribulation of the Great Path together. Right here, right now. The light of catastrophe descended and struck the sword realm, but it was negated right away. The three of them had just inherited the sword wills of three great emperors. They were not afraid of the divine tribulation. As Yi Futian had expected, the light of catastrophe charged down continuously, but the three of them remained unperturbed. Yaya and the Swordmaster of Lihan easily passed the divine tribulation of the Great Path. Now, Yaya and the Swordmaster of Lihan had also reached the tribulation plane. Their three figures floated down. They looked at Yi Futian with looks of astonishment. "It is a sword matrix formed by three great emperors," said Yaya as she looked at Yi Futian. The Swordmaster of Lihan added, "The three great emperors are all sword emperors. They are all from the same sect and are of one mind. They are called the three sword emperors and they created an ancient supersword matrix, the deicide sword matrix. The name of the sword matrix was the deicide sword matrix. The three swords each have their own names. I have inherited Spirit Slayer," stated Yi Wuchen. "Mine is Spirit Separator," exclaimed the Swordmaster of Lihan. "Mine's Spirit Slicer," said Yaya. The three sword emperors each passed down one form of swordsmanship: Spirit Slayer, Spirit Separator, and Spirit Slicer. When the three swordsmanships became one, they formed the deicide sword matrix. When Yi Futian heard these words, he revealed a look of joy. They had obtained the teachings of three great emperors in one attempt, and their swordsmanship could be combined to become a supersword matrix. He naturally was happy. One could imagine how terrifying the deicide sword matrix formed by three sword emperors was. They were most likely top-level existences even among great emperors. Otherwise, they would not dare give the sword matrix such a domineering name. Three sword emperors, three great emperors who joined forces to battle in the primordial times. They perished here but left the sword will in this place. Now that you have inherited it, in the future you may strive to revive the deicide sword matrix once again and unveil it to the rest of the world. Yi Futian spoke with high hopes for the three of them. It had not been easy for Wuchen, Yaya, and the Swordmaster of Lihan on their journey of cultivation up until now. Constrained by their natural talents, it was even more difficult to change what they had been born with. They had received an opportunity when they entered God's relic that first time, and now they had received such a great opportunity in the tomb of the gods that they had experienced the divine tribulation of the Great Path. How could Yi Futian not be pleasantly surprised when his old friends had elevated their cultivation to such a degree? He and everyone else could feel that the reemergence of the Tomb of the Gods, along with the prophecy that changes between heaven and earth would start in the original realm, meant that a mighty new era was about to begin. The impact that the Tomb of the Gods had on the world would definitely not be simple or limited to the inheritance of some great emperors. In the future, there may be other great emperors who might be coming into being, and Yi Futian naturally hoped that it would be someone close to him. We can only do our best to live up to the inheritance of the great emperor, the swordmaster of Lihin replied. He had a myriad of feelings regarding what he had achieved today. Of course, all of this could never have taken place without Yi Futian. If it were not for Yi Futian's help, it would have been damn near impossible to change his own natural given talent. Just the elixir's effects in reshaping his foundation had been something astonishing. For those Runhuang cultivators in the outer world, how many of them could have been this fortunate to lay hands on divine elixirs? Only those of them who were Yi Futian's old friends could have benefited. Congratulations! Lord Chen walked forward and said with a smile. Although it is only the first divine tribulation of the Great Path, the will of the Great Emperor inherited in the Tomb of the Gods is an extraordinary feat. The 3 divine swords are formed by the sword will left by the Great Emperor. Anyone who has not inherited the will of the Great Emperor will not be able to contend with you in this realm. It was impossible to say that they were not envious because many of them were. The sword goddess from the Ice Temple and her apprentices, as well as goddess Taihua, had seen for themselves that there were so many cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace who were now in the tribulation plane. Then, there were those who had subsequently inherited the will of the Great Emperor. It was not hard to imagine how they might be feeling at a moment like this. They all knew Yi Futian from before. In Donghua Domain, he had been treated with contempt by Ning Yuan, the domain chief of Donghua Domain. At that time, Ning Hua was the #1 genius talent in Donghua. He had been without challengers and had wanted Yi Futian dead. Now, Ning Hua aside, who was Ning Yuan compared to the likes of them? When Ning Yuan died, they didn't feel much at all, because they were no longer at the same level. In Ziwei Imperial Palace alone, there were more than a dozen cultivators of the tribulation plane. This was an indication that they were moving toward becoming an imperial-level principality. The Supreme Elder too will have a chance in the future, Yi Futian said. In this Tomb of the Gods, there are many opportunities, but we cannot be too complacent. If we can inherit the imperial will, then other top figures can do the same. During these days while we cultivated, who knows how many other cultivators have gotten the opportunities and inherited the will of the Great Emperor. Everyone nodded in agreement. The strength of the cultivational world would usher in another great transformation. Let us depart from here. We have been cultivating here long enough. Perhaps many other things have happened in the Tomb of the Gods already, said Yi Futian. During the past few months, undoubtedly they must have missed a lot, but Yi Futian was mentally prepared for that. It was simply impossible for them to take all the opportunities for themselves. As long as he could elevate and improve the cultivation of the people around him, so that they could obtain imperial-level opportunities, then it was well worth the effort. On this ancient expanse of land, there were too many strange and amazing places. In one area, it was full of an ancient atmosphere. On the periphery of this area, there was a door. This door was in the form of a statue, the statue of a gigantic and massive demon god, made with pure gold. This statue was that of the golden-winged roc. The massive divine bird had turned into an ancient gateway, but there was nothing in the surrounding area. Perhaps it was once a world of its own, but right now at a glance, there was only endless barrenness as far as the eyes could see. On the yellow earth, there were the footprints of many cultivators. In the far distance, ancient mountain ranges of the primordial era could be seen. But many people stopped just right outside of the statue with hesitation, not quite daring to go on. They saw that in the distance, on that ancient earth, there were a few scattered corpses. Actually, they were no longer anything as recognizable as corpses, but rather sorry bloody messes served as a warning to the living. The area inside was fraught with danger. Even standing in the periphery, one could feel an aura of danger that was coming from the inside. It was said that there were many cannibalistic giant monsters residing within, as well as terrifying flying beasts, and some of those were the golden-winged rocs. Out of those who dared to set foot inside, many had died. In the past few months, this area had become known as a forbidden land of incredible danger. But even so, there were still those who were willing to take the risk. At this time, there were those who could no longer hold back and decided to step inside, all of them gaining entry from the ground instead of by way of the air. It was said that by way of the air was the more dangerous route because it posed a bigger target and much easier for them to be spotted by those flying death traps. Who knows what happened to those top figures who had gone in earlier? Someone somewhere murmured. Although they hesitated to go in, they knew that before them, there had already been many extremely powerful people who had entered. There were no traces of them now, for they must have already gone deep into the relic. Let's move. Someone got impatient and proceeded to step into it, moving forward step by step. This was something that had been replayed time and again during the past few months. As for why people kept on doing this was naturally not because of its inherent danger. Rumors had it that this may have been a territory that once belonged to one of the 8 legions from God's relic. The House Karura, one of the 8 legions, was said to be the royal clan of the golden-winged rock bird, with the blood of the golden-winged rock flowing through their veins. According to legend, in primordial times, the House Karura hunted demons for sustenance, so they were the natural enemy of the demons. Karura. At this time, outside of the statue relic, someone with a terrifying divine glow in his eyes was staring inside with a fervent desire. Behind him, there was another group of cultivators who followed him, and these people were from the ancient god clans, the most powerful force in the Vajra domain. They were cultivators from the Vajra domain. The lead cultivator's eyes glowed with a divine aurora that did not seem to be his own. His fervent eyes stared inside and finally had found a place of extraordinary relics. Here was the House Karura of the 8 legions under the heavenly path. In the age of the ancient gods, the House Karura was powerful and terrifying, feeding on the demons and tasked by the heavenly path to keep the demon clan in line. They had imprisoned the demon clan in the devil abyss and acted as their jailers. For the cultivators of the demon clan, their resentment of the House Karura was more than words could express. The two were truly sworn enemies. In the battle of the end of the gods, the devil world fought their way out of the devil abyss, and an outstanding man emerged in the form of the devil emperor, who ruled over the demon clan and declared war on the heavenly path by slaughtering the House Karura. The extent of the horror of that battle was simply incomprehensible today. Now, he might have found the original battlefield. Get inside. A group of cultivators flickered their way into it and ventured deeper inside this ancient ruin. There may have been more than one great emperor who had perished there. Any one house under the powerful 8 legions of the heavenly path would not only have just one great emperor. Once upon a time, there were many great emperors under the command of Ziwei the Great. Even though this area was extremely dangerous, people were still flocking to it, as there was a constant stream of cultivators who were going inside, as if this dangerous place had an inexplicable attraction for them. The more dangerous it was, the stronger the attraction. A few days later, Yi Futian and the others also arrived. During the past few days of traveling, they had gone through much and heard much. Rumor had it that someone had found the ruins of the 8 legions, and this might be one of them, the ruins of the small world that was once ruled by the House Karura. Yi Futian stood outside looking at the statue. After countless years, Yi Futian could perceive the domineering will on the statue. As one of the 8 legions under the heavenly path, how powerful was the House Karura in the days of yore? This was something that perhaps no one could ever know in present days. Be careful. The aura inside is very dangerous, Yi Futian cautioned everyone. After cultivating to a certain level, his perception was a little sharper, and he could detect the existence of danger before anyone else. Everyone nodded as they ventured inside. They made their way forward on the yellow sands and saw a corpse on the ground. The body had been mutilated as if it had been feasted upon by some demonic beast and left in this sorry state, which was gruesome to behold. But this did not deter them from progressing further. As the group continued to make their way deeper inside, the area was open and vast and may have been a world in ancient times. After all, it was one of the 8 legions and would have had its own territory to rule. At this moment, there was a sharp shrill that came from above. Yifutian and the others looked up and saw that there was a golden-winged rock that hovered above. However, the golden divine light on his body was a little dim and the look in his eyes was a little off. Overall, its feel was closer to the divine condor they had encountered when they had first entered the relic and not some bona fide ancient monster that had survived until this day. After all, like the divine condor before, it had survived because of special circumstances, such as having been sheltered by the green grass that was transformed by the undying great emperor after his death. "Be careful," Yifutian said. Immediately afterward, the golden-winged rock swooped down from high above, as if targeting these human cultivators as prey. Without showing any trace of restraint, it went straight for Yifutian and the rest. Chen Yi took the lead. A brilliant light sailed across the sky and directly pierced through the golden rock that was swooping down on them. Instantly, the body of the rock was shattered into nothingness and transformed into numerous spots of light that soon dissipated. His movements were as fast as always. The speed of light was indescribably frightening. "This bird was not very powerful, nor was it wise," Chen Yi commented when he returned to his position. His eyes were not right, as if it had been corrupted. "It may be that the undead in this relic have given rise to a chaotic will, corrupting the demonic beasts here before resuscitating them," Hua Qingqing said. Everyone nodded and thought that it must be as she said. This battlefield must have seen some really cruel battles, and there were imperial-level existences that had met their ends here. Though they had perished and their wills had been disintegrated, it was possible that not all of them were completely destroyed. Thus a chaotic will was born. The group continued forging forward. On the way, they encountered many similar situations and saw many corpses that belonged to the cultivators who had entered the relic and had been killed here. Perhaps they died at the hands of those golden rocks. However, the scattered dead spirits of the Karura could not block their way, of course. The group traveled onward, crossing this land at an incredible speed. The extent of this relic was unknown, and many had entered a long time ago. No one knew what kind of situation they were facing or where they were exactly. "Watch yourselves," Yifutian said. In front of him, he noticed a very dangerous aura. A strong demonic aura and death. Someone else had felt it as well. As they moved forward, they saw a vast mountain range ahead. In this mountainous area, many demonic beasts could be seen, with various great monsters among them. These must be the group of demonic beasts that were ruled by the rocks. In addition, there were some powerful birds circling and hovering above. Yifutian glanced to both sides of himself and saw that this vast mountain range was not only broad but high, and if they wanted to keep moving forward, the only way was to traverse it, as there was no other way around it. "Let's go," Yifutian said without hesitation, as he headed directly toward the mountains ahead. In this vast and endless mountainous land, their group appeared very small and insignificant. The aura of desolation and death permeated everything, and many demonic beasts were looking at them. In their eyes, there was a hint of a bloodthirsty desire, as if they had no souls at all, but were guided by their own thirst for blood. "We can use it for trials," someone piped up, as a group of men rushed forward and jumped in to join the melee. Chen Yi's speed was the fastest. He turned into a shadow of light that rushed forward. Lights lit up wherever he passed, and demonic beasts continued to be blasted into pieces. Next were Yi Wuchen, Yaya, and the Swordmaster of Lihan. They had inherited the sword will of the three sword emperors not long ago, and naturally they wanted to test their newfound powers. Now that there was this group of monsters for them to slay, how could they miss such a great opportunity? Yi Wuchen's sword was fast and domineering, extremely fierce. Wherever his sword passed, all the bodies of these demonic beasts shattered. Yaya carried the sword matrix with her, as countless divine light from the sword matrix sprinkled down, covering an entire area. The Swordmaster of Lihan's sword was meant for separation. When his sword fell, the heads of those beasts separated from their bodies, and their remaining will was pulverized directly. As all the cultivators attacked, Yifutian stayed behind them, as the will of the Great Path shrouded the surrounding area, and he said, "You just keeping going forward, I will guard your rear." Everyone nodded. With Yifutian shoring up the rear, they were able to concentrate on forward attacks with confidence. Everyone moved deep inside the mountain range. The strength of the monsters that came at them differed, so they had to choose their opponents accordingly. Lord Chun and Hua Jieyu guarded their flanks, with Gu Donglu and Chen Yi out in front. Hua Qingqing's aura was astonishing as well. The light of Buddha was blazing, and when the demonic beasts wanted to attack her, they were enveloped by the light of Buddha instead. Their hostility dissipated, and they fell to the land below quietly, as if they had been ushered into the afterlife. This ability made her work the easiest among all the cultivators. Long Chun, Jun, Little Condor, and Zifeng were the most emotional. They were also demonic beasts themselves. They saw so many great monsters here, and many of them were at the level of divine beasts. They were far stronger than they had been while they were alive. It was unimaginable how terrifying the House Karura was in that era. Their group ventured deeper into the mountains and drove toward the other side of the range. At this time, a swift golden rock came down in front of Qin Qing. In mere seconds, its sharp claws were about to tear her body apart, while Qin Qing's face instantly changed into a look of shock. But at this precise moment, a shape suddenly materialized and pointed with his finger. Instantly, the body of the rock was destroyed and shattered, and it was Yi Futian who had appeared. "Thank you, Lord Yi." Qin Qing nodded at Yi Futian. Yi Futian acknowledged her with a slight nod, as his body returned to its original position, and he continued to protect everyone from behind. When someone was in trouble, he would appear immediately to intervene. In the process of going deep into the mountains, they had met other cultivators as well, but they were not in any specific place. They could perceive each other's existence, as they were all going for the other side. But there were no corpses here. Even if there were, they would soon become food for the hordes of monsters. At this moment, Yi Futian was gone in a flash and reappeared in another position. Somewhere on the mountains, upon a boulder, there was a set of armor that encased a mummified skeleton, the remains of a human cultivator. Yi Futian's turned his thoughts to it, and the dust dispersed immediately. A demonic coercion effused from the armor, which indicated that it was demonic armor. "It's a demon's corpse." Blind Tai came up behind Yi Futian and detected the demonic armor as well and said, "This armor is subdivine arms, with considerable rank. The owner of this armor would have been someone with extraordinary cultivation." Yi Futian nodded. "This is the first demonic item I've encountered, but there are more corpses that belong to other demons. It is possible that the demon clan attacked, and most of the bodies of the demonic cultivators have been devoured. It is possible that this place was not yet the center of House Karura," said Blind Tai. Yi Futian nodded as his figure flickered back to where he had been before. They continued to move forward, and, on the way, they encountered several other demonic items, which, no doubt, had been left behind by demonic cultivators. The mountain range on this side was extensive, and it took them several days before they finally came out of it. As they continued forward, Yi Futian looked ahead. It seemed that they were on a relatively high terrain, and they could vaguely see the shapes of buildings in the distance. In this tomb of the gods, very few buildings could be seen. Finally, they came to the end of this area. At this time, they were standing on high ground as they looked to the land below. This seemed to be an ancient royal city of Karura, albeit in a state of great dilapidation. This was an abandoned city from primordial times. "Is this the center of the small world ruled by Karura?" someone whispered. "In the distance, what is that building? Is it the divine residence of the Karura?" Many cultivators have already arrived. Yi Futian surveyed the boundless plains in front of them. At a glance, he could see many cultivators who were already inside. At the same time, he could also feel wisps of extraordinary auras. Imperial battles have erupted in this city before, and there may be a lot of traces left behind by the great emperors, Yi Futian added. "Be careful. The people in there seem to be exercising great caution." Everyone nodded. High in the sky, there was not one person that could be seen traveling in the air. "There is a strong demonic will," Hua Qingqing said in a low voice, her beautiful eyes focused in front. "I feel it too," Yi Futian nodded. This city was tainted with an extremely powerful demonic will. The war that had erupted here once upon a time must have been of an unimaginable scale. Down, Yifutian said, as his body leaped forward and swooped down, landing in this ancient Karura city. Everyone else followed him closely and saw Yifutian running ahead. Although he did not levitate in the air, his speed was incredible. Everyone followed closely behind as they traveled forward. As they continued to venture deeper into the area, they suddenly detected a sense of danger. An extremely gigantic figure suddenly appeared in front of them, and it was none other than the Karura divine bird. This massive bird sheltered the sky and the sun as it swooped down with terrifying speed. Yifutian's figure flashed like a blast of lightning as he sensed that dangerous aura. He unleashed the sky tremoring without another thought and slammed it forward, colliding with that massive body. Bang! A loud bang was heard as the void shook violently. A terrifying storm swept out and repelled Yifutian backward. Likewise, the Karura was also pushed high into the sky, but its body was not blasted into pieces. Its flesh did not know the meaning of pain, and its icy eyes looked down at Yifutian in the area below. What kind of body is this? Yifutian's heart was palpitating. Was it really so terrifying? What level of existence was this Karura before it died? Those bloodthirsty eyes surveyed the area below. Yifutian took a step forward with a terrifying aura. They had just come in and already they had encountered such a fierce beast. This city was probably fraught with unseen challenges. Buzz! A terrifying bloodthirsty aura descended, and that massive body swooped down again, aiming to slaughter Yifutian and the others. Puh! At this moment, the body of that behemoth suddenly stopped in mid-air, as if a most horrific force had imposed restrictions upon it, abruptly putting a stop to that terrifying moving speed. Yifutian raised his head to look up into the sky. His heart was beating wildly. The body that his imperial arms, the sky tremoring, had failed to smash was now impaled by a giant demonic blade. More important, it was just a section of the demonic blade, as the blade had been broken into pieces, but a section of it had pierced directly through the gigantic body of the Karura, nailing it in the void. This? Behind Yifutian, the eyes of all the cultivators sharpened. Who was it that made the move? With a loud bang, the Karura's body fell to the ground, but it did not die. Or rather, it was dead already, so there was no such thing as dying again. A shadow appeared silently, and a massive arm fell directly on the head of the Karura and forcibly tore off its head. It was done with such tremendous violence that Yifutian and others watched, trembling with fear. In front of them stood a terrifying demonic shadow. What's more terrifying was that this demon shadow had no head. Yifutian and the others were right under the demonic shadow, and they dared not breathe too hard. A devil emperor. This demonic shadow must be that of a devil emperor. However, there was no head, as it had been sheared off. However, even without his head, he still seemed to have his own will and had smashed the Karura with a single blow. It was as if he still recognized who his mortal enemy was after all those years. A horrific coercion shrouded the space, and a dead silence pervaded. Just one of the hands from this demonic shadow was enough to wipe out all of them easily. At this time, the demonic shadow moved, turning slowly to face them. Even without a head, they still felt like he was staring at them. Immediately, everyone felt suffocated. It was as if their breathing was about to stop, and they dared not move an inch. Traces of horrific demonic might lingered, passing over them. Yifutian's heart was beating wildly. He hoped they wouldn't be so unlucky. At this moment, the demonic shadow turned around and proceeded to leave this place. Yifutian and the others still did not make a move. Not until the demonic shadow had gone far enough away from them did they let out a sigh of relief. It's an imperial corpse, one that can move, Lord Chun whispered. None of them would have survived. The demonic shadow decided to move against them. We have to be more careful. The center of the House Karura will probably be more dangerous. Yifutian reminded everyone as they nodded their heads. They could fight against the cultivators from the outside world, but facing this kind of ancient demon god, they wouldn't even know how they died. He thought of the great hand that reached out from the abyss before and wondered if a great emperor was also lying beneath them. Yifutian regarded this city of ruin with awe and respect. He avoided us and didn't engage us, but he unleashed a fatal strike against that Karura. Chun-Yi continued, "Is this a conscious act or just mere instinct?" Everyone else was in deep thoughts about this question as well. The great emperor had his own independent sensibility. Or was his slaying of his mortal enemy, the Karura, a reflex? Even if there is some kind of consciousness, it must be vague and chaotic. It is possible that it is the same as those demonic beasts we have encountered in this world. They have probably forgotten who they were and only remember that their mortal enemy is the Karura. Yifutian continued, "Otherwise, if there is still a discernible consciousness, then with the means available to the great emperors, he would have been able to return in his completed form rather than just a headless corpse." Everyone nodded, agreeing with Yifutian's assessment. Great emperors were immortal existences. Their lifespans were as eternal as heaven and earth. Even if his head was chopped off, he could still respawn and regenerate. But that devil emperor did not have a head. It was just a headless corpse. If it's just instinct, then his instinct is to kill the Karura. Since he didn't try to engage us before, he shouldn't do that now either, Lord Chun analyzed. Where did he go now? Yifutian looked at Lord Chun and knew what he meant by that. He wanted to follow and see what was going on. "Everyone follow me and watch yourselves," said Yifutian. He then led the people forward. When they first got here, they were way more cautious now than before. What had happened just now had a significant impact on them. Walking in this ancient and desolate royal city of the House Karura, they had seen other cultivators on their way, whose cultivation was very strong indeed. Those who could stay alive and get here were either cultivators in the tribulation plane, or they had come along with clans or sects. "The atmosphere ahead is even more terrifying," Yifutian whispered. Everyone nodded because they had felt it too. The ground ahead was of the color of blood. It looked as if it had been soaked in fresh blood. An oppressive and terrifying aura appeared in this area, which was also where the headless demonic corpse had returned. There were many corpses and skeletons on the ground, including those of cultivators and giant monsters. There were even many bones from the Karura, which were gigantic. "This is the main battleground." Everyone secretly marveled when they saw what was before them. There was a wild atmosphere everywhere, and this wild atmosphere invaded in their direction, turning into rays of bloody light, wanting to penetrate their will. "Watch out," Yifutian said to them. "Those demonic things before may have been corrupted by the chaotic will here. Don't be affected by it." He deliberately allowed some wisps of this aura to invade his own will. Sure enough, the invading will was full of violence and bloodthirsty intentions, wanting to influence him, even occupying his consciousness. Those whose cultivation was weaker and weak-willed would be easily affected if they were not careful. Moreover, this invading will was invisible. There was no way to evade it except to guard their spirits with tremendous vigilance. The light of Buddha was shining, as sounds of Buddha lingered between heaven and earth, penetrating everyone's ears. The light of Buddha dazzled upon Xianxia, yielding an extremely sacredness. Like a Buddha lamp illuminating this area, it was protecting everyone within its bounds. Those invading will that entered this domain were eaten up slowly until the Buddha light until it completely dissipated and disappeared. The techniques of Buddhism were meant to restrain the power of demons and evil spirits. In this space, the techniques of Buddhism would be far more effective. What is this place? Yifutian looked in one direction and saw that it was completely corrupted by the aura of the demonic path. The earth there was a color of blood, and it was a domain of dead silence. In that domain there were many horrific auras. It seemed as if the ghosts of demonic cultivators were drifting about. A terrifying suffocation permeated the entire domain. Many cultivators who arrived took a detour and did not dare to approach. "He is inside." Lord Chun saw a figure inside, and it was the headless devil emperor. He was in there, and it seemed as if he was bound to this demonic domain. But just now he was able to get out. "There are treasures inside." Yifutian stared yonder and commented, His perception was powerful, so he could detect that there were imperial-level treasures inside. That entire domain may be the demonic domain formed by the demise of some great emperor. It's too dangerous, Lord Qin said. Forget it. We don't need this opportunity that badly. Yifutian glanced into the distance. It was true that he didn't need it, but someone else needed it. This was where the demonic clan battled the Karura, and a lot of top figures from the demonic world probably arrived, but they were not in the same area as them. The demonic clan would probably reap many gains. However, his older senior brother's cultivation had remained at a bottleneck. Yifutian's adoptive father had taught his older senior brother the demonic blade and asked him to cultivate demonic techniques. This cultivation alone took many years. It was not until later that he realized that his older senior brother had suffered a lot to develop this demonic method. Indeed, he had paid a heavy price for it. But his older senior brother later encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation. Even with the aid of the elixirs, he was unable to break the shackles. Now, Gu Donglu, their third senior brother, had progressed considerably in his cultivation. The older senior brother couldn't be lagging too far behind. He needed to catch up. Therefore, when Yifutian saw the territory of this devil emperor, he thought of helping his older senior brother obtain this opportunity. This headless devil emperor should not be malicious. Otherwise, we would not have survived. I will go in and take a look, and you guys wait for me here, Yifutian said to everyone. It looked like that he wanted to take the risk again. Hua Jieyu touched his hand and said, I'll go with you. Yifutian shook his head. Don't worry. If there is danger, I will use Buddha's celerity to get away immediately. He had weighed the pros and cons. For himself, he thought he should be relatively safe. The only variable would be the headless imperial corpse. But even if that headless imperial corpse had bad intentions, he could rely on Buddha's celerity, and it would be possible for him to escape. After all, it was not a real great emperor, just a divine body. Hua Jieyu could only nod in agreement. I'm going in first, Yifutian said before entering into that domain. In an instant, traces of frightening demonic will surrounded him. It was as if he had completely immersed himself inside the domain world of the demonic gods, which was separated from the outside world. This was the demonic cave, the real world of demons. In the surrounding area, demonic shadows manifested, their eyes fixed on Yifutian, with the cold spirits of blood-thirst. It seemed that these demonic shadows were not solid forms but were transformed by will alone. The light of Buddha bloomed upon Yifutian with radiant brilliance. Suddenly, under the illumination from the light of Buddha, many demonic shadows withdrew. It was as if they were afraid of the power of Buddhism. Someone was here. Yifutian looked at the few dead bodies strewn on the ground. They were bloody and indiscernible. It was hard to tell what was what. Other cultivators had come before and perished here. This made Yifutian even more vigilant. He saw terrifying demonic shadows converging, harboring horrific demonic will. Some demonic shadows rushed at the light of Buddha and swooped down on Yifutian. Is this the chaotic will created by the fallen demons? Yifutian wondered. As derived from Buddhism, his strength was so powerful that even the cultivators in the second tribulation plane could not get close to him. All of these cultivators would be purified by the light of Buddha, and that was the reason why all the demonic shadows that came for him retreated. Any demonic will that was able to pounce on him suggested that the will of the devil emperor had already tainted it. Yifutian clasped his hands together, releasing the light of Buddha to the extreme, purifying all the power of evil spirits in this world. Faintly, a will of the great emperor was shining upon him as he allowed those evil phantoms to come at him without backing away but continued pushing forward. The demonic phantoms looked menacing as they opened their mouth and clawing at his body. Even the terrifying demonic will tried to invade Yifutian's consciousness but was blocked outside. Yifutian watched numerous demons moving forward in this demonic cave, and the sight was incredibly creepy. However, he didn't show the slightest sign of fear. Under the light of Buddha, the holy soil was right beneath his feet. He saw many demonic soldiers on the ground, still in possession of their residual wills as a terrifying, bloody demonic light was released. Back then, Many demonic cultivators were buried here. Then Yi Futian saw the treasure he was talking about. He could perceive it while he was outside, but he couldn't see it. It was not until he entered did he know what that treasure was. A demonic blade was sticking out of the ground, surrounded by a frightening, bloody demonic light. Even more alarming was that the demonic blade was impaled on a skull. It was a giant skull that belonged to a Karura, whose body was even more massive behind the head. It was almost like a small mountain. However, its body was in a pile of bits and pieces. Still, a terrible aura pervaded. But there was another equally shocking sight. Under the gigantic claws of the Karura, there was another skull that belonged to a demon. It was simply impossible to imagine how bloody and horrific the battle was. The two combatants had destroyed each other by ripping off their heads, and they both died in this place. Even now, a terrible bloody demonic light circled the demonic blade, and the surrounding space was stained with blood, forming a great domain of its own. Imperial arms. Yi Futian secretly marveled, and his heart palpitated. He saw that not far away from the demonic blade was a figure standing there quietly. It was the headless devil emperor. At this moment, Yi Futian realized that the skull may have belonged to the headless devil emperor. Once upon a time, he was locked in combat with a Karura, and both battled to the death. They had each chopped off the other's head and perished here. After their deaths, the demonic way suppressed and restricted the Karura's will, but the devil emperor's own will did not completely disperse. It possibly became the source of that chaotic will. Therefore, his headless corpse was able to wander outside, even appear in the outside world, and kill any Karura around. Even though he had perished for countless years, he still remembered who his mortal enemy was and used the same method to chop off the Karura's head. Yi Futian was a little hesitant. That demonic blade was some demonic imperial arms. But could he take it? Many cultivators died here, and he was not the first to come. Even if he could stop the corrosion of the demonic will, would the headless devil emperor try to kill him? After all, that demonic blade was impaled on the head of a Karura. Yi Futian continued to move forward and saw something extremely shocking ahead. In reality, he was still a distance away from it. He was walking very slowly and moving forward tentatively, approaching the area where the demonic blade was. He discovered that there were several corpses at the place next to the demonic blade, where the demonic will was ravaging. It was as if they died while trying to reach the demonic blade. Were they killed by the demonic blade or by the headless devil emperor? Yi Futian glanced at the headless devil emperor and saw that he did not make any move, as if completely ignoring his existence. Even so, just by standing there, he exuded a strong threat so that Yi Futian dared not move recklessly. More importantly, the demonic will here was getting more terrifying. He was somewhat hesitant. He was not the first person to come here, but those who wanted to take the demonic blade forcibly had died. So far, no one was able to take it away. So, could he take the demonic blade with him? It was an imperial arms comparable to the sky tremoring. If he could take it, no doubt, the strength of the Ziwei Imperial Palace would be significantly enhanced. Yi Futian hesitated for another moment before determination took hold in his eyes. Tentatively, he walked a few steps further and saw the headless devil emperor still did not move. He guessed that those bodies might not have been killed by the headless devil emperor, after all. They might have encountered some fatal crisis while trying to take the demonic blade and were subsequently obliterated. When he walked next to the demonic blade, Yi Futian was under terrifying pressure. It seemed as if the demonic will around him was about to swallow him up. However, he could not go back now since he had already made it this far. However, Yi Futian was mentally prepared to escape. If and when real danger arose, he would choose his own safety first. Before he attempted the demonic blade, Yi Futian looked at the headless devil emperor again and saw that there was still no movement from him. Finally, he put his hand on the demonic blade, trying to pull it out. However, at this instant, the bloody demonic light flowed along his arm and crawled into his body. Boom! An incomparable force that seemed to be able to swallow everything swallowed his entire person. Or, in other words, swallowed his will. He stood there holding the demonic blade but felt he had entered the world of the demonic blade. In this other world, he saw a terrifying battlefield, surrounded by countless great monsters in the sky. The great army of the House Karura obscured the sky and the sun as demonic cultivators came to attack. The battle had gone on for days, as the blood spilled had stained this world red. Buzz. At this time, a horrific Karura rushed towards his will in a threatening manner that was beyond description. At this moment, the head of the Karura that had been chopped off by the demonic blade lit up with a ray of light. This is bad. Yifutian was alarmed. He wanted to escape, but when he tried to move his mind, he found that his body was frozen in place. It was as if he was nailed to the ground. His entire will was shut off by the demonic blade, and his Buddha's celerity was useless. This demonic blade seemed to seal off a corner of the world, while it also sealed off the will of the Karura demon monarch. Countless demonic wills moved toward Yifutian's will, wanting to swallow his will and merge with him. However, Yifutian's will seemed to morph into a phantom of the Buddha, resisting the invasion of the demonic will. Boom! The will of the Karura demon monarch swooped down, and Yifutian felt as if his head was about to explode and that his will was on the verge of being smashed to pieces. This was obviously something that Yifutian did not expect. In addition to the demonic will, there was also the will of the Karura which still existed in the world after all these years. Although it had long been corroded, it remained in its most violent and bloodthirsty form. Vaguely, Yifutian realized that this was probably how those demonic corpses on the outside were created. They had been corrupted by this incredibly chaotic will. He perceived an unbridled and bloodthirsty Karura will, contemptuous, domineering, and invincible. It was the will of the demon monarch while he was alive. There was not much for Yifutian to consider. All he could do now was fight. He released the will of the demon peacock emperor to try to counter the will of the Karura. However, after repeated attacks, he could no longer hold the will at bay. The will of the Karura was far too wild to be tamed. Boom, boom, boom. Under these repeated blasts, Yifutian felt as if his will was about to collapse and shatter. If so, he would no doubt perish here like the rest. At this moment, Yifutian moved his thoughts slightly to activate his spiritual soul. Wisps of the great path flowed into the demonic blade, attempting to use the demonic will inside the demonic blade to erase the Karura. When this will poured madly into the demonic blade lit up with an extremely brilliant demonic light, illuminating this corner of the sky. A horrible rumbling sound came out as blood-red lightning appeared all around it. Inside the demonic blade, the bloodthirsty will of the Karura withdrew suddenly after having sensed this aura. The wild and unbridled will of the Karura demon monarch seemed to draw back in fear, even in awe, and did not dare to contend with it. What's going on? Yifutian felt a little frightened when he sensed this. The attack just now almost wiped him out. Yet, at this moment, that insane attack suddenly pulled back, and even the demonic will in the demonic blade had quieted. At this time, there was no other will that continued to attack him. This strange turn of events stunned Yifutian. What was happening? The aura of the great path in Yifutian crazily poured into the demonic blade while his will did the same as well. Gradually, many demonic wills retreated. As his power continued to penetrate that forbidden elusive space, he saw many demons pull back or be knocked away until a clear, sinister phantom revealed itself there. In another direction, another figure also appeared. The chaotic will seemed to have disappeared, replaced by two sober conscious wills. However, they were clearly weaker. Yifutian was shocked to his core. Were these the will of the Devil Emperor and the will of the Karura demon monarch? Did their remaining traces of will vanish because of his intervention? Who are you? Two voices sounded in Yifutian's head at the same time. I am Yifutian, a latecomer, Yifutian replied. The phantom of the Devil Emperor stared at Yifutian and asked, "What year is this?" "More than 10,000 years, according to the divine prefecture calendar. Elder is a cultivator from the primordial age of the gods." Yifutian responded, "However, we have no way to verify just how long it has been since your time." "The age of the gods." The other muttered to himself, "What happened to that era?" All the gods have fallen, and the heavenly path collapsed, Yi Futian responded. They had already fallen at that time, so they might have had no idea what happened later. In today's world, 6 great emperors ruled the 6 great realms. Yi Futian continued. The demon phantom was silent. So, there were only 6 great emperors in existence now. The world they were in was known as the Age of the Gods. However, the gods perished, and the heavenly path collapsed. They seemed to have won, for the heavenly path did collapse. But what was the outcome? What is the world like after the collapse of the heavenly path? Is the demon clan still in existence? The Devil Emperor asked. After the heavenly path collapsed, the original realm expanded. The world experienced an apocalyptic catastrophe which gave rise to a new world. However, these are just what we know from the ancient annals and legends. There is no way for us to verify their veracity today. All we know is that the world has changed, and the heavenly path was no more. The path of cultivation is no longer perfect, and great emperors are rare existences. Yi Futian added, as for the demon clan, the devil world remains today, guarding the devil abyss. The heavenly path collapsed, but the prison for the demon clan is still there. He sighed and could find no words. Why did they do everything they did back then? Who was right and who was wrong? The heavenly path collapsed, but the world was also destroyed. Were they the redeemers or the sinners? The Devil Emperor looked at Yi Futian. He seemed to be somewhat curious about him. His regained consciousness seemed to be a little greater than the demon monarch's. You have the aura of the demon clan upon you, the other said to Yi Futian. I have been to the devil world, and my body has experienced the tribulations of the devil abyss, Yi Futian replied. So, you have a close relationship with the devil world? The Devil Emperor asked. The heir to the devil world is my best friend, and we grew up together, Yi Futian responded. Although he didn't know what he did to sober up their wills, he did know that he should be in the good graces of someone like the Devil Emperor. Where is he now? The other queried. He is in the outside world, probably looking for opportunities elsewhere. If you need me to, I can go and find him for you, Yi Futian said. There is no time, the other man responded. Years ago I fell, and the remaining will should have dissipated then. But, because of the existence of this blade, I was able to retain a trace of my will. After all these years, this trace of will had long been merged with the will of the demonic blade and became chaotic and confused. Now that you have awakened me, it should be the end of my time here. My senior brother cultivates the demonic path, Yi Futian said. Tell him to come, the other said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded, then notified the little condor. The little condor didn't take long to bring his senior brother, the Sword Saint, here. The little condor and Yi Futian shared the same mind, so he was aware of the intention of this request. He and the Sword Saint walked in front of the demonic blade and then allowed their wills to pour into it. Revered elders. After the Sword Saint arrived, he was immediately shocked as well. In here, besides Yi Futian, there were 2 other wills from the demon monarchs, and they had both woken up. Boom! A horrific demonic will invaded the will of the Sword Saint, and his entire person was instantly under a frightful attack. His will was released to the extreme, but those demonic wills flooded in, wanting to consume him completely. He had experienced this exact feeling once before. When the mysterious cultivator who guarded Yi Futian passed the demonic blade to him, it was this same exact feeling. It's a pity that it is a little too weak, but the will itself is strong enough, a voice remarked. Then a terrifying demonic will merged into the will of the Sword Saint. At this moment, the Sword Saint was under terrible coercion, and his body trembled violently. Above the demonic blade, wisps of demonic light poured into his body, so that an astonishing demonic will float upon him. The will of the elder is quite compatible with my demonic beast. How about helping him as well? Yi Futian looked at the Karura demon monarch's will and proposed. Sure. The other looked at Yi Futian and nodded readily. Then, his will proceeded to merge with the will of the little condor. Yi Futian perceived all these quietly, feeling that everything was going a little too smoothly. He was surprised that this demon monarch was so cooperative. But just as the thought flashed across his mind, a miserable cry came out. Yi Futian could clearly feel that the little condor's will was being invaded and attacked. This was not to merge but to swallow and replace. Ungrateful beast! Yi Futian cursed under his breath. This demon monarch's will was clearly in awe of him just moments ago. But suddenly he attacked the little condor. His temperament was dangerously unpredictable. Yi Futian's will instantly swooped out. He and the little condor were connected through their minds and shared one conjoined will. His will now seemed to have turned into the divine tree, covering the phantom of the opponent's will. This force of will seemed capable of suppressing the other. Boom! The great paths of shadow and solar erupted simultaneously. At the same time, the powerful demonic will in the demonic blade also surged forward to assist, as the Sword Saint had completed the integration of the wills and came to aid him. With three forces encircling and suppressing him, the phantom of the demon monarch appeared to be in extreme pain and became more and more elusive. You are nothing but a wisp of will that about to dissipate. But you did not appreciate the opportunity one gave you to remain in this world. You tried to betray us, you ungrateful animal. Yi Futian's voice was extremely cold as he continued to beat down the last remaining will of the other. That remaining trace of will was fighting madly, but the Sword Saint had already controlled the will of the demonic blade. Their opponent was sealed in here, and it was difficult for him to fight back. I submit, the other responded. Too late. Yi Futian's voice was ice-cold. It is your honor to be able to integrate as one with my mount. Since you were deceitful first and eschewed this opportunity, then prepare to be destroyed forever. This will from the demon monarch was unpredictable. If he were really to be integrated with the will of the little condor, who knows what latent dangers might be lurking. It was better just to wipe him out now. As soon as Yi Futian's voice faded, several forces rushed fiercely at the same time and obliterated the opponent. The phantom shattered and dissipated. They completely disappeared. Yi Futian and the little condor withdrew their collective will and opened their eyes as Yi Futian left the demonic blade. Behind them, other cultivators arrived, looking at the Sword Saint. They saw the Sword Saint holding the demonic blade in his hands, his eyes closed tightly. As the demonic light cleansed his body and the surrounding area, terrible demonic will rushed into the demonic blade. However, with the inheritance of the Devil Emperor's will, the Sword Saint's will no longer wavered. It stood steadfast as it allowed the demonic blade to consume the strength of the incoming demonic will. A terrible vortex appeared in the space as the elusive demonic shadows poured into it. At this moment, the chaotic wills seemed to merge into one, devouring everything. Buzz! Upon the demonic blade, an extremely horrific bloody demonic light shot into the sky. Its demonic might was overwhelming. It turned into a frightening light beam that pierced the sky. It was a terrifying sight to behold. Yi Futian and the others looked up. They saw that the sky above this world had changed color. The demonic might was tossing and roaring. Further away, other cultivators turned their attention to this side as well, and all of them revealed a look of great surprise. They wondered what had happened at the location of the headless demonic corpse. Previously, no one could take the demonic blade, but now they saw a change taking place at that exact location. Could it be that someone else had managed to take the demonic blade? In the distance, many cultivators rushed over when they saw the vision above the firmament. They were moving in fast. The Sword Saint was still immersed in that state of absorption, as he had not been able to digest everything given to him so quickly. His cultivation lacked a bit to begin with. Even though the Devil Emperor had actively merged with him, he needed time to absorb this power. Imperial Corpse. Yi Futian glanced at the Karura's massive body, then walked over to eliminate some of its chaotic will. He put the Imperial Corpse away. Although it might not be of any use for the time being, there may be a use for it somewhere down the road. The Imperial Corpse, such as the one left by the Karura demon monarch, was extremely terrifying in the flesh. It was the body of a great emperor, so the entire body was full of treasures. However, it was not yet possible for them to use it at the moment. Even if they had a mind to refine it into some divine arms, they currently could not do that, so everything would have to wait until later. He looked at the corpse of the Devil Emperor again. At this moment, the demonic corpse was standing there quietly, not showing any sign of life. Yi Futian walked towards him and said, "Revered elder, if I ever get a chance, I will send you back to the devil world to be laid to rest properly." With that said, he put away this demonic corpse as well. At the last minute, the will of the Devil Emperor chose to actively assist him, for which Yi Futian was immensely grateful. More importantly, he had already passed on his will to his elder senior brother, so Yi Futian could not leave him out here unburied. On the contrary, the Karura demon monarch had been in awe of his aura yet suddenly attacked him. It had proven that he was an unpredictable creature, and Yi Futian felt no allegiance to such a miserable thing. What a waste! A missed opportunity from a great emperor, Little Condor said with much rumination. He had been following Yi Futian in Cultivation for a long time and possessed the same comprehension as Yi Futian in Cultivation. However, to survive the tribulation was another matter entirely. He had been stuck at the same place for what seemed to be forever, limited by his own natural given talent. After all, he was nothing more than an ordinary demonic beast, to begin with, and it was already something of a miracle for him to get to this level of cultivation. Many of the other minor demons from the past had to bow down before him now when they saw him. He was so close to this opportunity of the great emperor, yet it was derailed by that miserable creature who not only did not take advantage of it but wanted to swallow him up instead. The little condor couldn't help but feel particularly upset by this turn of events. No, that's not right. Not taking this opportunity with me was the loss of that stupid creature. Realizing that his logic hurt him, the little condor determined that ultimately it was not a pity for him. It was the Karura demon monarch himself who didn't know what was good for him and had thus missed such a great opportunity. Don't worry. The world is changing now, and various kinds of God's relics have been revealed. I'm certain there will be many other opportunities in the future, Yi Futian responded. I'm not in a hurry. Little Condor swaggered back and didn't appear to care at all. The other cultivators behind them were very hopeful when they heard this. The world had been going through some drastic changes, and the relics of the gods had made their appearance. They wondered if they would have opportunities of their own. First, it was Yi Wuchen Gu Donglu, then Swordmaster of Lihen Yaya, and now it was Sword Saint's turn. Many people had already gotten their own opportunities, so the rest were looking forward to their turns. But just at this moment, everyone felt other cultivators approaching. Many of them frowned as they expanded their divine consciousnesses. After the Sword Saint inherited the Devil Emperor's will, the danger in this demonic cave was lifted, clearly visible to other cultivators in the area. Many divine consciousnesses were sweeping over this area, even probing the location of the Sword Saint. Yonder, there was the existence of imperial arms. Yi Futian frowned. The divine light of the Great Path shrouded over the area where the Sword Saint was, preventing him from being disturbed by the others. The cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace also stepped forward to guard his flanks, to prevent anyone from affecting the Sword Saint while inheriting the demonic blade. And imperial arms were of great significance to Ziwei Imperial Palace and may directly change the combat capability of Ziwei Imperial Palace. Ziwei Imperial Palace is currently occupying this space for cultivation. I'm afraid you all would need to move to some other locations, Yi Futian announced loudly, letting everyone know who they were. He was doing this as a warning. Hopefully, some of them would leave on their own and avoid further confrontation. However, the name of Ziwei Imperial Palace did not always have its intended effect. At least that was not the case here. Anyone who made it this far was not a simple ordinary character. All of them were cultivators from top principalities. At this time, Yi Futian saw cultivators from the ancient god clan of the Vajra region and superpowers from the other worlds. I didn't expect that you would have a demon cultivator in your group. It seems that you have indeed colluded with the devil world and sank into the demonic path, the Vajra region lord proclaimed sanctimoniously. He was surrounded by divine light, and his appearance was solemn and dignified. That radiant golden divine light shrouded the boundless space and cast a golden hue over this entire area. What's wrong with demonic cultivators? A voice challenged immediately. There was a demon standing there with a terrific aura. Their demonic might was astounding to anyone near him. However, Yi Futian did not recall having seen this man before. He hadn't seen the man at the Devil Imperial Palace nor on the battlefield at the Northern Cliff region. It was possible that he was not a cultivator from the Devil Imperial Palace but a giant in the Devil world. There were some extraordinary figures from each realm, but not all of them had joined the Imperial Palaces in each realm. For example, the ancient god clans in the Divine Prefecture had superior cultivators such as the Supreme Sword Lord on their roster. Still, they weren't all necessarily under the command of Donghuang Imperial Palace. Beigong Old Demon. When the Vajra region lord looked at the person who spoke, he realized he recognized the man. Beigong Old Demon was an extremely well-known character in the Devil world. During the most chaotic years, countless people had perished because of him. In the Devil world, Beigong Old Demon was one of the few people who stood at the top, someone who was on the demigod list. In the days after the settlement of the world, it was divided into 7 realms, which several great emperors ruled. After the great emperors, there were those known as Benshin entities who were on the edge of being a great emperor. Someone had once calculated the number of this kind of supreme existence and found that there were only a very few in each world. These individuals were then included on the demigod list by some people, meaning that they were peak existences with power just below that of the great emperors. Those at this level were rarely seen in the cultivation world. One reason was that they were extremely few in number, and there were only a few in each world. Secondly, all of them were busy with their cultivation, so the outside world did not have any chance to see them. More importantly, many on the demigod list were supreme cultivators in different imperial palaces. Their statuses were lofty and revered. Normally, they were not in the habit of being out and about. Beigong Old Demon was a supreme cultivator on the demigod list. At the moment, the imperial arms, the sky tremoring, had already appeared in Yi Futian's hand. Although this man was a demonic cultivator, it was not a guarantee that he would go easy on Yi Futian. After all, aside from his relationship with Yushang, Yi Futian did not have much to do with the Devil world. Furthermore, this Beigong Old Demon may have nothing to do with the Devil Imperial Palace. With an imperial arms in front of him, how could he resist the temptation? In addition to the Vajra region lord and Beigong Old Demon, there were other incredibly powerful existences in other directions. Among them, there was a middle-aged man standing somewhere quietly, exuding an aura that was extremely terrifying to make sure that Yi Futian was aware of the threat. He had been standing there quietly without speaking, merely staring at the demonic blade in front of him. Naturally, everyone present knew of Yi Futian's name and reputation, so there was no grabbing and fighting just yet. You must have been here before already. Since you didn't get it, then it means you are not destined to have it. Now that the demonic blade has chosen us, it belongs to Ziwei Imperial Palace, Yi Futian said boldly as he looked at everyone present. If any of you want to forcibly take it from us, you will leave us no choice but to defend ourselves. Think carefully before you make a move. Whether you succeed or not, once you make a move against us, you'll be our mortal enemy, and you must always watch your back in the future. He did not conceal the threat in his words. With the imperial arms in hand, his combat effectiveness was also at its peak. Those who wanted to attack him before need only to refer back to the destruction of Tianyan City, which plenty of people had witnessed. At the time, the city lord's office of Tianyan City was clearly not an entity that Yi Futian could hope to compete. Yet it was still destroyed by him in the end. If they were to offend Yi Futian now, there would be considerable risk in doing so. After all, he had already proven the extent of his strength. Killing you would mean everything would be solved, the Vajra region lord said loudly. There was a faint trace of imperial might that exuded from him with an incredible dominance. The Vajra region appeared before them, accompanied by golden divine light, which directly sealed off this vast space. Yi Futian stared at the other party. He naturally sensed the presence of the will of the great emperor. From the looks of it, the 6 ancient god clans had sent out all their trump cards this time. The wills of the great emperors passed down within the ancient god clans had all followed them to this ancient continent to obtain fateful encounters. "You still have to kill me first," replied Yifutian. Terrifying tremoring pulses emanated from Sky Tremor and rained down on the other party. Clang! There was a loud sound of metal colliding. The body of the Vajra region lord turned golden. It was the divine body of the Vajra indestructible form. This body seemed to be forged of pure gold and was unshakable. At the same time, Yifutian sensed a mighty divine force circulating within the body of the Vajra region lord. This was the unique technique cultivated by the cultivators of the Vajra region, the divine force of the Vajra region. What surprised Yifutian even more was that the level of the divine force of the Vajra region cultivated by the other party had already surpassed that of the Vajra divine child. It already had the aura of the ancient emperor of the Vajra region. Had the will of the great emperor of the Vajra region become the divine force that merged with the Vajra region lord? Was the former trying to merge with the latter? Yifutian thought to himself. If that were the case, the ability of the Vajra region lord would be very frightening. The divine force of the Vajra region was a powerful and domineering attack, to begin with. If the will of the great emperor transformed into a divine force, it would indeed become a godly power. It was hard to imagine how mighty it would be. In the heavens above, a terrifying pressure enveloped the space. Everyone felt a suffocating pressure. The dominion of the Vajra region pressed down. The divine force of the Vajra region was the only force circulating within it. The Vajra region lord stood in midair. He lifted his hand and pointed a finger at Yifutian. The divine force of the Vajra region immediately merged into the finger. An indestructible slash shot straight out, penetrated the space directly as it charged towards Yifutian. When this finger charged forward, a golden slash appeared in the sky. It was terrifying. Yifutian raised Sky Tremor towards the other party and swung it out casually. It collided with the domineering finger and let out a terrifying collision sound. The finger penetrated the tremoring pulse and continued advancing towards Yifutian. It kept charging towards Yifutian until it was close to him before it was shattered by the power of the tremoring pulse and disappeared without a trace. It was so powerful. The crowd thought as their hearts leapt from witnessing the scene. The power of this finger was terrifying. It directly pierced the tremoring pulse that erupted from the imperial arm. It seemed to be the finger of a great emperor. With the divine force of the great emperor, the current Vajra region lord seemed to have transcended the attack power of the two tribulation plane, reaching another level. Even the two super cultivators observing the battle also revealed surprised looks. Right now, the Vajra region lord was very dangerous. His ability did not pale in comparison to the existences on the demigod list. Yifutian also realized that the other party was powerful. He stared at the other party, standing ready. At the same time, his life spirit aura frenziedly surged into the imperial arm. The next moment, Sky Tremor was filled with path-obliterating divine might. It also overflowed with vast domineering pressure. "All of you, get behind me," ordered Yifutian. The cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace immediately retreated behind him. This battle was perilous. Even the aftershocks of their attacks had enough power to destroy the crowd. The other cultivators of the Vajra region similarly stood behind the Vajra region lord. They did not dare to act recklessly. A divine might emanated outwards. In the heavens above, terrifying golden divine light flowed within the dominion of the Vajra region. The figure of the Vajra region lord rose into the sky. All the cultivators behind him followed suit, remaining behind him. Terrifying rumbling could be heard. He raised his hand and pointed a finger downwards. In an instant, countless slashes of the Vajra region shot out. They appeared to be flowing lights that could destroy the world. They frenziedly rained down. The instant the attack erupted, it seemed as though the heavens were about to be extinguished. Yifutian raised Sky Tremor and swung it towards the sky. In an instant, the heavens and earth split apart, and thousands of tremoring pulses swept out. They shattered everything around. When the two attacks clashed, the demon cave shook violently. It even felt as though an earthquake had hit the entire city. The Vajra region lord seemed to have become one with the dominion of the Vajra region. It was as though an ancient god of the Vajra region had appeared. Thousands of slashes rained down and clashed with the tremoring pulses. In that instant, everyone felt that it was hard to breathe. "Be careful," someone said. The expression of the surrounding cultivators changed. They released their auras of the Great Path. They all hid behind the most vital members among them. Some cultivators retreated frantically. They were worried that the tremoring pulses would destroy them. Bang! There was a loud bang. The Great Path seemed to collapse and explode. Yifutian wielded Sky Tremor and swung it outwards again. A screen formed in front of him and the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace. At the same time, the Vajra Region Lord also did the same. A gigantic Vajra Region Divine Seal formed a barrier and blocked off the destructive storm. They actually had to shield their members from their attacks. It seemed strange, but it had happened before the eyes of the crowd. The destructive storm swept out. This formless storm destroyed all the residue demonic will in the demon cave, reducing it into dust. Many cultivators drawn to this place by the Imperial arm were injured by the shockwaves and coughed up fresh blood. Even those who were far away were also affected by the aftershocks of the attacks. These were merely the aftershocks. If these attacks were direct hits, they could not imagine the damage one would sustain. They might be killed instantly. After the storm passed, Yifutian stared at the Vajra Region Lord. Both sides seemed to be pulling their punches. Otherwise, the blast range would be even more terrifyingly large. However, it would be harder to fight unrestrained this way, given that they would have concerns for the safety of their members. However, from this exchange, the Vajra Region Lord figured out that the combat ability of Yifutian wielding an Imperial arm was not weaker than his own. Even with his true godly power of the Vajra region, wanting to destroy Yifutian was still not an easy feat now. The members of Ziwei Imperial Palace might obtain their second Imperial arm. If that truly happened, it would undoubtedly be extremely disadvantageous for the members of the Vajra region. "Are the two of you just going to watch?" the Vajra region Lord asked as he looked at Beigong Old Demon and the middle-aged man. These two figures were demigods. If they also attacked to snatch the demonic Imperial arm, how could Yifutian stand against them alone? Once they fought, it would undoubtedly involve everyone from Ziwei Imperial Palace. This was undoubtedly the result the Vajra region Lord wanted to see. "Palace Lord Yi," called out a voice. Just then, a group of figures headed over here. The voice instantly attracted the attention of many cultivators. Yifutian also looked at the person who had spoken. The cultivators of the West Imperial Palace had arrived, and their leader was actually Xianxia. Huh? Yifutian revealed a strange look. Xianxia had been cultivating in Ziwei Imperial Palace most of the time. He was naturally very close to her. It had not been long since they last met. However, he felt as though Xiao's temperament had changed. It was not just her temperament. Her cultivation had also changed. She had already survived her second divine tribulation of the Great Path. Her speed of cultivation was somewhat frightening. Even with his subdivine elixir, it was still too fast. Yifutian also sensed a special aura from Xianxia. It was not as simple as her cultivation having changed. This time, the various ancient god clans brought their trump cards to the relics of the gods. It should also be the same for the West Imperial Palace. Could it be that the will of the West Emperor of the West Imperial Palace was in Xiao's body? The Vajra region Lord frowned. He naturally knew that the West Imperial Palace and Ziwei Imperial Palace were close. They seemed to be in an alliance. Now that the West Imperial Palace cultivators had appeared, it was not good news for him. "Does West Imperial Palace wish to interfere?" the Vajra region Lord asked Xiao as he looked at her. "Interfere?" repeated Xiao as she looked back at the Vajra region Lord. West Imperial Palace has always been good friends with Palace Lord Yi. If the Vajra region wishes to make enemies of Palace Lord Yi, the stance of West Imperial Palace naturally does not need to be elaborated. "Is West Imperial Palace now ruled by a junior brat?" said the Vajra region Lord with a vigorous and powerful voice. He looked at the cultivator standing behind Xiao. It was the original West Imperial Palace Lord. However, he had let Xiao deal with the situation. The position of Palace Lord has already been passed on to Xiao. Now, she is West Imperial Palace Lord, so she naturally controls the troops, said the original West Imperial Palace Lord. This caused the Vajra region Lord to reveal a strange look. The position of West Imperial Palace Lord had been passed down to Xianxia. Even Yi Futian glanced over here with a curious look. Over transmitted thoughts, Xianxia said to him, "The relics of the gods appeared. Before we left, I inherited the position of Palace Lord." Yi Futian secretly nodded his head. From the looks of it, Xianxia had completely inherited the will of the West Emperor. Hence, she had officially accepted the position of Palace Lord. "A mere junior brat is most likely unworthy of this position," mocked the Vajra region Lord with a powerful voice. Divine might of the great path emanated from him and pressed down on Xianxia. Right then, Xianxia extended her hand. In her hands, there appeared an extremely slender sword. Once this sword appeared, rain immediately poured down in the surroundings. A frightening divine might was emanating from the divine sword. It appeared to be the might of a great emperor. "Raindrop divine sword!" exclaimed the Vajra region Lord as he stared at the divine sword. This sword was not a complete imperial arm as it was not forged by a great emperor. However, it used to be the sword of the West Emperor. The sword also possessed its own soul. It might be that the will of the West Emperor was contained within it. Even though it was not a divine sword with the will of the great emperor within it, this sword could be considered a pseudo-imperial arm. Right then, the Vajra region Lord naturally understood what West Imperial Palace's trump card was. From the looks of it, it was the same as their own. Their great emperor had also appeared in the world. Xianxia inherited the position of West Imperial Palace Lord. She came wielding Raindrop divine sword. If they were to begin fighting, he would not necessarily be able to gain an upper hand. Just then, a beam of menacing demonic light pierced the clouds. The crowd looked in the direction of the demonic saber. Sword Saint opened his eyes and pulled the demonic saber out. A terrifying saber will emanated outwards. He had inherited the demonic saber. Ziwei Imperial Palace's second imperial arm had appeared. When Beigong Old Demon saw this scene, he turned and left. The other cultivators also frantically turned to leave. They knew that there was no hope for them, so they did not waste any more time here. They would not take the risk and start a fight. The expression of the Vajra region Lord was ugly. However, it seemed that the only choice now was to retreat. He waved his hand and immediately retreated with the cultivators of the Vajra region. After the crowd left, Yi Futian looked at Xianxia and said, "Thanks. Palace Lord Yi, aren't you acting too distant?" replied Xianxia with a faint smile. "Congratulations, Palace Lord Xiao." Yi Futian also replied with a smile. It hadn't been long since they last parted ways. He never imagined that Xianxia had reached the two tribulation plane and inherited the position of West Imperial Palace Lord. "Palace Lord Yi deserves some credit for this," said Xianxia. She was clearly referring to the subdivine elixir that Yi Futian had concocted. Of course, aside from that, there was also the factor of the West Imperial Palace's teachings. Yi Futian commented, "However, now that the world has undergone a huge change, Palace Lord Xiao's cultivation has metamorphosed at the right time. You can now face the current situation. The relics of the various gods have appeared in the world now. This is a brand new era for the cultivation world." Xianxia added, "I also feel that way. The relics of the various gods have appeared in the world now, and the cultivation world will welcome a transformation. There will most likely be more and more tribulation plane cultivators in the future. As for Renhuangs with flawless great paths, they will be found everywhere. It will no longer be only achievable by monstrous figures in top forces." Yi Futian nodded in agreement. No one knew what would happen to the cultivation world in the future. Yi Futian looked back at Sword Saint. Sword Saint's temperament seemed to change, more closely resembling a demonic cultivator's. He asked, "Elder brother, how does it feel?" "I will probably need a very long time to digest the teachings of the Devil Emperor completely," replied Sword Saint. Responded Yi Futian as he nodded his head. His third brother Gu Donglu was also beside Sword Saint. Now, his two elder brothers were advancing to the pinnacle of the cultivation world. He naturally was happy. Rumble. Just then, the ground trembled violently. In the heavens above, the clouds changed color. Everyone was slightly surprised as they looked out into the distance. At the end of Karura Imperial City, demonic light consumed the sky, and a terrifying demonic whirlpool formed. On the other side, an endless dazzling spatial divine light shone. Such a terrifying aura, Xianxia said as she also looked over in that direction. She sensed the powerful will of the Emperor. It was unparalleled. It should be a battle between two top figures, said Yifutian as he nodded. He had felt such a terrifying battle aura before from Tianyan, the great possessing Wang Zhao's body. The two storms drew closer to each other in an instant. Although Yifutian and the others were far away from the battlefield, the destructive divine light still swept over them. In the distant heavens, two gigantic figures could faintly be seen. They were like deities. One was the figure of a demon, while the other was a shining god of space. A battle seems to have erupted between the devil world and the empty divine realm, the original West Imperial Palace Lord said. Yifutian also looked at the demon-like silhouette. He had met this person before. He was the #1 demon sage of the devil world, Yengi. Yengi wielded a scarlet halberd and battled in his demon form. It was apparent how powerful the cultivator he faced was. His opponent should be a compelling figure from the empty divine realm. They should be Yengi from the devil world and Dugu Wuxia, the head disciple of the evil emperor of the empty divine realm and the leader of Empty Mountain, continued the original West Imperial Palace Lord. Both of them are figures which rank close to the top of the demigod list. They have a powerful combat ability, and they both seem to be wielding imperial arms in this battle. They should be battling over a significant relic. Otherwise, the two of them would not resort to battling head-on. It most likely involves a clash between the devil world and the empty divine realm, Xianxia also added. This battle between the two of them had essentially escalated to a fight between the devil world and the empty divine realm. Yifutian looked over in their direction. The devil world and the empty divine realm were allies when they invaded the divine prefecture. They had stood on the same front. However, once they entered the tomb of the gods, as expected, this alliance did not last, and a large-scale battle erupted. Yengi is ranked higher up on the demigod list than Dugu Wuxia. He should have the upper hand, explained the original West Imperial Palace Lord. Let's go take a look, said Yifutian. Their group advanced very quickly. The others also followed behind them. The destructive storm still shook the ancient barren city. Terrifying auras swept out. It was as though divine light was about to annihilate the world in the heavens above. It was extremely terrifying. Many people realized that there was a significant relic over there for two super cultivators to have begun battling. When Yifutian's group approached the battlefield, the fighting ceased. However, the two figures still stood across each other in the sky. Their auras were still terrifying and enveloped the vast space. Down below, the lineup of cultivators from the devil world and the empty divine realm was menacing. Be it the devil world or the empty divine realm, both sides had sent their strongest lineups to the tomb of the gods. This time, they were doing this for their forces and their cultivation. Yushang was also present. He was standing on the ground below. There stood many top-level cultivators beside Yushang. The devil world had indeed sent out their finest members. Dugu, this was originally the battlefield of the ancestors of the devil world. Why is the empty divine realm contending for it? Questioned Yengi as he pointed the scarlet halberd in his hand towards Dugu Wuxia. The latter also stared back at him. This was not just the battlefield of the ancestors of the devil world. It belonged to House Karura, one of the 8 legions. House Karura was proficient in movement techniques involving speed. Their achievements in the domain of the Great Path of Space were astonishing. Their attack and defense were both fantastic. For the cultivators of the empty divine realm, the teachings of House Karura were undoubtedly a huge temptation. Hence, when they found the relic of House Karura, they came into conflict with the devil world. Under the heavenly path are the 8 legions. Since there is a relic of the ancestors of the devil world here, it naturally belongs to the devil world. If you want fateful encounters, find the lands of the other 8 legions. There might be places suitable for you, Yushang also said down below. If you want to fight, then the devil world does not mind fighting with the empty divine realm. Presumptuous, said a cultivator of the empty divine realm who stared at Yushang. Yifutian had seen many of these cultivators before. He had met Xianxia, the direct disciple of the evil emperor many years ago, and evil sage Emochinga. They were staring at Yushang. This devil emperor paid a lot of attention to the next generation of cultivators and developed them in Devil Imperial Palace, giving them extraordinary status. The cultivators who followed Yushang here were also top-level cultivators of the devil world. The combat ability of the devil world was extremely domineering. If they truly fought, they would do so at all cost. This was the relic of the ancestors of the devil world. It indeed should be under them. The inheritance of the ancestors of the devil world belongs to you. The teachings of House Karura belong to us, said Dugu Wuxia as he stared at Yengi. That won't do, Yengi immediately rejected. House Karura was originally the sworn enemy of the devil world. Everything that belongs to them similarly belongs to the devil world now. This is not up for discussion. If you do not leave now, the other relics of the 8 legions will most likely be plundered by other forces. Continuing to delay here was detrimental for both parties. From the attitudes of Yengi and the members of the devil world, Dugu Wuxia knew that the devil world would not relent and would not hand the relic over. If his side wanted to take it, they could only do so by fighting them all. The members of the devil world would not give them a second option. We will remember this, said Dugu Wuxia. He then retracted his aura and ordered, retreat. As he said this, one by one, the silhouettes left with flashes, becoming countless beams of spatial divine light. They disappeared without a trace very quickly. It was as though nothing had happened just now. After the members of the empty divine realm retreated, this place naturally belonged to the devil world. Yengi pointed his scarlet halberd to the sky. Beams of crimson demonic light immediately shot up into the heavens and enveloped the vast space, forming a terrifying demonic domain. This domain is under the control of the devil world. Cultivators from other worlds, leave now. No one aside cultivators from the devil world shall be allowed to step foot in here, Yengi declared loudly. His voice reverberated in space. Devil Imperial Palace ruled this domain. This place where House Karura was would belong to the devil world. Only the cultivators of the devil world could step foot in here to cultivate in the domain. Many cultivators were disappointed. If that were the case, they would not have the chance to cultivate and seek fateful encounters here. They could only go somewhere else. A demonic imperial arm, a demonic cultivator said as he looked at Sword Saint. Sword Saint had a demonic imperial arm. This should also belong to Devil Imperial Palace. Yifutian glanced at the demonic cultivator and ignored him. His gaze landed on Yushang's figure and he greeted, Yushang. Yushang came up to Yifutian's group and said, the ancestors of the devil world once battled House Karura here. Many of their corpses will most likely be here. Yifutian nodded his head. The 6 great emperors previously came to the tomb of the gods. Even the devil emperor might have come here. Various great emperor-level forces might be leading the cultivators of their imperial palaces in finding relics even though they themselves were not taking part. For the devil world to rule over this domain is a blessing for the cultivators of the devil world, said Yifutian. He looked ahead at the temple of House Karura. An extremely astonishing aura emanated from up ahead. There was also a peerless divine arm that descended from the heavens and stabbed into the ground. That region was enveloped in a menacing aura, and it was hard to make out what was within it. You can cultivate here. We will seek fateful encounters elsewhere, said Yifutian. Yengi had already declared that this place belonged to the cultivators of the devil world. Although Yifutian's relationship with Yushang was special, Yushang did not represent the devil world. Yushang had yet to succeed the devil emperor. He could not speak on behalf of the entire devil world. Yifutian naturally did not wish to trouble Yushang. Hence he took the initiative and offered to leave. "Leave the demonic saber behind," a demonic cultivator said. His cultivation was extraordinary. However, Yushang swept a cold glance at him. His gaze was overbearing. Yet the other party did not evade. He said, "What's this? Are you helping an outsider?" Yifutian frowned. From the looks of it, Yushang's position in the Devil Imperial Palace had rubbed quite a number of people the wrong way. His cultivation had yet to reach the point where he was only second to the Devil Emperor, so he could not suppress everyone. Some extraordinary people had yet to accept him. "Silence," chided Yushang. His tone was cold and domineering. He then looked at Yifutian and said, "You can stay and see whether House Karura has any suitable relics for yourselves." It was not appropriate for Yifutian's group to take the items of the ancestors of the Devil World. However, if there were suitable relics among the items of House Karura, Yushang would allow them to take them. "What is the meaning of this?" the demonic cultivator from before said indifferently. Devil Imperial Palace was ready to fight with the empty divine realm to take everything here. Now, you are just going to hand it over to someone else. When Yushang heard the other party's words, he turned around and a vast demonic might swept out. After coming out of seclusion, he had yet to battle anyone. Bang! Yushang stepped forward. His demonic might filled the skies and was extremely terrifying. He stared at the demonic cultivator who was speaking. He said, "Are you telling me how to do things?" The demonic cultivator was also not an ordinary figure. He was one of the direct disciples of the Devil Emperor and had powerful cultivation. However, when he sensed the terrifying demonic might Yushang emanated, he actually felt afraid. Yushang's eyes kept staring at him. The next moment, the demonic cultivator felt as though the silhouette before him was that of a demon god. He felt like he wanted to surrender. "Let it go," said Blood Raiment as she walked out, attempting to become a mediator. However, Yushang did not look at her and kept advancing. His overbearing pressure enveloped the other party as he said, "In Devil Imperial Palace, ability speaks for everything. Since you question my decision, then defeat me." As Yushang said this, he charged forward. The other party immediately sensed a peerless demonic figure appear. Yushang seemed to become a demon god that forced the demons to submit to him. When he punched out, the space trembled violently. The surrounding cultivators of Devil Imperial Palace frantically made way for him. The demonic cultivator took out a demonic saber and slashed out. However, his slash shattered under the punch of the demon god. The domineering demonic punch landed directly on the other party. There was a loud rumble, and the demonic cultivator's internal organs seemed to be crushed as he was sent flying out. He then fell to the ground. When the surrounding cultivators saw this scene, many of them were shocked. Yushang's ability was already considered top tier in Devil Imperial Palace. Very few people could defeat him. The speed of his growth was astonishing. The attitude of the Devil Emperor towards Yushang already faintly hinted that he intended to hand the Devil World over to the latter. Their trip here to the Tomb of the Gods was a mission. It was most likely a trial. Many demonic cultivators had objections regarding Yushang's attitude towards Yifutian. He had shown partiality for the latter. However, Yifutian had also been a guest in Devil Imperial Palace, and the Devil Emperor had met with him. Hence, they had not said anything. "Seeing that you have cultivated in Devil Imperial Palace, I will spare you this time. If you wish to question me again, you'd better be able to defeat me," warned Yushang as he swept a glance at the heavily injured demonic cultivator. "Do not forget our goal for this trip. Go inside," said Yengi. Yushang did not say anything. Yengi headed over towards the temple of House Karura ahead, and the cultivators of Devil Imperial Palace followed behind him. "Let's go in and take a look around," Yushang said to Yifutian and his group. "You can go about your own business. We will have a look around ourselves," Yifutian told Yushang. "The teachings of the ancestors of the Devil World are what is most important." Yushang's expression was serious. He then nodded his head and followed the cultivators of Devil Imperial Palace into the temple. "Let's go take a look," said Yifutian. His group advanced. The towering temple of House Karura was majestic. Divine walls were erected all around. The space inside was very large. Even though they were shattered and only a few dilapidated walls remained, their glory in their heyday could still be faintly felt. These divine walls were not forged from ordinary material. Even after such a frightening divine war back then, they were not destroyed and were left as ruins. Their hardness was apparent. "They are so tall," Xianxia said in a low voice to the side. These divine walls were exceptionally tall. Most of them were shattered. They most likely used to be part of glorious demon castles. The terrain grew higher and higher. A terrifying aura emanated from high above up ahead. Spiritual will could not invade that space. "Look at the divine wall," someone said. Up ahead, patterns were carved on the divine wall. They appeared lifelike, as though the patterns were moving. There were many Karura figures among the carvings. It should be the will left behind by a top cultivator of House Karura from ancient times. Lord Chan speculated. This place should be the core region of the temple. The outer areas are most likely already ruins, so we did not see them. Yifutian looked at the divine wall. In his mind, it was as though the divine wall came alive. The Karura figures carved on the wall moved. In his mind, the divine wall unleashed dazzling divine halos. It is the will left behind by a demon monarch. It contains the divine techniques of House Karura. This place is indeed the core region and should be the holy land of cultivation, said Yifutian as he agreed with Lord Chen's speculation. Unfortunately, it is incomplete, added Lord Chen as he nodded his head and looked at the surrounding region. Most of the divine walls were shattered. There should have been complete divine walls carved with a complete set of House Karura divine techniques. However, because so many had been destroyed, it was unclear how much of it could be comprehended. The cultivators of Devil Imperial Palace kept advancing further into the temple. Clearly, their goal was not the relics of House Karura. For them, this was secondary. The relics left behind by the ancestors of the Devil World were more important to them. They could already sense a very powerful demonic will up ahead. "All of you can cultivate here for a while," said Yifutian. Little Condor, June, and the others could comprehend the divine techniques on the divine wall. Back then, June had descended from Demon God Mountain. He was from Sky Demon Court, and his original body was that of a golden-winged giant pung bird. The cultivation techniques here were naturally suitable for him. Yifutian continued forward. Demonic might enveloped the space. After entering this space, demonic will and demonic chi circled them and were extremely frightening. This power even immediately cut off auras of the great path and spiritual will. Upon entering this place, everyone sensed an astonishing demonic will. "What divine arm is that?" asked Yifutian as he looked ahead. A divine arm descended from the heavens and stabbed into the ground. It seemed like a divine ruler that pinned the ground below. Powerful law of the great path was carved into it. There was a strange shift in Yifutian's life spirit right then. This did not happen often. However, he discovered that it was caused by the appearance of a divine item each time it occurred. This made Yifutian grow more and more curious. How did he get this life spirit? Who gave birth to him? "That is," someone said. They could only see clearly once they got inside. The divine ruler from the sky that was stabbed into the ground had pinned down a terrifying godly figure. It was the figure of a demon god. The divine ruler forged a region of absolute law power, seemingly sealing away the demon god figure. However, even so, from the demon god figure, terrifying demonic will was still emanating. After countless years, this demonic will had yet to dissipate. One could imagine how powerful and menacing it was. Before the body of the demon god, there was a body that was torn to shreds. It was gigantic, but its feathers had been torn out, and its bones were smashed. It was apparent that the battle back then was tragic. Even so, the gigantic corpse similarly emanated powerful demonic chi. The bones of the corpse seemed to be marked with divine runes of the great path. For even the corpse to contain runes meant that the body had been cultivated to its extreme limit. On both corpses, powerful wills of the great emperors emanated as though they belonged to two unyielding gods. Was this the demonic lord and the king of House Karura of the 8 legions? Yifutian thought to himself. Had they both died here together? This divine ruler did not seem to be the item of demon monarch Karura. It most likely belonged to an outside force. Other powerful cultivators had attacked them. In this ancient battle, the demonic lord might have suppressed the king of House Karura. Yifutian also sensed that the might of the divine ruler far exceeded what he was sensing now. He wanted to take a look at it. However, if he truly coveted this treasure, the members of Devil Imperial Palace would most likely attack him. Although Yushang would help Yifutian, the latter would not make it difficult for the former. Now that Yushang had yet to possess absolute authority in Devil Imperial Palace, Yifutian naturally knew how to behave to not cause trouble for Yushang. Yifutian looked around to see if there was other good stuff. In the surrounding region, there were many corpses. They were all intact corpses that most likely belonged to super cultivators. He saw another gigantic Karura corpse. Yifutian walked over towards it and stood before it. His consciousness invaded it. He immediately sensed the same divine runes of the great emperor on this corpse. Could it be that this is a cultivation technique that they were born with? Or rather, is it part of their physique? Asked Yifutian. Was this the extraordinary divine body of Karura royalty? This corpse was more complete and had not been destroyed. The demonic lord must have killed him to deal with the king of Karura. His consciousness dived into the corpse. This time, he felt the sensation he had felt back when he was comprehending the corpse of Xianxia the Great Emperor. However, what was different was that the divine body of Xianxia the Great Emperor carried a powerful attacking will, whereas this corpse didn't. Anticipation welled up in Yifutian as he comprehended the divine runes of the Great Emperor on the corpse. The cultivators of Devil Imperial Palace also noticed his actions. However, they ignored him. Their attention was on the demonic lord and the king of Karura. Yushang! Yifutian called out to Yushang after cultivating for a while. Yushang turned to look at him. Yifutian threw a few elixirs towards him. Yushang revealed an incredulous look. Why was Yifutian giving him elixirs? This imperial corpse has caught my eye. However, Devil Imperial Palace has taken this area. I will not take it for free. There are enough subdivine elixirs here for all the cultivators of Devil Imperial Palace below the tribulation plane, said Yifutian. The value of the imperial corpse was naturally higher. However, for the demonic cultivators of Devil Imperial Palace, these elixirs were more valuable than the imperial corpse. After all, they had no tangible use for the latter. All right, said Yushang. He understood Yifutian's intention. He immediately accepted the elixirs and threw them over to Yengi. He said, Demon Sage, you can distribute them. Yengi took out the elixirs. When he scanned the rank of the elixirs, he revealed a strange look. He looked surprised at Yifutian and said, These are all subdivine elixirs of the highest rank. This is worth an imperial corpse. He knew that Yifutian was not taking advantage of them. When they heard Yengi's words, the cultivators of Devil Imperial Palace were stunned. Before this, they were somewhat disdainful towards Yifutian's offerings. However, once Yengi put it that way, these elixirs were indeed priceless. Yifutian nodded his head slightly and did not say more. He continued to comprehend the imperial corpse. After comprehending for a while just now, he decided that he wanted it and hence had taken out the elixirs. Many days passed. The cultivators of Devil Imperial Palace kept comprehending the body of the demonic lord. At the same time, many demonic cultivators from the outside also came here. On the other hand, Yifutian kept comprehending the Karura imperial corpse. However, just as he was about to understand it completely, he stopped and chose to let Little Condor comprehend it. His will was linked with Little Condor. Little Condor could also sense what he had comprehended. Hence, not long after Little Condor began learning, he managed to resonate with the Karura imperial corpse. The corpse immediately lit up with the dazzling divine light of the Great Path. Inside the imperial corpse, countless divine runes of the Great Emperor lit up. Little Condor's will merged with it, and he could sense the will of the Karura Great Emperor. This imperial corpse was carved with divine runes of the Great Emperor and contained the will of the Emperor. It was the remains of a great emperor, yet it did not possess its own consciousness. When little Condor began comprehending it, he immediately merged with it. Right then, the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace also came here and looked at the gigantic Karura Imperial Corpse. Divine light flowed over it, and an extremely powerful aura emanated from it. Then they suddenly sensed a menacing aura. The Karura Imperial Corpse seemed to move. It opened its eyes and a marvelous divine light radiated from them. This caused the hearts of the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace to leap. Had the Imperial Corpse come back to life? The hearts of the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace kept throbbing. Even the cultivators of Devil Imperial Palace were also looking at the Imperial Corpse. The gigantic body slowly moved. It spread its wings and blocked out the sky as it took to the air. This scene caused the hearts of the various cultivators to beat even more intensely. Had the great emperor been revived? Just then, the massive mouth of the Imperial Corpse moved. It opened its mouth and said, "I never imagined that Condor-sama would see such a day." Once these words were uttered, the crowd felt as though the mood was ruined. The tension built instantly dissipated. This fellow was actually little Condor. Had he gained control of the Imperial Corpse? However, many people then showed looks of admiration. An ordinary demonic beast like little Condor could now control an Imperial Corpse because he followed Yifutian. Who wouldn't be envious? "Zifeng, isn't Condor-sama majestic?" asked the Karura Imperial Corpse as it looked at the phoenix. Zifeng felt her heart shudder slightly. Right now, the Karura Imperial Corpse was naturally domineering. However, when she recalled that the corpse was possessed by that nagging fellow, a bizarre feeling welled up inside her. Bang! Before little Condor acted pompously, the Imperial Corpse fell to the ground as its divine light dimmed. This caused the crowd to stare wide-eyed. Was that it? Was he toying with them? Little Condor, who was sitting across from the divine corpse, opened his eyes. He shook his head and said in a dismal tone, "I still haven't gotten used to it. I will get better in the future." The crowd smacked their lips in annoyance. With little Condor's current cultivation plane, it was most likely not easy for him to want to control the Imperial Corpse. Took a lot out of him. Yifutian was most aware of this point. Back when he wanted to completely control the corpse of Xianxia the Great Emperor, he did not have an easy time, especially when he activated the power of Xianxia the Great Emperor's body. Took a terrifying toll on him. Little Condor's reaction was very average. "You are indeed very majestic," mocked Zifeng sarcastically. Little Condor ignored her mockery. In the past, he would have certainly rebutted. However, this time, he merely glanced at Zifeng and smiled sinisterly. This phoenix most likely did not know what he had obtained. She actually still dared to act presumptuously before Condor-sama. After Condor-sama cultivated for a while, he would definitely ride on her back majestically. Who asked her to act so arrogantly in his presence? "Boss master!" cried out little Condor as he thought of something. He ran up to Yifutian's side and rubbed his head against Yifutian's body. The people around them had goosebumps when they saw this scene. This bird was extremely shameless. "Roll off," said Yifutian as he leaped to the side. He knew what this fellow was thinking. Little Condor did not mind. He rolled around on the ground and then got up and said, "I will definitely obey all your orders." The cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace were practically speechless when they saw this scene. There was such a shameless demonic beast in the world. When Yifutian saw this, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. This fellow was indeed despicable. Little Condor got up and saw the despising looks of the crowd and felt disdain for them. Did they look down on Condor-sama? Condor-sama did not care. These fellows acted righteously, but if they weren't beside Yifutian, they would be like the top cultivators of the outside world. If they were given a divine corpse of a great emperor and aided in comprehending and controlling it, let alone role, they would even call Yifutian grandfather. They did not understand. Condor-sama was the master's true favorite. Master left the best for Condor-sama. Yifutian was somewhat speechless when he sensed how little Condor thought so highly of himself. This fellow was truly theatrical. Little Condor is linked with my will. Hence, he can directly sense my comprehension, and it makes it more convenient for him to control the imperial corpse. Yifutian told the crowd. The crowd naturally understood. Yifutian was mainly concerned that the golden-winged giant Peng bird would have objections. After all, he had also been following Yifutian. However, Yifutian did not need to explain. Everyone had grown more powerful after following him. Even if he picked favorites, that was human nature. After all, Little Condor was originally his mount that he had absolute control over. Let's go. We have lost a lot of time. We should head over to other places, said Yifutian. The crowd nodded their heads. Little Condor put the imperial corpse away, and then the group of cultivators left this place. Yusheng was not around. Yifutian also did not want to disturb his cultivation. The members of Devil Imperial Palace also did not mind that they were leaving. Yifutian's group walked out of the region. They discovered that many cultivators of the Devil World had arrived in the region and were seeking the relics of the demon clan from the past in this part of the world. When Emperor Shi saw this scene, he said, "This region is now controlled by Devil Imperial Palace. It will most likely become the base of the Devil World on this ancient continent. If they completely conquer this region, the Devil World will use this place as their headquarters." Responded Yifutian as he nodded his head. "It might be possible. Before I came here, I considered whether we could find a relic to establish ourselves in. Then we can bring the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace over to cultivate. It is a similar line of thought. The other worlds will certainly also do the same. They will occupy a space and make it their base. They will completely rule over the region without allowing other forces to enter. This small world contains the relics of a demonic lord and one of the 8 legions, House Karura. The ancestors of the Devil World were once here with House Karura. Them controlling this place is undoubtedly most appropriate. Before this, he encountered cultivators on the demigod list here. However, after Devil Imperial Palace took over the region, they left. They knew their own strength. After all, even the forces of the empty divine realm had backed down, let alone the other cultivators. The crowd nodded. Now, it had been proven that below the heavenly path were the 8 legions. The gods started the war of the heavenly path, which resulted in the end of the gods and the collapse of the heavenly path. Yifutian thought about the divine ruler. Was it formed from the law of the heavenly path? Since one of the 8 legions, House Karura, had been found, that meant the other legions would also show up. He did not know whether they had already been found. Their group traversed the world of the relic. They did not know how the outside world was all this time they had been here. Outside, more and more cultivators were coming to the ancient continent. Cultivators from various worlds surged in. When Yifutian and the others first arrived in the Tomb of the Gods, it was almost impossible to find traces of cultivators. Now they were everywhere. Just as Yifutian imagined, after the Tomb of the Gods was opened, the various great emperor-level forces sought out the lands of the 8 legions first. Even in the current world, the major ruling forces were inextricably linked to the 8 legions. However, these connections were all different. Some were similar to the Devil World and House Karura being sworn enemies, while others resembled the 8 legions. For instance, the current Dark Court was similar to House Azura. House Deva, which was rumored to be the leader of the 8 legions in ancient times, was ruled by the Heavenly Emperor. Later on, another similar power was born, the Heaven Realm. However, something seemed to have happened to the Heaven Realm in the current age. Right now, many cultivators had gathered in a region high up in the Tomb of the Gods. The group of cultivators at the very front were the cultivators from the Heaven Realm. The mysterious youth that Yifutian had previously encountered was here. Behind him, there were the 4 heavenly kings of the Heaven Realm. Aside from the latter, there were also other cultivators with profound cultivation. They all stood in one location and looked up into the sky. Over there was a sky stairwell that led up into the heavens. On the stairwell, there were palace watchtowers as well as many towering stone pillars. However, right then, the stone pillars cracked in half and the palace watchtowers collapsed. Even then, divine light still descended from the heavens together with an aura. They had found the ancient Heaven Court, which was the location of the leader of the 8 legions, House Deva. The cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace traversed across the relic continent. This time, the cultivators of West Imperial Palace led by Xianxia also traveled with them. Along the way, they saw many cultivators. As for the relics, there were fewer of them. Yifutian's group had already plundered quite a few of the relics. They also gained a few Emperor-level teachings. As for how many cultivators were here, aside from the Emperor-level forces, there were also superpowers like the ancient god clans. There were cultivators from every world, as well as super cultivators who had been in seclusion. With so many people here, the relics left behind since the Age of the Gods were naturally divided up and plundered. As their group advanced, Xianxia rushed over from another direction. "How are things?" asked Yifutian. Just now, Xianxia had gone to gather intelligence. There were changes to the relic continent each day. They had lost a lot of time in the relic of House Karura. Many things must have occurred in the outside world. Xianxia reported. News that the Devil Imperial Palace has found and occupied the relic of House Karura has already gotten out. It is not just the Devil Imperial Palace who has managed to do so. The Emperor-level forces have managed to find the relics of the 8 legions one after another. A number that have been confirmed. The Dark Court has found the relic of House Azura, whereas the Divine Prefecture found the relic of House Naga. Rumor has it that the cultivators of the Heaven Realm have discovered the relic of House Deva. It is also about to be opened. She had come across a lot of useful information. She continued, a huge mountain range has also appeared in the north. Many corpses with terrifying auras have been discovered there. Many cultivators are gradually heading over to that region. It is rumored that the relic of House Maharaga of the 8 legions might be located there. Xianxia looked at Yifutian and said, "For now, I have heard that no Emperor-level force has headed over there yet. Should we head there ourselves?" Beneath the heavenly path were the 8 legions. However, even including the heavenly Emperor realm, there were only 7 Emperor-level forces. Even if each force occupied one relic of the 8 legions, there would still be one left over. If so, which force was most likely to occupy the last relic? It was possible for the Ziwei Segmentum, which was the leader of the original realm. Although the West Imperial Palace was an ancient god clan, it was impossible for them to want to occupy a relic of one of the 8 legions in such a chaotic situation. However, they might still have a chance to find the teachings of a great emperor. "Let's go," said Yifutian. The relic of House Karura had left him in awe with the many corpses of great emperors they found there. The relic of House Maharaga, which was also one of the 8 legions, would not disappoint. Yifutian was aware that although the power of Ziwei Imperial Palace was constantly growing now, they still had a long way to go to be on par with the Emperor-level forces. This time, the various Emperor-level forces had sent out almost all of their cultivators. His ego had not bloated to the point that he believed that Ziwei Imperial Palace could contend with Emperor-level forces in their current condition. "All right," said Xianxia. "Then, let's head over there immediately." The group continued on their way. As they were traveling, Yifutian asked Xianxia, "Goddess Qiao, what do you know about the 8 legions?" The West Imperial Palace was an ancient god clan. He wondered whether they knew some ancient secrets. After all, the West Imperial Palace still had the will of a great emperor. "They are legends from the Age of the Gods," said Xianxia. "Legends tell that beneath the heavenly path were the 8 legions. They maintained the order of the world. Beneath the heavenly path, the cultivation world was extremely prosperous. Large numbers of super cultivators emerged. Hence, that age was known as the Age of the Gods." She continued, "The 8 legions were led by House Deva, which resided in the central heaven court. The 8 legions each had their own duties. House Naga ruled over the demonic clans. House Azura ruled over the underworld and controlled life, death, and reincarnation. Legends say that they dared to contend with House Deva. The other legions also had their own responsibilities. They represented the heavenly path in the world. Rumor has it that the heavenly emperor realm is connected to House Deva from ancient times. So, the cultivators of the heaven realm discovering the location of House Deva is also due to this connection?" Yifutian mumbled. Back then, How did the Heavenly Emperor realm fall into decline? What secrets lie behind all this? Do the forces of the Heaven realm now have the ability to control the relic of the strongest House Deva? I am not so familiar with the current ability of the Heaven realm. They have kept an extremely low profile. Normally, it is difficult to even catch a glimpse of them. They rarely appear in other worlds and cultivate on their own, said Xianxia. Yifutian also felt that the Heaven realm was extremely mysterious. The heir of the Heavenly Emperor realm was extremely talented, and his ability was also very frightening. When they had fought, the other party used Donghuang Diyuan's ability, Heaven Punishing Divine Sword. Xianxia said in a low voice, "However, I have heard some elders mention some secrets from back then. The ruler of the Heaven realm had peerless talent and ability. Even the Devil Emperor, the Evil Emperor, and the other great emperors from back then avoided getting into a fight with him. However, unbeknownst why, he suddenly disappeared without a trace. Most likely, only the Emperor-level forces know why. It seems that the various major Emperor-level forces are secretive about these issues." Her beautiful gaze revealed a pondering look. She seemed to also be curious about what happened back then. "I have heard that Donghuang the Great was also involved in this," commented Xianxia, though she sounded uncertain. Yifutian revealed a strange look. He recalled the ability of the heir of the Heaven realm. What Xianxia said might be true. Donghuang the Great was truly a legendary figure. There seemed to be stories of him everywhere. Be it from Master of Four Corner Village or in the world of Buddhism, his traces could be found everywhere. Yifutian was actually very curious about what sort of person Donghuang the Great was. From the looks of it, the Heaven realm has such a deep background and has cultivated away from the world. They have not come in contact with the outside world and kept themselves hidden. After so many years, the power of the Heaven Court of the Heaven realm might not be weaker than the other Emperor-level forces, said Yifutian. "It is possible," said Xianxia. "The last Heavenly Emperor was also a domineering figure." Yifutian nodded his head. The ability of the current low-profile Heaven realm would most likely be revealed in the near future. Yifutian said, "This time, the relics of the gods have appeared, and the relics of the 8 legions have been found one after another. If the Heaven realm has truly discovered and occupied the relic of House Deva, the other Emperor-level forces will not allow them to do so easily. A huge battle will certainly erupt. House Deva was the leader of the 8 legions. Its relic would undoubtedly be a main target of contention for the Emperor-level forces. Even if the Emperor-level forces had already found a relic of the 8 legions, who wouldn't want more Emperor-level teachings? Of course, it was better to have more. That's right. Even though the relics of the 8 legions have surfaced one after another, there are bound to be battles in the future. Xianxia acknowledged Yifutian's words. In reality, it was difficult for her idea of Ziwei Imperial Palace occupying a relic to come to fruition. It depended on their luck and fate. This continent of the gods would not just be here for a day or two. It was now permanently part of the original realm. They kept traveling north. However, it still took them a long time to reach the mountain range. Before they arrived, Yifutian's group slowed down. They glanced ahead far into the distance. There seemed to be divine mountains bordering the sky in the heavens above. Countless mountains towered into the sky. It appeared to be a mountain range from ancient times. Although they were still far away, Yifutian's group already sensed a mysterious aura. There was also a formless pressure as well as an old will. In the surrounding space, many people traversed the skies and came to this place. There were also many cultivators below who surged over to this ancient mountain range one after another. In reality, before them, many cultivators had already ended up perishing in the mountain range and now lay there forever. "We have arrived," said Xianxia. Although it was her first time here, she naturally sensed that the place that they were looking for was up ahead. "Maharaga," mumbled Yifutian. "The 8 legions maintained the world order beneath the heavenly path during ancient times. People of the present were far too old and seemed alien. Of course, they also garnered respect. Rumor has it that, among the 8 legions, House Maharaga was proficient in battle. This house had no taboos and acted recklessly. However, their combat ability was indeed powerful. Some people called them demon gods while others called them spirits, said Xianxia. As they spoke, they approached the divine mountain range. There were only countless cultivators here. There were no relics in sight. They must have been plundered clean by the cultivators these past few days. They probably would only find fateful encounters by going deep into the divine mountains. Yifutian stopped when they reached the outskirts of the divine mountains. He looked at the ancient mountains ahead. The mysterious pressure was growing more intense. It seemed to be everywhere. Be careful, Yifutian warned in a low voice. I sense that these endless mountains seem to possess wills. If this is the base of House Maharaga, it is possible these are the wills left behind by the ancestors of House Maharaga that have merged with the mountains. The crowd nodded with serious expressions. This was where the relic of House Maharaga, one of the 8 legions, was located. It might be the only relic of the 8 legions they could contend for. The other locations were already beyond their grasp. Come, let's go, said Yifutian. Their group entered into the divine mountain region, heading deep inside. The group slowed down and were much more cautious now than before. Within these divine mountains, corpses could be seen from time to time. They must have been cultivators who had come seeking fateful encounters. It is so unpleasant. My heart rate has increased, said Lord Chun to the side. The others also nodded their heads. Everyone felt an unpleasant aura. Where was this mysterious pressure coming from? Even though Yifutian and his group felt an unpleasant aura looming over them, they still entered the mountains. The barren mountains appeared exceptionally desolate even with the arrival of the cultivators from the outside worlds. Everyone felt a chill down their spine. Yifutian and his group could clearly sense danger lurking around. None of the cultivators dared to traverse across the mountains in the sky. Instead, everyone trekked through the mountains as they progressed deeper into it. Beware, Yifutian warned. His gaze was fixed on the ground. There seemed to be some movements coming from underground. In the distance, another group of cultivators was advancing slowly. Suddenly, a powerful aura of the Great Path erupted. At the same time, the ground split open, and a bloody mouth attacked the cultivators. Terrifying auras of the Great Path burst forth frenziedly from the cultivators, yet they stood no chance against the engulfment of the bloody mouth. When the mouth was wide open, it could chomp down on a hill. It directly swallowed the cultivators along with their powers of the Great Path. Even the destructive power of the Great Path could not stop the mouth from crushing the cultivators. The surrounding cultivators dispersed frantically. Yifutian narrowed his eyes in surprise when he saw the scene. The beast was a giant python. However, this enormous python was slightly different from other demonic pythons. It was more savage, and its head was gold in color. Rumor has it that Maharaga had always had a demonic python around his neck. It is a demon monarch and a god of pythons, Xianxia explained in a low voice to the side. When they looked at their surroundings, they noticed that numerous gigantic pythons had appeared. The scales on their bodies were akin to that of real dragons as they shimmered with a menacing demonic light. Their gazes were ferocious, and their eyes glistened with bizarre looks. They were the embodiment of savagery as they stared intently at the cultivators. These demonic pythons are not sentient. They are most likely controlled by the chaotic wills dwelling in the mountains. Or rather, these mountains contain a certain will that can affect these beasts, Yifutian speculated. Therefore, these beasts do not feel pain. Just now, even though it was attacked, it still swallowed the group of cultivators alive. It was too dangerous for Renhuangs to come here. With so many powerful demons around, cultivators cannot possibly enter into the depths of the mountains unless they are top figures, Xianxia mumbled. Countless outsiders intended to seize the inheritances in the largest relic, but they would fail unless they had profound cultivation. At the very least, the relics left behind by the 8 legions would never be claimed by commoners. The ambitions of the majority of the cultivators would forever remain as wishful thinking. Many Renhuangs from Ziwei Imperial Palace naturally understood this too. If it weren't for the presence of Yifutian, the other cultivators like Little Condor, Yi Wuchen, and Yaya would never stand a chance to receive the teachings of the great emperors. "The few of you clear the way," Yifutian commanded as he looked at the few people behind him. They nodded. Sword Saint, Yi Wuchen, and a few others moved forward. They had not tried out their abilities since they received the teachings of the great emperors. Now, these gigantic pythons served as the best practice targets for them. Sword Saint took the lead. He acquired a demonic imperial arm before this. With the demonic blade in his hand, he moved swiftly as mighty demonic will surrounded his body. Even though he could only activate part of the power hidden in the imperial arm, he still emanated an outstanding temperament with the support of the overbearing demonic will. A massive demonic python pounced towards Sword Saint with its mouth wide open. It had no sentience at all. Sword Saint slashed down. The demonic light traversed across space and sliced the python's body in half. Terrifying will of destruction tore the body of the beast apart. Yi Wuchen, Yaya, and the Swordmaster of Lihan moved simultaneously. They charged in 3 different directions. The sword matrix they had inherited was formidable and formed when 3 came together as one. However, they were still very powerful even when they acted separately. It was because they had each inherited teachings from an independent great emperor. Yi Wuchen's sword was sharp and overbearing. Yaya's sword tore everything into shreds. The sword of the Swordmaster of Lihan directly sliced through the beast's will. With the 3 of them clearing the way in front, all the demonic pythons were crushed. "Let's go." Yifutian and the others followed behind them and advanced. With Sword Saint and the others clearing the path, the group progressed smoothly. They moved deeper into the mountains. Some other cultivators recognized Yifutian and followed behind his group. They could ensure their safety by walking behind them. Yifutian did not pay them any heed either. These people would not pose a threat to him. If they were strong enough to threaten him, they wouldn't have followed behind his group. The troop pushed on into the mountains and killed several demonic pythons along the way. They continued their journey until they reached a unique region in the mountains. There were several extraordinarily powerful wills existing in the surrounding mountains. An example was a sword will left behind by a great emperor who sliced a mountain in half. Besides that, there was an enormous palm seared onto the ground, which resulted in a big hole. There were also countless broken divine arms littered on the ground. The arms all contained threatening auras. Moreover, Yifutian discovered that the surrounding region had encountered large-scale destruction. Nothing was spared. This caused a massive open plain to appear in front of them. From the looks of it, the surrounding mountains had been flattened during battle. Surprisingly, many extraordinary cultivators paused their journey and stayed here. "What is that?" someone asked. The group looked ahead and saw a mountain. However, a terrifying aura emanated from it. They felt goosebumps all over their bodies just by glancing at the mountain. Xiao's facial expression turned extremely ugly as her heart raced. The mountain was formed from piled-up corpses. The scene was startling and unpalatable. Was this place once hell? The corpses of the cultivators were piled up and became a mountain. An intense perilous aura derived from the mountain of corpses and permeated the space. Surprisingly, there were many cultivators meditating in the region. There seemed to be wills of the great emperors lingering here. Yifutian expanded his divine consciousness and enveloped the vast space. He discovered quite a few relics left behind by the great emperors around the area. Calling them relics was a stretch. The great emperors had merely perished and remained here. House Maharaga was indeed bloodthirsty and ruthless. They killed so many people, Xiao commented. The original West Imperial Palace Lord advised, "You can't jump to that conclusion. The cultivators from the outside world invaded their area and intended to eradicate them. The 8 legions only exist in the annals of history now. Therefore, it's unwise for us to comment about the War of the Heavenly Path. However, Xiao, if someone wants to annihilate West Imperial Palace, what would you do?" When Xiao put herself in that situation, she could understand the intention behind their massacre. It was just that this horrifying scene greatly impacted her. The corpses piled up to form a mountain. Such a scene had actually appeared so vividly before her eyes. The original Palace Lord continued, The combat ability of House Maharaga was indeed formidable. There are so many corpses here. Furthermore, it seems that quite a few great emperors have perished here. Let's go have a look, Yifutian suggested. He wondered whether there was anything worth comprehending among the relics left behind by these great emperors. This area had certainly been surrounded by many troops in the past. House Maharaga seemed to have slain quite a number of great emperors. All of you have a look around. I will check out the front, Yifutian said. He moved to the front alone. However, Hua Jieyu and Hua Qingqing followed him. The rest of them moved in different directions. They were still in the same region where they could take care of each other, so there should not be any danger. Step by step, Yifutian approached the mountain of corpses. A menacing perilous aura immediately rushed towards him. Anyone who approached the mountain would be corrupted by the perilous aura. Moreover, this mountain of corpses prevented the cultivators from advancing. The core region of House Maharaga might lie behind the mountain. A murderous aura was invading their minds. At once, Yifutian saw countless spirits rushing toward them with killing intent. Immediately, he expanded his mind into the domain of the murderous aura and noticed that it was formed under a specific condition. It slowly took its form as masses of corpses piled up. Yifutian caught sight of horrifying figures within this domain that belonged to the deceased cultivators. However, they were no longer themselves, but a fright of resentful spirits glided toward Yifutian and the others frantically with murderous intent. Yifutian put his hands together, and his entire body was coated with the light of Buddha. It was covering every part of his body with a golden gleam, banishing all evil. Bang! Those terrifying spirits thudded against the golden light of Buddha, creating cracks all over. Yifutian was astounded and thought, the will of these resentful spirits hidden here is a little overpowering. Yifutian's light of Buddha covered 3 people, Hua Jieyu, Hua Qingqing, and himself. The relentless attacks were directed at the light, causing the cracks to become bigger. Right before it was broken into pieces, Yifutian uttered the Buddhist mantra with the sound of Buddha, turning them into runes and embedding them into the light. The Akalanatha battle form manifested at the center and covered the cracks. However, the shockwave-like impacts gradually became more powerful. When they closed in on the mountain of undead, a silhouette of a demon could be seen with pythons surrounding it. At first sight, Yifutian realized it was the Maharaga. A concentrated will of evil spirits manifested around the Maharaga and traveled in Yifutian's direction as they turned into demonic figures. Crack! Fissures appeared on every visible part of the Akalanatha battle form, and it was finally reduced to ruins. Yifutian was stunned by the sight of it. At his current cultivation level, almost no one could make him budge once he activated his Akalanatha battle form. Even a second-level Tribulation Plane cultivator's repertoire of offensive skills would prove to be futile in the face of his defenses. Yet these wills broke through it like it was a piece of paper. Furthermore, the most terrifying of them all had not even moved from its spot. Emitting the light of Buddha on their bodies, the sound of Buddha manifested as runes and turned into a Buddhist lamp around Yifutian and Hua Qingqing. It assimilated into the light of Buddha Yifutian released. Simultaneously, Hua Jieyu discharged the light on her body and incorporated it into their Buddhist power. A demonic glint flashed across the Maharaga's eyes before it rushed toward them. The light of Buddha shattered immediately after a loud bang was heard. A dreadful force flew in Yifutian's direction, consuming everything in its path and intending to devour their minds. Wasting no time, Yifutian took out his sky tremor and hammered at the evil force that was hot on their tails while bringing the other 2 out of that domain. The entire fabric of space was vibrating following a loud boom. Then, the 3 of them appeared at a faraway location which was out of the domain. They were still trembling as they stared at the mountain of the undead. Even though they could no longer see the ghastly sight, the quake that contained the power of the Great Path, caused by the sky tremor, could still be felt. Not even the attacks of the Imperial Arm could destroy the mountain of the undead. So it came as no surprise that the notorious mountain would stand in the path of travelers all this time. Yifutian. Shi Qiao came up to Yifutian and said, "Please be careful. Many people had been devoured and died there. Xiao knew how formidable the mountain of the undead was after she inquired about it. Yeah, this mountain of the undead has turned evil. I initially thought of purging it with Buddhist power. But it looks like we have to make our way through this place by force now, Yifutian declared while striding forward with the imperial arm in his hand. At that time, he suddenly became the center of attention because all of them had launched attacks at the mountain of the undead earlier, but it wouldn't move an inch. Yifutian leaped into the sky and moved forward, launching the terrific tremoring pulse toward the mountain of the undead. But it was blocked by a mighty force at the moment of contact. It went without saying that this mountain was reigned by the will of the once glorious great emperor, Maharaga the Great. Turning the force of the great path inside his body into the Buddhist power, Yifutian infused it into his sky tremor. At once, the light of Buddha radiated on the tremoring pulse around his weapon. When the sound of Buddha was being reverberated, a silhouette of Buddha manifested in the atmosphere all of a sudden, causing many powerful cultivators all around to turn and look at Yifutian. Then, he could be seen lifting his sky tremor and charging toward the mountain of the undead. A destructive storm swept across everything before his eyes. Countless will of evil spirits burst out when the attack hit the mountain of the undead, filling up the entire domain with resentful spirits. However, the tremoring pulse covered with the light of Buddha purged everything in its path. All the remnants were wiped off from the face of the planet. A powerful will manifested and turned into a gigantic phantom of Maharaga. However, it did not escape the fate of being exterminated. Bang! Everything within sight disappeared into thin air following an ear-shattering blast. The colossal mountain of the undead was reduced to nothing and ruin. The powerful tremoring pulse opened up a path, blowing everything to bits as it moved further into the horizon, making echoes in the process. It has opened. Numerous cultivators came closer as they witnessed Yifutian annihilating the mountain of the undead and opening a path toward the front. Was that the land belonged to the Maharaga tribe? What would be hidden inside? The tremoring pulse of sky tremor has vanished completely. Yifutian felt multiple powerful auras coming from a distant location as he stared at the sight before him. He could feel their presence strongly, although they were far away. "Follow me," Yifutian piped. With that, all the cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace and West Imperial Palace gathered together and moved forward hastily. The remaining people also rushed toward them from various directions and headed inside, including some extremely powerful cultivators. All of them had tried to open the path before Yifutian did but failed. Even some of their high-damage offenses could not make the mountain of the undead budge an inch. Yet Yifutian was able to crush it completely. His success was ascribed to the might of the imperial army and the fact that he infused the Buddhist power into his weapon. Various mysterious and powerful auras suffocated their senses as they went deeper toward the location. Yifutian immediately pierced through the void with his gaze to observe the things hidden inside only to be appalled by a disgusting sight, which caused him to tremble involuntarily. In House Karura's case, the demon clan was the one who declared war on them. Yet, things were different here. There was a high chance that a deadly war had broken out due to a myriad of great emperors' invasions to this place to eradicate the Maharaga tribe. These great emperors were not as powerful as the likes of the demonic lord, yet the number of their forces might be higher than that of the demon clan. The atmosphere there was terrifying and overwhelming. A frightening pressure above the heavens spanned across the entire domain, exuding a tremendous aura at every corner. A golden halberd was lying in a conspicuous place. It was stuck onto the ground, turning its surroundings into golden color, making the earth seem like it was made of pure gold. The void, too, was painted in gold. A golden halo could be seen above the halberd, though the ominous dark cloud overshadowed the divine golden light. It was a peculiar sight to behold. It was without a doubt an imperial arm as it gave out a menacing aura. Besides, there was a likelihood that a will was sealed inside. In another location, a jet-black spear was emanating an unparalleled aura. There was a deadly airflow surrounding it, creating a threatening domain in the process. Simultaneously, a devastating ray of light was shown upward. A figure could be seen sitting in a lotus position unscathed somewhere within earshot. Its body formed a pernicious great path domain all around. Nevertheless, it had long since died, an ancient relic from a forgotten time. A stone's throw away, a lotus could be seen growing out of the ground, which had a strong life force. However, its will was suppressed by the immense pressure of this domain. Staring at the sight before his eyes, Yifutian trembled with astonishment. Apart from him, the Ziwei Imperial Palace and West Imperial Palace cultivators were taken aback as their hearts palpitated like mad when they drank in the scenery before them. This place was the ruins of the fallen emperors where a great war once burst out. Many great emperors died in battle, and their bodies were buried here forever. The rest of the people who arrived after them were shell-shocked when they laid their eyes on the sight before them. They had shortness of breath as their heartbeat began to palpitate abnormally, causing them to slow their pace down. This was madness. To think such a great number of great emperors would be inhumed here. How terrifying was the war in the ancient days. How powerful was the strength of the Maharaga tribe that they could take out this many great emperors and leave their corpses here. Standing on the ruins, Yifutian did not hurry to enter meditation mode, as he could somewhat feel the power of an unknown origin within the realm. It gave him goosebumps. Lifting his head, he stared at the dark sky that was overwhelmed with suffocating pressure. The presence of destructive power was everywhere. Ruins of the great emperors dispersed over the land within his sight. Intimidating auras could be felt from every location of the ruins. He tried to appraise the unknown power after unleashing his perception to its maximum range and output, yet it remained undetectable as if it was hidden further inside. While he was detecting his surrounding, all the other cultivators were rushing toward the ruins of the emperors, attempting to unlock and inherit the treasures of the late emperors. Seeing that the cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace and West Imperial Palace could not hold back their excitement, Yifutian said, "Go ahead." "Yes, my lord." They immediately scurried in different directions. Since everyone's cultivating journey was different, they headed to ruins that could benefit them. However, Hua Jieyu did not move from the spot. Standing beside Yifutian, she asked, "Can you sense it?" "I'm not sure," Yifutian responded. "There is an unknown power within these ruins. This place may not be as simple as it seems." Taking a step forward from behind, Hua Qingqing shifted her gaze toward the sky and whispered, "I can feel it too. This power seems to have an evil origin." Nodding, Yifutian remained silent for a while. Checking his surrounding, he uttered, "Let's us begin our meditation." Many cultivators had already commenced their meditation, hoping to inherit something from the perished great emperors. So the trio had to pick up their paces. Yifutian strolled in a direction that did not lead to imperial arms but toward the lotus. Standing before the lotus, Yifutian could feel an abundant life force from it. The flower was in full bloom. The divine light of life emanated from it, radiated its surroundings, piercing its illumination across the infinite space inconspicuously. The entire domain was under the will of Lotus's influence. This lotus is suitable for Qingyuan, Yifutian thought to himself. Xia Qingyuan did not join the expedition team this time, but she had stumbled across a lotus during her first time visiting the ruins of the gods back then, one that a great emperor once meditated on. In fact, there was a likelihood that this lotus was a byproduct of a great emperor. If Xia Qingyuan could merge herself with this flower, her cultivation level would, without a doubt, grow to the next level. For that reason, he wanted to bring the whole plant back with him. After expanding his perception ability to its maximum output, Yifutian infused the aura of the Great Way into the lotus to create a resonance with it. Closing his eyes, he tried to enter the dimension of the lotus. The power of the world tree from his body was surrounding the lotus and gradually seeped into the flower. Soon, a connection was formed between him and the lotus, and it only grew stronger as time passed. After witnessing the happening, most of the cultivators nearby left Yifutian alone and did not attempt to compete against him for the flower. After all, he was the one who opened up this path. Everyone knew the extent of his strength, so it would be pointless to fight with him. Besides, there were numerous ruins of the great emperors in this place. Hence, they had no reason to stay there. However, the fight in the other locations was intense. Some people were meditating. Meanwhile, the rest were trying to plunder the imperial arms through violence. Battles were happening everywhere as the pillage began. Letting no distraction affect him, Yifutian focused on his perception silently as his connection with the lotus intensified. Soon, all his senses drifted into the world of the lotus. In there, the divine light of the lotus dazzled. Countless rays of the light of life dispersed across the atmosphere, covering the boundless space. At once, he noticed the span of its domain had reached the imperial arms and all the other ruins of the great emperors. Moreover, they were connected. Yifutian caught sight of numerous lights. Each of them represented a location of the great emperor's ruin. None of them were scattered arbitrarily. Instead, they were placed in a specific manner to form a macroscale divine matrix. Yifutian's heart skipped a beat. He had been bothered by an ominous feeling when he stepped into this domain. Witnessing this did nothing but aggravate his sense of imminent danger. At that moment, the other cultivators were fighting against each other to loot the treasures left at the ruins of the great emperors. Their clashes further weakened the already unstable divine matrix, cracking it in the process. Suddenly, an incorporeal silhouette appeared within the range of Yifutian's perception. It was an empress with a majestic temperament, a bona fide goddess who also happened to be the owner of the lotus. "Do not destroy the matrix." Yifutian heard a voice speaking into his mind via telepathy. It belonged to the goddess who left a fragment of her consciousness there until that moment. However, battles had already broken out in many locations outside. Some of them even tried to pull the imperial arms out forcibly. Yifutian's expression immediately turned sullen. After moving his consciousness out of the lotus's dimension, he glanced through the entire battlefield and shouted, "Stop fighting!" His voice was like a clap of roaring thunder, deafening the ears of many cultivators. Still, most of them did not stop exchanging blows. But it was only natural. Who would stop at this point when they were so close to getting their hands on an imperial arm? The stronger cultivators particularly paid no heed to Yifutian's warning. They continued to destroy everything there without a care in the world. Just then, Yifutian lifted his head to stare at the sky as he felt the suffocating pressure take a turn for the worse. Crack, crack, crack. The sinistrous noises sounded like disembodied shackles broken into pieces. They came from all the imperial arms that were connected to the firmament. Earlier on, Yifutian saw pillars of divine lights pierce through the heavens, but all of them began to fall apart. Nevertheless, those cultivators, who were battling with each other for the ruins of great emperors, did not feel anything out of place. They did not notice any changes at all. There was an unseen aura enveloping the space beneath the sky. Yifutian could sense an overwhelming presence above the clouds vividly. Everything within the atmosphere was slowly devoured by it. Attention, the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace and West Imperial Palace. Get back right now. Yifutian commanded loudly. Although he could not stop the others, he had authority over Ziwei Imperial Palace and West Imperial Palace cultivators. The Ziwei Imperial Palace group returned upon his order immediately. Xianxia also reiterated when she the instruction. At once, the West Imperial Palace bunch retreated to where he was. "What happened?" Xianxia asked. Yifutian raised his head to peer at the sky and responded, "There is an unknown force awakening currently. The ruins in this area have formed a divine matrix. These two powers kept the opposite in check by sealing one another. But after our arrival, we've been destroying the divine matrix and broke their precarious balance." Right after he spoke, the imperial arms and the ground of the ruins were gleaming with the divine light of the great emperors. It was only at that moment that the remaining cultivators sensed something amiss. The fact that Yifutian had ordered his subordinates to retreat only added to their suspicion. They knew Yifutian was being serious, or else he would not have asked the Ziwei Imperial Palace's cultivators to withdraw themselves from the looting of the ruins' treasures. The force of nature and the aura of the Great Way rushed into the heavens frantically from the land beneath it. The dark sky began to swallow up the force of nature under it like a bottomless pit. Everyone finally regained their senses and raised their heads, and shifted their gazes toward the presence above the sky. At that moment, their hearts were palpitating violently. Not only were the people inside the domain affected, but the cultivators outside, who had just stepped into the mountain range, also noticed a mysterious and powerful forces awakening. They were rooted to the spot when they saw innumerable pythons manifested from nowhere with blood-curdling looks in their eyes. They took in the sight of a terrifying scene as they turned their eyes at a distant spot. A colossal silhouette was gradually becoming conspicuous above the firmament. The suction force at where Yifutian and the rest stood on grew stronger as time passed. They could make out a fuzzy godly figure amid the eerie storm. The gigantic silhouette had a human head and a body like a snake. It was imposing and almighty like the god of all demons, a fearsome sight to behold. "It is still not completely awakened," Yifutian murmured. "Let's retreat." After speaking, he immediately led the group out of that place. However, the violent vortex of wind expanded rapidly at that moment. As the suction intensity increased, shrieks of cultivators could be heard at random. Their bodies would be pulled into the turbulent whirlwind. Some of their spiritual souls were even sucked out of their physical forms. Yifutian illuminated the light of Buddha on his body, covering all the cultivators around him. Nevertheless, he could still feel the terrifying suction force as it gradually grew stronger each second. An enormous silhouette of a demon god appeared in the sky above their heads. Its size was so towering that it covered the entire mountain as though no one could escape from its grasp. "It's the Maharaja!" Everyone beat a hasty retreat when they caught sight of it. Their hearts were beating like crazy when they realized that figure was one of the 8 legions under the heavenly path, the legendary Maharaja. It was slowly regaining consciousness while devouring all the intruding cultivators in his territory. They could not believe that its will was still as petrifying as depicted in the legends, even after so many years had passed. Numerous figures were pulled into the void of the vortex one after another from the ground. Cultivators below the tribulation plane could not withstand suction force. Some of their souls were pulled out of their bodies forcibly and were devoured by it. The whole place was in total chaos. Powerful cultivators launched some of the most potent attacks in their arsenals from various locations. Their offenses were spread across the vast area and hit the massive silhouette formed by the will of Maharaja. "We can't make it out in time." Yifutian came to a halt as he felt the force getting stronger. Then he said, "Little Condor, protect everyone." "Okay." Little Condor nodded with a stern look. Following that, he manifested the divine body of Karura and merged his mind into it. Next, the gigantic Karura opened its wings and covered everyone under them so that no one would be affected by the suction force. With that, Yifutian carried his imperial arm in his hand and flew into the sky toward the center of the cyclone. The menacing cyclone pulled Yifutian into the sky. He caught sight of a few top-notch cultivators at several locations of this violent tempest. Some of them were near deity levels. Naturally, only cultivators above this tier could hold a candle to the will of a great emperor. That will was left behind by the Maharaja and was merged with this pocket dimension. Its will could be felt from any area within the mountain range. Not only was it not destroyed, but it even had signs of awakening. Whoosh! Yifutian noticed a destructive divine light beamed into the vortex of air, as if it was trying to tear a hole in the cyclone. He could recognize the person who did that. It was none other than the Supreme Sword Lord, who attempted to split open the violent storm, creating an opening. The sky tremor in Yifutian's hand was coated with the light of Buddha. After he flew into the sky, his imperial arm forced itself through the center of the cyclone, causing pandemonium everywhere. The violent storm in the sky dispersed a little as a result. Nevertheless, the intimidating will the felt earlier did not disappear. Following its awakening, the range of the vortex expanded ceaselessly, trapping Yifutian and the others inside in the process. "Aim the attacks there," the Supreme Sword Lord piped up. Right then, he aimed his flying slash at the gigantic figure formed by the will of the Maharaja. However, the colossal being opened its eyes in the next moment. The look of its stare was brimmed with an overwhelming amount of will unlike anyone had ever felt before. As it moved its body down a little, a python god opened its bloodied mouth, devoured the sword, and attempted to ingurgitate the supreme sword lord. Nonetheless, the latter's Taishang swordsmanship unleashed an exceptional divine light, breaking through the massive body of the python god, and he successfully made his escape. To his surprise, the Maharaga stretched its hand and caused another python god to constrict him. Next, the Maharaga opened its mouth, consuming the supreme sword lord. The latter's spiritual soul was forced out of its physical form at the mercy of the former's suction force. Even so, the latter transmuted his spiritual soul into the form of a divine sword. The sword spirit flew upward, aiming its attack at the Maharaga. A near-deity-level individual was not someone to be trifled with. Wham! Yifutian launched an attack as well. Kicking off the air, he shot himself toward Maharaga's figure. Lifting the sky tremor in his hand, he projected a tremoring pulse toward his opponent. Simultaneously, a divine light could be seen flying toward Maharaga's silhouette. At that moment, Yifutian felt an overwhelming sword will nearby. To his astonishment, the person who fired the attack against the enemy was none other than Xianxia, who was holding a divine sword in her hand. The divine light radiated on her body, causing the air around her to change as if she had become an empress. As she unsheathed her sword, the will of the emperor began to fill up the atmosphere as though it was the birth of the divine sword of the great emperor. Unleashing her sword technique, Raindrop Divine Sword, with her weapon, rain began to pour down from the sky. Countless raindrops turned into needle-like threads and pierced through Maharaga's body. Under the combined attacks of three powerful cultivators, the figure formed by the Maharaga dispersed before it could complete its full form. Yet, the will of the Maharaj did not fade away. Everyone could still feel its powerful presence from different locations of the pocket dimension as if it was omnipresence. In next to no time, the sky turned into a face, pulling many cultivators up into the heavens. After being consumed by the monstrous countenance, their spiritual souls disappeared along with their wills as if the Maharaga had assimilated them to his will. After picking up a sense of imminent danger, Yifutian's face drained colors. Raising his head to stare at the sky, he saw Maharaga's face that spanned across the entire atmosphere. The celestial countenance looked down at every living being beneath the firmament. It was nearly impossible to even launch an attack at it. The Supreme Sword Lord, Xianxia, and the likes felt like someone was watching them. The will of the Maharaga continued to awake, and they could not do anything to stop it. Following that, the suction force intensified and plunged the whole pocket dimension into a chaotic superstorm. No one could escape its fierce onslaught. Yifutian remained on the same spot as he witnessed the spiritual souls of numerous cultivators being consumed by the towering apparition of the Maharaga. At once, he felt a strong pulling force on his body, trying to suck him into the sky. He was stupefied by the fact that he could hardly get himself out of that place with celerity. Just then, Yifutian felt an overpowering pulling force, trying to swallow his spiritual soul and will. Everything in his body was sucked out of it, including the aura of the Great Way inside of him. Gripping his imperial arm, the sky tremor, he covered it with the light of Buddha that illuminated his surrounding. He could not stop the intimidating will from its advances. Soon, he found himself trapped in the realm of the will, where Maharaga's face appeared inside, trying to assimilate his will to its. Still, he was not the only exception. The other cultivators were met with the same fate. Resisting the invasion with all their might, beams of divine lights illuminated from various locations. The Supreme Sword Lord turned his will into the Great Path. Xianxia merged her will with the Raindrop Divine Sword, annihilating the will that attempted to consume her. Many other cultivators were trying their level best to resist as well. In Yifutian's hand, the sky tremor lit up a blazing light as he moved his will into it. The world tree inside his body transformed into Buddhist power and flowed into his weapon. The light of Buddha around the sky tremor instantly gave off a brilliant light brighter than ever, launching several powerful tremoring pulses. After the world tree's energy flowed into the sky tremor, a phantasm of a gleaming divine tree manifested around the weapon. As the light of Buddha covered the divine tree, it looked similar to that of the Bodhi divine tree. The destructive, tremoring pulses were destroying everything on their paths. At that moment, Yi Futian noticed the will of the Maharaga retreated as if it was afraid of his attacks. It was the first time the Maharaga ever tried to evacuate. A similar incident had happened before during their expedition in the demonic domain. The will of the Karura retreated as it was frightened by the power of the world tree. Then, a thought suddenly crossed Yi Futian's mind. Perhaps the Maharaga did not fear the Buddhist power but the power of the world tree itself. Since a similar thing had played out with the Karura, my assumption could be right on its money. The Maharaga and the Karura were the 8 legions under the heavenly path. As the king of the Maharaga tribe, why would it be afraid of the Buddhist power? A divine light gleamed around Yi Futian after his contemplation. The will of the world tree transformed into an invisible air current and spread across the entire sky at great speed. This force assimilated the will of the Maharaga to its own when it clashed against the latter. It was not devoured but assimilated. Yi Futian was confounded upon the realization that the Maharaga was not the one who led the assimilation but the will of the world tree. The epiphany moment had blown Yi Futian's mind away, and he thought, is the world tree's power more significant than the 8 regions so that the latter is afraid of it? Earlier on, the awakened will of the Maharaga would consume every being in this realm, including the wills of the cultivators. It would then assimilate its wills into its own to strengthen itself. Yet, it yielded in the presence of the will of the world tree. What was the reason behind it? However, Yi Futian did not let his guard down. After all, the unpleasant experience was still fresh in his mind. The Karura retaliated at its final moment, trying to consume his will. Would the will of the Maharaga do the same? Still, he did not have the luxury of choice at that time. The will of the world tree continued to expand its influence and assimilated the will of the Maharaga to its in the sky. Noticing that the world tree led the assimilation, he did not hinder the process and let it do its thing. Following that, his will began to increase, taking over the gigantic phantasm in the sky. Soon, he could perceive everything beneath the heavens vividly. He could even see the outside of the mountain ranges. At that point, he was seeing things with the eyes of the Maharaga. The assimilation went on without interruption. Before long, the phantom of the Maharaga began to materialize in the sky. But the violent storm had dissipated. Closing his eyes, Yi Futian elevated the senses of his will. Shortly, he noticed the presence of a silhouette of a god. It was a figure of a colossal god with a python god surrounding it. It's the Maharaga. Yi Futian knew that the being was the Maharaga of the 8 legions. It was not conscious. It was merely a will it left behind in the world, similar to the case of great Emperor Ziwei. It merged its will with this pocket dimension and continued to devour every cultivator who infiltrated its territory even after so many years had passed. Yi Futian's will had successfully assimilated into the Maharaga's without any reprisal and resistance. At that instant, there was a shock in the boundless sky. Everyone felt an unknown force slowly awakening. The figure of the Maharaga opened its eyes suddenly as if it had fully awakened. Even Shi Qiao was horrified by the fact and was despaired. Should the Maharaga fully awakened, who could hold themselves against it? They would be utterly eradicated. "Get out of here!" A sacred and majestic voice echoed through the sky. With that, the suction force disappeared completely, though the immense pressure remained. Everyone turned to look at the sky and saw a sinister silhouette above their heads. The figure looked like it could consume them all if it opened its mouth. A great many cultivators fled that place for their lives frantically with their hearts palpitated like mad, for fear that it would regret letting them off the hook. The Maharaga of the 8 legions has awakened. Everyone had the same thought in their minds. They were startled beyond speech. Would the great emperor from ancient times be revived after its awakening? If it did, how scary would that be? Even a powerful cultivator like the Supreme Sword Lord heaved a deep sigh and left after raising his head to peer at the monstrous figure above the sky. He could only give up and escape from this place since the narrow escape from death was still fresh in his mind. It was unfortunate because countless treasures were left behind at the ruins of the great emperors. The members of Ziwei Imperial Palace did not leave. They were still waiting for Yi Futian. If Yi Futian did not return, how could they leave? They raised their heads and stared at the heavens. All of them had ugly expressions. "It will be fine," Little Condor said to the crowd in a low voice. He put away the Karura imperial corpse. Only he knew Yi Futian's current condition. The crowd looked at Little Condor. Their hearts were put at ease. Since Little Condor said it would be fine, it would naturally be fine. Yet why hadn't Yi Futian returned? "All of you just wait," Condor-sama said mysteriously. His expression looked somewhat despicable. This caused the crowd to be even more curious. What exactly had happened? Xianxia also returned. The members of the West Imperial Palace gathered together. Her beautiful gaze turned to the sky. Her expression was pale, overflowing with an intense look of concern. Yi Futian had yet to return. Could it be that he was in trouble? "Palace Lord, we should retreat," said the cultivators of the West Imperial Palace as they gathered around Xianxia. Now, the pressure in the heavens above was still terrifying. Maharaga gave them a chance to retreat. They should naturally do so with haste. Otherwise, if Maharaga changed his mind, their lives would end here today. "All of you retreat first," Xianxia said to the crowd. She wanted the other cultivators of the West Imperial Palace to leave. "Palace Lord." The original West Imperial Palace Lord called out to Xianxia. He looked at her and advised, "We should go. All of you retreat immediately," ordered Xianxia. She had no intention of leaving. The members of Ziwei Imperial Palace also remained here. The expressions of the cultivators of the West Imperial Palace were unpleasant. Xianxia was the hope of the West Imperial Palace. The original West Imperial Palace Lord seemed to understand something. After all, for a proud daughter of heaven like Xianxia, very few people could catch her eye. Yi Futian was undoubtedly one of those people. The cultivators here quickly retreated, leaving only the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace and the West Imperial Palace. Yi Futian, who controlled the will of Maharaga now, naturally saw all this. Everything below was within his sight. "All of you, get inside." A voice rang in the ears of the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace and the West Imperial Palace. Everyone was stunned. "Let's go," said Little Condor as he led the way. He followed the route from where they came and headed towards the core region of House Maharaga. There were still many relics of the great emperors waiting to be uncovered. The members of Ziwei Imperial Palace followed behind. They did not understand what was going on. Could it be? "You all should also come along," Little Condor said to Xianxia and the others. Xianxia revealed a strange look and asked, "How is Palace Lord Yi?" "You will know once you come along," said Little Condor. He did not elaborate further and continued ahead. The cultivators of the West Imperial Palace had various expressions as they looked at each other. They then saw Xianxia following the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace and advancing. Was the voice just now directed at them? Had Maharaga spoken to them? When Xianxia saw the reactions of the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace, she knew that Yi Futian was fine. Otherwise, the former would not be so calm, especially that demonic beast mount of Yi Futian. It was proud and arrogant, like a general returning from war. There was not a hint of sadness from it. She looked up into the sky. She thought of a possibility. Her beautiful eyes revealed a strange look. Couldn't have happened. Could it? Not long after, they returned to the place where the relic was. In the skies above, the terrifying will gradually dissipated. The gigantic silhouette of Maharaga also disappeared without a trace, seemingly dissolving into the void. Then, the crowd looked up and saw a figure descending from the heavens, which slowly floated down. It was Yi Futian. The crowd felt their hearts throbbing intensely. After the will of Maharaga disappeared, Yi Futian had returned. Could it be that their guesses were accurate? "What is going on?" asked Lord Qin. He looked at Yi Futian in anticipation. If it were as he had speculated, then Ziwei Imperial Palace would have complete control over this region and occupy the relics of great emperors here. This place had many relics of great emperors, not just one. These relics of the great emperors contained the wills of the great emperors. They had once worked together to seal off the will of Maharaga. In the future, this region will be the base of Ziwei Imperial Palace on this ancient continent, Yi Futian declared. Although he did not state it outright, the results were already obvious. The crowd could definitely figure it out. The cultivators of the West Imperial Palace were also extremely astonished. Did Yi Futian now control the will of Maharaga? This proud son of heaven had always displayed such shocking talent. Now, he stood at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. Even after coming to the relics of the gods, he still performed so exceptionally. Maharaga wanted to consume everything in this land but was controlled by Yi Futian instead. How did the latter manage to pull off this feat? This meant that without Yi Futian's permission, others would be unable to come here. The cultivators of the West Imperial Palace understood that Shi Qiao's choice was the right one. They had this opportunity because they followed Yi Futian. As expected, Yi Futian now controlled the territories of House Maharaga, one of the 8 legions. All the relics here belonged to them. Since Yi Futian allowed them to stay, they could cultivate here with the members of Ziwei Imperial Palace. We can connect the Ziwei segmentum with this place. In the future, the cultivators of the Ziwei segmentum can come to the ancient continent to cultivate, said Lord Chun. He was looking forward to that future. Responded Yi Futian as he nodded his head. Once the situation over here had settled, the various cultivators would undoubtedly want to come to the ancient continent to cultivate. When that time came, Ziwei Imperial Palace would naturally also open up a spatial passageway to allow the cultivators of the Ziwei segmentum to come here and cultivate. However, it was still too early for this. This ancient continent would not become stable anytime soon. The relics of the 8 legions appearing in the world one after another might be the beginning of things to come. Start cultivating, said Yi Futian. The crowd nodded and immediately went in different directions. I want that golden halberd, said Fang Xiuan. As he said this, his figure dashed over towards a golden halberd stabbed into the ground. Yi Futian looked over in his direction. Fang Xiuan had a good eye. His ability was indeed compatible with the golden halberd. He could unleash powerful might with it. This fellow also did not back down during critical moments. He insisted on wanting the golden halberd specifically. After all, although there were many relics of the great emperors here, wishing to obtain an imperial arm and the teachings of the great emperors was not easy. It was naturally not the time to be meek or humble. It depends on your ability. If you can comprehend it first, it will belong to you. If others manage to do so before you, you'd better reflect on yourself, said Yi Futian as he looked at Fang Xiuan. Although Fang Xiuan was his disciple, everyone in Ziwei Imperial Palace was close to him. He naturally would not play favorites. He would not allow others to ask for imperial arms directly. Don't worry, master. It will definitely be mine, said Fang Xiuan, not even turning his head. He was already in front of the golden halberd. On the other hand, Duo Yu walked over to the destructive spear. The spear was more suitable for him. The other cultivators also found relics compatible with their cultivation and prepared to comprehend. Yi Futian once again came to the green lotus. His will merged into the green lotus. He once again saw the silhouette of the female great emperor. Senior, everything is fine outside now, said Yi Futian. Do you wish to merge with my will? The female great emperor asked Yi Futian. I have a good friend whose abilities are similar to yours. I wish to let her inherit your will, replied Yi Futian. He was naturally referring to Xia Qingyuan. All right, I have been in slumber for many years. Now that you have awakened me, I do not have much time left, said the female great emperor. Her silhouette then dissipated and became ethereal again. The green lotus floated upwards. Yi Futian extended his hand, and the green lotus landed in his palm. It had an extremely rich life spirit aura. An aura of the great path emanated from Yi Futian's body and enveloped the green lotus. The green lotus then disappeared, being absorbed into the world of Yi Futian's life palace. Anyone could obtain the teachings of the great emperors around here, but he set aside this green lotus for Xia Qingyuan. Outside the mountain range where the relic of Maharaga was located, many cultivators were gathered. They had all been chased out. Until now, their hearts had yet to calm down. Everything that happened just now was too terrifying. Maharaga had awakened and consumed everything in the space. In an instant, countless cultivators lost their lives. Among them, many clans suffered heavy losses. "It has disappeared," someone said. When the will of Maharaga dissipated, they could sense that the terrifying will had also disappeared. Could it be that Maharaga had once again entered hibernation? Before this, why hadn't Maharaga consumed them all? Is the will of Maharaga sentient? Someone speculated in a low voice. If it is sentient, why did it choose to let us go? Another person asked. The crowd was curious. They did not understand why Maharaga had let them go so quickly. It seemed out of the ordinary. Supreme Sword Lord was looking around. He discovered that Yi Futian and Shi Qiao, whom he had fought side by side, had not come out. Like him, they had submerged into the will of Maharaga and fought against it. However, they shouldn't have perished to it. What about the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace? Someone asked. They discovered that the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace had disappeared, and they had not seen them. The crowd felt that this was strange. Before this, I saw that the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace and the West Imperial Palace were fine. They should be waiting for Yi Futian and Shi Qiao. But why haven't they come out yet? The whereabouts of Yi Futian and the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace attracted the crowd's attention. After all, the path was initially opened up by Yi Futian. Now, he did not make it out. It would naturally draw suspicion. Supreme Swordlord's eyes sparkled as his gaze pierced the space, and he peered inside. Then, his figure flashed and became a beam of sword light. He entered the mountain range again. He wanted to see why Yi Futian and the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace had yet to come out. The other cultivators revealed strange expressions when they saw this scene. After Supreme Swordlord went in, the other cultivators hesitated to move. Should they go in and take a look? Not long after Supreme Swordlord entered the mountain range, the terrifying will of Maharaga awakened once again. The mountains contained a frightening aura, causing the hearts of the people outside to leap. Their previous thoughts were quashed. Would Supreme Swordlord make it out alive? Right now, Supreme Swordlord stood within the mountain range. His figure was like a sharp sword. He raised his head to look at the illusory figure of Maharaga. A gigantic illusory figure of Maharaga coalesced in the sky and appeared directly above Supreme Swordlord. The illusory figure stared intently at him. Supreme Swordlord showed no sign of fear. His gaze was piercing as he stared at the large silhouette above him. The surroundings emanated a suffocating vibe. "Little friend Yi?" Supreme Swordlord said in a low voice. His tone was somewhat doubtful as he felt the illusory figure out. He speculated on the disappearance of the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace and the West Imperial Palace. He hypothesized that Yi Futian had seized control of the will of Maharaga, and thus he had control over this region. The enormous face of Maharaga stared at Supreme Swordlord. Then, a white-haired figure emerged from the illusory figure and said, "Senior, you have a keen eye." When Supreme Swordlord saw Yi Futian appear, he was rather shocked. He exclaimed, "Incredible. I did not expect you to have really taken control over the will of Maharaga. I'm impressed." "Senior, please enter," Yi Futian said. Then, the illusory figure dissipated and the terrifying will looming over the sky also disappeared. Supreme Swordlord took a glance inside of the relic and entered the region. Outside the region, the other cultivators anticipated the return of Supreme Swordlord, yet he did not return even after a long time. Even after the terrifying will dissipated, Supreme Swordlord did not come back. This caused them to reveal shocked expressions. Could it be that Supreme Swordlord had angered Maharaga and was consumed by the latter? No one dared to act recklessly. Even though they were full of doubts, they couldn't help but ponder upon the worst-case scenario. If the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace and Supreme Swordlord were truly swallowed by Maharaga because their intrusion angered him, the rest of them out here would die too if they entered the region. They could only wait outside. On the other hand, Supreme Swordlord advanced into the relic and saw Yifutian. Before this, the two of them fought over the teachings of the three Sword Emperors. Yifutian successfully received a slash from Supreme Swordlord. The latter kept his promise and gave up on the teachings of the three Sword Emperors. Therefore, Yifutian had a good opinion of Supreme Swordlord. Even when faced with the temptation of the relic of a great emperor, Supreme Swordlord still kept his promise. It was not a simple feat. After all, if Supreme Swordlord went against his word and was dead set on acquiring the teachings, Yifutian and his group might have difficulty defeating him. "Senior," greeted Yifutian with a smile. "You surprised me," Supreme Swordlord said as he approached Yifutian. "I sensed the will of Maharaga before. It was hard to be defeated, yet you have actually swallowed it up. Even though I have heard of your name before, I didn't pay much attention to you. Now, from the looks of it, your talents are boundless. Coincidentally, the world is going through some major changes now. You might have a chance to become a great emperor." "Senior, you speak too highly of me," Yifutian replied. "There are plenty of inheritances here. I'm sure you will find something suitable for you. As you said, the world is going through some major changes now. With the appearance of this ancient continent, the will of the gods will find their successors. I hope you will also be able to inherit the will of a great emperor and break through the final step." "Why did you let me in?" Supreme Swordlord asked. His entering here meant that he would at least occupy an emperor-level inheritance. Yifutian had control over the will of Maharaga. If Yifutian chose to target Supreme Swordlord, the latter would most likely not be able to set foot in this region. "We get along quite well. I admire your demeanor. I naturally also hope to make more friends during this chaotic time," Yifutian said. He did not mind flattering Supreme Swordlord. "You're good with words," Supreme Swordlord said while nodding. "Since you said so, I will be friends with you. I am much older than you, so it's acceptable for me to address you as Little Friend Yi. Right?" "Of course," Yifutian agreed with a smile. "Senior, help yourself to this place." Supreme Swordlord nodded and said, "Cultivators like us, who are not from the Emperor-level forces, always lose out. Rumor has it that the 7 Emperor-level forces have all found themselves a relic of the 8 legions. Their abilities will certainly grow stronger. It's rather fortunate for Little Friend Yi to be able to snatch this relic of Maharaga, which is one of the relics of the 8 legions. You should make use of every second to cultivate." "Senior, what you say is true." Yifutian nodded in agreement. "The changes to the heavens and the earth are approaching. We are indeed short on time. Let's cultivate," said Supreme Swordlord as he moved towards a direction. Yifutian looked into the distance in the direction where the former headed. Currently, this place was occupied by the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace, the cultivators of the West Imperial Palace, and Supreme Swordlord. Their lineup was rather strong too. This lineup was still not on par with that of other Emperor-level forces, but with the help of the will of Maharaga, Yifutian was confident that they could remain in control of this region. That was unless the Emperor-level forces chose to invade them. It was exceptionally quiet on the outskirts of the relic of Maharaga. No cultivator dared to set foot in the region. They could only move to other spots in search of opportunities. There were still other places that were suitable for them to cultivate. One by one, the 7 Emperor-level forces each found a relic of the 8 legions. They allowed cultivators of other troops to cultivate within the relics. The core regions of each relic were under the absolute control of the Emperor-level forces, but some inheritances of the great emperors were still available in the outer regions. Besides that, there were still many unoccupied relics in various parts of this ancient continent. Time trickled past. The relics of the 8 legions had all been identified. As expected by the crowd, they were carved up by the Emperor-level forces. The force of the Heaven Realm located the relic of House Deva. It was the ruins of the ancient Heaven Court, and the scene was shocking to behold. Quite a number of cultivators intended to cultivate there, but they were blocked and defeated by the cultivators of the Heaven Realm. Many cultivators were even killed. The Devil World ruled over the relic of House Karura. The relic of the demonic lord was there. The Dark Court found the relic of House Azura. The human realm occupied the relic of music god Gandharv. The Divine Prefecture discovered the relic of House Naga. The empty Divine Realm located the relic of House Xianxia. The world of Buddhism came across the relic of House Kinara. Finally, the relic of Maharaga was the only spot that was not seized by any Emperor-level forces. Rumor has it that no force managed to rule over it up until now because the will of Maharaga had awakened. Unbeknownst to the crowd, this last relic of the 8 legions was actually occupied by Ziwei Imperial Palace now. Since all the top-level forces had each claimed a relic, they were busy comprehending the teachings stored in their relics at the moment and, hence, they did not have time to invade other relics. However, as time passed, more and more cultivators from the cultivation world arrived and spread across this ancient continent. All the relics gradually found their successors or were taken by force. However, the Emperor-level forces did not engage in conflict against each other. After all, they still needed time to digest the teachings that they found in their own relics before they had the leisure to invade other places. This kind of serenity lasted for a year. After the relics of the 8 legions had been discovered, a delicate balance had actually formed among the Emperor-level forces. Nevertheless, there were still terrifying battles happening regularly all over the ancient continent. There was never truly peace. On this day, a powerful cultivator approached the relic of Maharaga. This cultivator was bathed in the light of Buddha and his cultivation was profound. He was none other than Shinyen Buddha Lord, one of the Buddha lords from the western heaven of the world of Buddhism. He stood outside of the relic and divine lights shot out from his pupils. In the sky above, a pair of eyes appeared too. The gaze of the eyes was petrifying as it penetrated through the vast space and probed deep inside the relic. Shinyen Buddha Lord was determined to find out what was hidden inside this relic. Yifutian was cultivating inside the relic. He had become one with the will of the relic. Seemingly sensing something, he opened his eyes and gazed into the distance. He then noticed a pair of eyes. They were a pair of divine eyes. They were bright and looked down on everything from the sky above. They penetrated through space and directly stared at Yifutian. Yifutian similarly stared at the divine eyes. Both parties recognized each other. "Yifutian!" exclaimed a voice. The speaker was clearly surprised by what he saw. "Shinyen Buddha Lord," mumbled Yifutian as he narrowed his eyes. He stared at the divine eyes intently. From the looks of it, Shinyen Buddha Lord's cultivation had improved. His eyes seemed to have transformed into real divine eyes. They could penetrate through the seal of the will of the Great Path and see the scene inside the relic regardless of the distance. Shinyen Buddha Lord did not retract his gaze. His divine eyes scanned the surroundings, intending to make out the internal structure of the relic. Yifutian's heart turned cold. Due to his close relationship with the Buddhist sects, he had no intention of attacking Shinyen Buddha Lord. However, the latter had always been finding fault with him. The appearance of these divine eyes now most likely meant that he would cause trouble for Yifutian again. Outside the region of the relic, Shinyen Buddha Lord retracted his gaze, and the divine eyes in the sky disappeared. He turned around and looked at the crowd. Many of them asked him, "Buddha Lord, how is it inside?" Yifutian is cultivating inside the relic together with Ziwei Imperial Palace and the West Imperial Palace cultivators. "He has lied to all of us," reported Shinyen Buddha Lord. "Yifutian and Ziwei Imperial Palace have occupied the relic of House Maharaga, one of the 8 legions." "Yifutian," muttered the crowd as they narrowed their eyes in surprise. They never imagined that not only were Yifutian and the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace still alive, but they had also occupied the relic of Maharaga and had cultivated inside for so long. There were multiple inheritances inside the relic. "Something has been fishy since the beginning. We have had our suspicions, but we did not expect that he has really been lying to us," someone said coldly. "We must tell everyone about this." Even though they had found out the truth, no one dared to enter the relic recklessly. After all, since Yifutian had seized control of the relic, it meant that he had merged with the will of Maharaga. Shinyen Buddha Lord swept a glance at the relic. Yifutian and the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace had occupied the relic of Maharaga for a year. The other 7 relics of the 8 legions were all under control of Emperor-level forces. Who did Yi Futian and the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace think they were? They dared to take over one of the relics of the 8 legions without sharing it with the others. Now, Xinyan Buddha Lord only needed to wait and see as Yi Futian and Ziwei Imperial Palace became the common enemy of everyone. The news spread quickly in the ancient continent. Soon, various forces knew that Yi Futian and his group had occupied the relic of Maharaga. Many cultivators made their way over here. At the same time, in the relic, Yi Futian stopped cultivating. His gaze was indifferent as he announced, "We will most likely face trouble." After the various forces caught wind of the news, they would most likely rush over here. "We will declare war on them if they intrude." An arrogant voice sounded. The speaker was none other than Supreme Sword Lord. Sword will surrounded him, and his aura was terrifying. As a near deity, Supreme Sword Lord hardly ever found anyone who could be a match for him. He stood at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. He had acquired an imperial arm in the relic. He naturally feared no one and was not afraid to put up a fight. "Sword Lord, there are more than 1 or 2 forces in this ancient continent currently," Yi Futian explained. "Furthermore, the 7 major Emperor-level forces are here too." "That's true. While we were improving, they were not idle either," Supreme Sword Lord said. "Little friend Yi, you now control the will of Maharaga. How's your current combat ability?" A year ago, when the will of Maharaga was awakened, all the cultivators had a hard time withstanding it. They were nearly swallowed by the will. Since Yi Futian had merged with the will of Maharaga, he would surely be mighty. Yi Futian replied, "I have not tested it out, but I should be able to put up a fight with you even if you wield the imperial arm." Supreme Sword Lord was already a near deity. With the aid of the imperial arm, he would most likely have the strongest combat ability among all who were under the Great Emperor plane. The combat ability of a near deity carrying an imperial arm was equivalent to that of Yen Gi of the Devil World back then. They were on par with Wang Xiao, who wielded the imperial arm that was completed with the will of Tianyan the Great. Supreme Sword Lord nodded. Even though Yi Futian said so, his exact combat ability remained uncertain. At the moment, they could only cross the bridge when they came to it. They would decide on their course of action depending on the cultivators who came. More and more cultivators gathered outside the relic of Maharaga. They had come from different relics. They stayed put for now and waited for more people to assemble. They did not dare to act recklessly since Yi Futian had seized control of the relic and had inherited the will of Maharaga. As time passed, the number of cultivators increased. Most of them were cultivators from the Divine Prefecture. For instance, all the ancient god clans from the Divine Prefecture were here. They had grudges with Yi Futian to begin with. They would certainly not let go of this golden opportunity to crusade against Yi Futian with the others. The ancient god clans had reaped quite some benefits during their trip here. They cultivated in the relic of Naga, which Donghuang Imperial Palace controlled. They had secured as many teachings as possible. After they received news about Yi Futian, they immediately left the relic of Naga and rushed over here. On top of them, cultivators from various worlds were also here. All of them had their gazes fixed on the relic. Haoyin Clan Lord said, "According to rumors, Maharaga was the war god among the 8 legions. His combat ability was heaven-defying, and he killed many great emperors. There are most likely many teachings of the great emperors left inside this relic. I suppose the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace have reaped great benefits this time around. Aside from the emperor-level forces, most likely no other force can stand on par with them." His gaze was dead set on the relic as he said this. Ziwei Imperial Palace originated from the original realm. It has only been a few decades since they gained their fame, and they intend to be on par with the emperor-level forces now. For them to occupy a relic alone, they sure are ambitious, seconded Vajra Region Lord as he instigated the crowd. The cultivators present naturally understood their intention of saying such things. However, they also thought that what they said was logical. They indeed felt that Ziwei Imperial Palace was unworthy to claim a relic independently. Only the Emperor-level forces were allowed to claim one of the relics of the 8 legions each. This last relic of the 8 legions should have been accessible to everyone. As they spoke, a menacing aura emanated from within the relic. In the distance, a terrifying aura of the great path churned and roared. A gigantic figure appeared on the horizon. It was undoubtedly the figure of Maharaga. His enormous body stood tall in the sky and looked down on everyone. He mocked, "Since all of you are dissatisfied, why don't you invade the relic and snatch the place from me?" His voice was domineering and provocative. The person who was controlling the will of Maharaga now was naturally Yi Futian. He stared at the crowd. No one dared to raise any objections when the Emperor-level forces occupied the relics of the 8 legions. Yet they had all come here to snatch the relic he seized. The space actually fell silent after Yi Futian challenged them. Snatching the relic from him? Who would dare enter the region? Yi Futian, the relics on the ancient continent are all public property. Every cultivator has the right to cultivate in them. You pocketed this relic on your own and hoarded many teachings of the great emperors. This is certainly not right. Now, you should hand the relic over to us and allow all the cultivators to comprehend within it. This is the right way. You should not breed greater mistakes. Tongchan Buddha Lord said, his palms together. The light of Buddha circled his body. He spoke nobly for the good of all mankind. He requested Yi Futian to open up the relic and allow everyone to cultivate in it. Repent, and you shall be saved. The Buddhist cultivators who stood to the side of Tongchan Buddha Lord chanted. They acted as though Yi Futian had committed a grievous sin and needed salvation. Why would the Buddha allow such a hypocrite to exist in his sect? Supreme Swordlord's voice penetrated through space and was as sharp as a sword. His voice reverberated as he said, "Since you said that the relics in the ancient continent belong to the public, why don't you ask the Buddhist sects to hand over the relics they occupied? The Divine Prefecture, the Devil World, and the other Emperor-level forces should open up their relics too and allow everyone to cultivate in them." Tongchan Buddha Lord explained, "The great emperors maintain the order of the world with the help of the Emperor-level forces. They should not be treated the same. Yi Futian is merely a junior. He is not qualified to seize control of an entire relic." His voice was thunderous and could be heard by everyone throughout the space. Even though what he said was fallacy, all the cultivators outside the relic agreed with him. There was no absolute right or wrong regarding the matters in the world. Of course, the cultivators would side with whichever side benefited them. What you say is true. The relics on the ancient continent belong to the public. Yi Futian seized control of this relic with his own ability. So, what's wrong with him cultivating here? Supreme Swordlord continued, "If you want to snatch the place from us, come right in. Stop running your mouth." Yi Futian declared loudly, "I once cultivated in the world of Buddhism and have close relationships with the Buddhist sects. I am indebted to them and hence, I do not wish to have grudges with you. However, a few of you have always targeted me. This is not your first time trying to bring me down. Since that's the case, whatever happens between us is strictly our own personal affairs and is not related to the Buddhist sections. I believe that the Buddhist sects are full of mercy and are unlike scums like you. You bring shame to the world of Buddhism." His voice echoed in the region. The Buddhist cultivators were again led by Xinyan Buddha Lord and Tongchan Buddha Lord. These two Buddha Lords had never got along with Yi Futian. Now, the two Buddha Lords had caught a glimpse of the door to the God level. In the relic, their cultivation had undergone a metamorphosis and advanced to the near-deity plane. "Before this, I have heard that you practiced the demonic arts. From the looks of it, the rumors were indeed true. The Buddha is merciful and is willing to give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. However, since you remain stubborn, I have no choice but to exorcise you with Buddhist doctrine," said Tongchan Buddha Lord as the peerless light of Buddha emanated from his figure. "If that is the case, what are you waiting for? Come in," said Yi Futian as he invited the various cultivators into the relic. Now, the various cultivators had gathered outside of the relic. However, they were all hesitating and did not advance. Cultivators from different worlds had now gathered here. Were they going in or not? Everyone, Shall we slay this evil demon together? Tongchan Buddha Lord asked as he looked at the surrounding crowd. As he spoke, the light of Buddha circled him. He appeared like an ancient Buddha with boundless merit. All right, responded many people as they nodded in agreement. They saw Yi Futian as an evil demon. If that is the case, let's go, said Tongchan Buddha Lord. A group of cultivators immediately entered the mountain range. Tongchan Buddha Lord and Xinyan Buddha Lord's group led the way. Aside from them, there were also the leaders of a few ancient god clans. They had similarly reaped great benefits from the relics. They had also brought along the will of the emperors of the ancient god clans here. They did not fear Yi Futian. Yi Futian controlled the will of Maharaga. However, they similarly contained the will of the great emperors within them. The latter were also sentient and had consciousnesses. In this battle, they had to take down Yi Futian and resolve the scourge that had been plaguing them. After they killed Yi Futian, the Ziwei segmentum could also be quickly annihilated. In reality, now that the relics of the gods had appeared, their obsession over the Ziwei segmentum had waned. Nevertheless, Yi Futian had to die. The cultivators who entered the relic first had terrifying auras. The will of the great path burst forth as their bodies floated in the air and advanced. They stood in different locations. Each person emanated a terrifying aura. Behind them, a large army charged in. Among them were the cultivators from the top forces of the various worlds. Since people were leading the way, they naturally would not mind cheering them on. Now, with such a powerful lineup, it should be enough to take down Yi Futian, right? In the heavens above, terrifying storms gathered. A demonic cloud churned and roared. It merged into a gigantic face. It was the face of Maharaga. However, unlike before, this storm did not consume the cultivators. It did not do anything, allowing the various cultivators to continue advancing into the mountain range. The cultivators who were swarming in were not fast. Although they had confidence in their victory this time, they were still giving it their all. They did not dare to act carelessly and remained cautious at all times. Just then, powerful wills appeared in the mountains. They seemed to merge with the storms in the heavens above. At the same time, many demonic pythons appeared. They swarmed towards the cultivators who stepped into the relic from different directions. These demonic pythons lacked sentience and seemed to only respond to the summons of the will in the sky. More and more of them gathered frantically. It was as though all the demonic pythons in the mountain range had appeared in this region. In an instant, terrifying demonic chi swept over this world. At the same time, a terrifying will descended from the heavens. The will of Maharaga burst forth. In an instant, this area was covered by the will. The entire relic became a domain. It appeared that the will wanted to seal off this area. Humph! Xinyan Buddha Lord coldly snorted. His divine eyes were extremely frightening. They pierced the space and immediately shot out at the figure behind the storm. He saw where Maharaga was located. A frighteningly sharp Buddhist sword shot out of his eyes and pierced the heavens as it sparkled with the light of Buddha. Before this, Yi Futian used Buddhist power to withstand the will of Maharaga. Now, a Buddha Lord was facing off with Yi Futian using the same power. Roar! There was a loud roar. In the sky above, the figure of a gigantic python god appeared. It opened its blood-stained mouth and immediately consumed the light of the divine sword. It floated above the crowd. Right then, everyone felt as though they could touch the terrifying figure just by reaching out their hands. In an instant, the destructive storm enveloped the entire domain. Countless cultivators felt their hearts leap. Many of them had just arrived and had not experienced the terror of Maharaga before this. They had merely heard rumors that this place contained the awakened will of Maharaga and did not dare enter. They also came into this relic when they knew that Yi Futian controlled the region. However, their hearts could not stop beating heavily upon feeling this terrifying power. It seemed even more powerful than they had imagined. Tongchan Buddha Lord put his hands together, and immediately the light of Buddha burned brightly. On his figure, the terrifying light of Buddha radiated. He raised his hand and struck out at the figure of the python god. His palm contained Buddhist divine fire that could purify all demonic powers. The python god came charging down. However, the palm strike grew larger and larger as it circled in the sky. It quickly covered this part of the sky like a gigantic symbol of Wan. It collided with the figure of the python god. In the instant that it struck, countless rings of light appeared in the palm of this hand. They immediately enveloped the python god. They were actually from a demon-slaying ring. "An imperial arm," said someone as their hearts leaped when they felt the power. Tongchan Buddha Lord seemed to become an ancient golden Buddha. Golden light of Buddha circled him, and he transformed into the Vajra battle form. This was initially the ability that Vajra Buddha Lord was most proficient in. Buddhist doctrine was interrelated. Tongchan Buddha Lord's comprehension of Buddhist doctrine was also very profound. The ritual implement in his hand was an imperial arm, the Vajra demon-slaying ring. He had obtained it on this relic continent. The Vajra demon-slaying ring became countless rings of light that enveloped the gigantic python god. They covered its entire body, attempting to restrain it. "Attack!" said the other top cultivators as they attacked. With unparalleled power, they charged towards the figure of Maharaga in the sky. For a moment, absolute destructive power shattered the sky and destroyed everything. It was extremely terrifying. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The terrifying attack landed, attempting to kill Maharaga. However, when their attacks landed, they discovered that the silhouette of Maharaga became ethereal. He did not seem to be real at all. He was originally formed from will, so he naturally did not have an actual body. The cultivators frowned. Then, a devouring storm swept up the cultivators below them. Some people screamed. Those with weaker cultivation could not withstand this storm. The space became extremely chaotic. At the same time, within this chaotic storm, silhouettes appeared there. The cultivators who appeared had astonishing auras. A number of them even wielded divine arms. The various top cultivators charged towards Maharaga in the sky. They knew he was the most crucial target. Yifutian could only control this region because he had merged with the will of Maharaga. Only by killing him could they break through to the relic. If they attacked, it also gave Yifutian no time to handle the other cultivators below. Right then, a consuming power enveloped all the invaders in the storm. They revealed cautious looks as they all sensed danger. Aside from the consuming power, many cultivators appeared around them. They were the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace and the West Imperial Palace. Just then, the Vajra Divine Child appeared in a different location. The aura he emanated was frightening. His body seemed to be forged from gold and was extremely oppressive. However, he suddenly sensed an extremely dangerous aura. He immediately shifted his gaze and looked in one direction. A terrifying aura of the Great Path burst forth from his body. An ancient golden Vajra god appeared behind him. At the same time, he smacked his palms together and formed a gigantic divine seal of the Vajra region. A beam of dazzling golden divine light shot across the space. The light descended and immediately pierced the divine seal of the Vajra region. A loud clang followed as the divine seal was directly shattered and destroyed. The unparalleled golden divine light continued. In an instant, it pierced his golden divine body. Bang! Sounds of metal clashing could be heard. The Vajra divine child lowered his head to take a look at his flesh. He discovered that his flesh was torn apart. Countless cracks appeared on his golden body. The weapon that hit him was a golden halberd, which was an imperial arm. The divine light it radiated was blinding. The cultivator who attacked him was Fang Xiyuan. With an imperial arm in his hand, he charged towards the Vajra divine child. Clearly, over the last year, Fang Xiyuan had successfully resonated with the golden halberd and inherited its will. "No!" cried the Vajra divine child before his body exploded into pieces and turned into endless golden divine light. Both his flesh and his soul perished instantly. The Vajra region was one of the ancient god clans. The Vajra divine child's current cultivation was at the tribulation plane. He was extremely powerful. He had also obtained some fateful encounters in one of the relics. However, he was instantly reduced to dust by a single attack. A divine child from an ancient god clan had died tragically before everyone's eyes. The other cultivators from the Vajra region attacked Feng Xiyuan all at once. Feng Xiyuan pointed his golden halberd forward, and immediately, images of divine halberds pierced through the space and penetrated every one of them. The cultivators faced the same fate as the Vajra divine child as their bodies disintegrated. Feng Xiyuan had undergone the first divine tribulation of the Great Path and had inherited the will of an emperor. On top of that, he now wielded the golden halberd, which was an imperial arm. The cultivators from the ancient god clans were no match for him. Right at this moment, an unparalleled pressure loomed over Feng Xiyuan. He raised his head and saw a Vajra region divine seal hovering above him, covering this part of the sky. Feng Xiyuan raised his golden halberd and charged upwards. However, with a loud thud, the Vajra region divine seal descended and directly crushed Feng Xiyuan. Spatial divine light shone, and he disappeared from his original spot right away, reappearing in another location. Feng Xiyuan looked up and saw the cultivator who had attacked him. The latter was an elder from the Vajra region. His aura was rich and terrifying. He was a near deity. He was not the current Vajra region lord. Instead, he was the previous Vajra region lord. He had not come out from seclusion for many years. He had been cultivating silently in the Vajra region and paid no heed to worldly affairs. He had been in seclusion until the relic of the gods surfaced. Everyone came here. He also came here in search of fateful encounters. Finally, he managed to break through the bottleneck, which had been troubling him for 1,000 years in this continent. His cultivation had now advanced to the near-deity plane. Sensing the terrifying aura from the elder, Feng Xiyuan's aura fluctuated. His gaze was fixed on the other party. He was well aware of how powerful this elder was. Even with the imperial arm, Feng Xiyuan would most likely not be able to defeat him. "You deserve death," said the elder as he stared at Feng Xiyuan amidst the storm. An overwhelming might descended. The elder pointed a finger forward. This attack contained the divine force of the Vajra region, which was indestructible and irresistible. If Feng Xiyuan were hit by this attack, a hole would form on his body. Feng Xiyuan attempted to retreat, but he discovered that he was confined in this space by a menacing force. As he watched the attack plowing towards him, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Xianxia slashed out with her sword. Her raindrop divine sword caused rain droplets to fly out, colliding with the elder's attack. The elder's attack disintegrated upon being struck by the raindrops. "West Imperial Palace, you are seeking death," the old monster from the Vajra region warned coldly. Xianxia wielded a divine sword, and her pupils were frightening. Her gaze was akin to the gaze of the West Emperor as she glared at the other party. The West Imperial Palace and Ziwei Imperial Palace had always been allies. The former chose to side with Ziwei Imperial Palace during this chaotic age. Xianxia was uncertain of what the future held, but at the very least, she would take responsibility for her own choice. "I did not expect to meet Senior from the Vajra region here. Allow me to get a few pointers from you," said the original West Imperial Palace Lord as he moved forward. His aura intensified as he approached his opponent. In an instant, the divine light of the Great Path moved around him, and a domain materialized in their surrounding region. This caused the old monster from the Vajra region to narrow his eyes. "You have actually advanced to the next plane. Since that's the case, why did you pass down Raindrop Divine Sword to her?" questioned the old monster indifferently. He had cultivated for many years before he could break through the next plane. The original West Imperial Palace Lord was his junior, yet he had already broken through the shackles of the plane and was at the near-deity plane as well. All the other leaders of the ancient god clans had yet to break through to the next plane. The original West Imperial Palace Lord was the only one who had succeeded in doing so far. The original West Imperial Palace Lord was a famous legendary figure when he was young. However, after he took up the mantle of Palace Lord, he seldom appeared in public. He had been devoted to his cultivation all these years. In reality, he had broken through to the near-deity plane even before he came to the relic, but he kept his ability a secret. He let Xianxia be the leader of their group instead. As for passing down Raindrop Divine Sword to Xiao, the great emperor decided to do so. Nevertheless, the original West Imperial Palace Lord did not need to step down from his position. He did so in order to build Xiao up. Speaking of his resignation, it was related to him breaking through to the next plane. With the help of the pills concocted by Yifutian, the original West Imperial Palace Lord was able to seize the critical moment to break through the shackles of the plane. This incident made him understand that the West Imperial Palace could go further if they collaborated with Yifutian. Since Xiao had a good relationship with Yifutian, the original West Imperial Palace Lord stepped down and allowed Xiao to take the lead. He would assume the role of her advisor instead. Shifting the focus away from the old monster and the original West Imperial Palace Lord, war erupted everywhere in the surrounding regions. The cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace and the West Imperial Palace launched a sneak attack on their opponent amidst the storm and managed to slaughter quite a number of cultivators. Right now, Shinyan Buddha Lord, who had been floating in the heavens, glowed with 1,000 zhang light of Buddha. A pair of frightening divine eyes appeared in the sky. The divine eyes shot out menacing divine halos towards the relic. Everything became as clear as day instantaneously. The positions of the cultivators, who had been hiding in the dark, were exposed. Within the storm, the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace and the West Imperial Palace were visible. "Everyone, let's finish them off first," Shinyan Buddha Lord said. With the divine eyes, there was nowhere for their opponents to hide even in the storm. Both sides were within the terrible storm. It was just that the people from the outside had to withstand the terrifying consuming power, whereas the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace did not. Just then, an extreme pressure descended. In the heavens above, a gigantic figure of Maharaga once again coalesced. Right now, Maharaga was actually wielding the imperial arm, Sky Tremor. Sky Tremor kept growing larger until it blocked out the sky. Terrifying divine halos flowed within it. Maharaga lifted Sky Tremor and came crashing towards Shinyan Buddha Lord's direction. In an instant, the entire space shook violently. Countless tremoring pulses swept out and destroyed everything in their path. Almost everything down below was turned to dust. A beam of divine light immediately charged towards Shinyan Buddha Lord. He felt his body become unbelievably heavy. Unparalleled divine halos shot out of his pupils. A Buddhist divine sword appeared from within his body. It could kill all demons and was also an imperial arm. Clearly, the members of the Western Heaven had also reaped huge benefits in the relics. Both Shinyan Buddha Lord and Tongchan Buddha Lord brought along imperial arms. They also achieved breakthroughs in their cultivation. Rumble. A terrifying storm swept out. The attacks clashed. The divine sword was sent flying backwards and Shinyan Buddha Lord's figure plummeted down at a rapid pace. With a loud rumble, his entire person crashed down into the ground. A huge, deep hole appeared. In the heavens above, the pair of divine eyes also disappeared. They were shattered by the tremoring pulses. "Everyone, let's join forces," said Tongchan Buddha Lord. He, along with other cultivators, floated into the sky. An astonishing aura burst forth from their figures. A single attack from Yifutian had sent Shinyan Buddha Lord flying. It was apparent that with the power of Maharaga, the former was more powerful than the Buddha Lords. It was essentially impossible for them to stand against him individually, yet alone kill him. They could only do so by joining forces. "Vajra Region Lord, isolate this domain," someone roared. The Vajra Region Lord nodded in agreement. The divine power of the Vajra region bloomed upon his body. In an instant, the divine power of the Vajra region morphed into a terrifying Vajra region, trying to shut down the space. However, this space was controlled by the will of the Maharaga, whose power swallowed others' kinds of powers. Even the divine power of the Vajra region was devoured by it. At the same time, the Maharaga above the sky held the sky tremoring in his hand, and the hammer blasted out again. With a loud boom, the great path collapsed, and the boundaries could not take form. "You guys stay back." The Maharaga let out a command. The storm immediately swept away the cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace and those from the West Imperial Palace. They knew Yi Futian was in control of this force, so they did not resist and allowed the storms to sweep them away into the distance. Only the Supreme Sword Lord, Shi Qiao, and the original Palace Lord of the West Imperial Palace remained. These three were top-level cultivators, so they were in no danger being on the battlefield. An even more astounding devouring storm swept out, and the cultivators' hearts in the area below palpitated. They all felt something was awry. This devouring force seemed to have increased in strength again. The entire firmament had turned into a massive and boundless divine shadow of the Maharaga. Storms of whirlpools appeared, and those storms swallowed up the power of the great paths, the wills, and the spiritual souls. Be careful! When they felt this terrifying power, those top giants had a serious look on their faces. This devouring power had become stronger than before. Buzz! A potent aura erupted, and countless divine swords appeared around the mountain master of Infinite Mountain. Each divine sword burst out with a shattering divine light, and the sword light increased and soared wildly, covering all directions. He raised his hand and pointed, and the light of the divine sword that contained the will of the great emperor suddenly burst out from thin air. Billions of divine swords aimed at whatever place, not missing any corner as they continued to do their deadly work. In an instant, countless divine swords shot out and pierced into that vortex of the storm in the firmament. At the same time, the Palace Lord of Xianxia Palace levitated into the sky, and a divine matrix appeared above him. In this divine matrix, countless terrifying God-punishing forces appeared, turning into an apocalyptic light beam that moved towards the firmament, attempting to penetrate this corner of the sky. There were also top cultivators from other principalities who had made their moves as well, and every one of them was a veritable peak existence who had inherited the will of the great emperor. They aimed their attack at the heavens above. The will of the Maharaga, as controlled by Yi Futian, was everywhere. They had no choice but to break up this corner of the sky forcefully. The divine eye of Xinyan Buddha Lord scanned the sky above, trying to lock onto Yi Futian's position. However, under the divine eye, he found that Yi Futian was everywhere. The sky was full of his presence. Accompanied by the joint attacks of all the cultivators, the apocalyptic divine light pushed above the firmament. Any one of those attacks, when unleashed in the outside world, would be unimaginably horrific. They were the topmost offensive techniques under the imperial level. At this very moment, it was all to assassinate one person and one person only. These devastating attacks pierced the devouring storm above the firmament. The explosion of those attacks almost nailed shut the entire heavens, intending on obliterating Yi Futian by force. Boom, boom, boom. Under the horrific slaughtering light, the gigantic phantom of the Maharaga seemed to be pierced through. The storm of destruction tore up everything as it tried to tear this will into pieces and destroy it. Those cultivators raised their heads to stare above the firmament. Besieged by such tyrannical attacks, how could anyone survive? Shouldn't he be destroyed by now? The light of Buddha from the Xinyan Buddha Lord and Tongchan Buddha Lord continued to pour into the slaughtering attacks. However, at this moment, the sky that was pierced through was still filled with the tyrannical will of devouring. It was able to swallow up their divine attacks, as well as the divine powers that drove them. The Maharaga was not a living existence to begin with, and it had no physical form. All these attacks managed to obliterate the will of the Maharaga, which was the only way it could be killed. But that devouring will was still there. Clearly, it had not yet been obliterated. The storm of destruction was still gathering, and the devouring power remained. The boundless gigantic shadow above the sky lifted the sky tremoring, and the hammer increased in size. The shock wave of destruction swept out and carried an unparalleled power that was extremely overbearing. The Maharaga's gaze was fixed on a figure, which was the Xinyan Buddha Lord. In those violent eyes, there was a trace of fervent murderous intent somewhere deep within. Boom! The dull and overbearing attack dropped down, and the sky tremoring blasted from the sky. In an instant, the destructive attacks that penetrated the storm were pulverized and annihilated under that forceful shockwave. The expressions of those top cultivators changed to one of great shock, as they, once again, released their strongest attack yet and slammed toward the sky tremoring that was blasting down from the sky. Two powerful attacks violently collided in the void for a while, setting off a storm that would destroy everything. If it weren't for the inherent stability of this world, the space would already be torn into pieces. But even so, the storm of destruction swept out towards the boundless space in the distance, even to the outside world. Those cultivating outside in the relic trembled with fear as they sensed this force. Even the cultivators who were a great distance away looked up, their hearts beating wildly. What a horrific ripple effect from the battle. In the battlefield of the relic, devastating attacks swept downward, and the attacks from those giant-level cultivators were suppressed. They had released their powers to the extreme, resisting the attack of that shockwave, so the surrounding area had formed an incomparably powerful domain of the Great Path. A muffled sound was heard as the shockwave arrived to flatten everything in its path. Among the cultivators, one person suffered the most severe blow. Xianxia Buddha Lord was at the center of the storm as a light beam of terrifying shockwave blasted down on him. A Buddhist divine sword appeared where a divine light shot out from his eyes. The sword merged into this divine light and collided with the descending light beam. But even so, his body continued its downward momentum, and that divine sword of Buddhism was also suppressed in a downward fashion. He wanted to escape from the battlefield but found that the surrounding space was extremely heavy, covered by that shockwave. There was nowhere for him to hide. If it weren't for protection from this Buddhist divine sword, he would have already been torn apart by the shockwave. A great roar was heard, and the eyes of the Xianxia Buddha Lord seemed to no longer belong to him. They came out of his body, shot out two divine lights, then merged with the divine sword. Boom, boom, boom. Around him, the void vibrated, and everything was on the verge of being pulverized into dust and smoke. Ah! A chilling scream sounded as the destructive light beam swept down. The next moment, Xianxia Buddha Lord blasted into the space below and sank deep into the earth. The ground around him was exploding and shattering with madness, turning to dust in no time. The heart of everyone was beating wildly. Their eyes were looking over there, and their expressions were extremely horrified. All of them had joined forces to deal with an apocalyptic attack, and Yifutian was able to directly engage them by controlling the will of the Maharaja. More importantly, he had unleashed a most devastating attack against the Xianxia Buddha Lord alone. At this moment, a figure stood up from the dust, blood oozing out of his eyes, flowing down on his face. It was shocking to behold the blood that had covered his entire face. Xianxia Buddha Lord. Everyone's heart trembled. Tongchan Buddha Lord especially looked particularly livid. The eyes of the Xianxia Buddha Lord had been blinded by the blast. Xianxia Buddha Lord was known for his cultivation of Buddha's clairvoyance, one of the 6 magical powers of Buddhism. His eyes had undergone numerous changes and were known as the divine eyes, hence his title. But now, this pair of divine eyes had been blinded by Yifutian. Could he still be considered Xianxia Buddha Lord? Master! Xianxia Arhat and other Buddhist cultivators had gathered around Xianxia Buddha Lord. There was great hatred in their eyes as they looked up at the gigantic figure of the Maharaja above the sky. Yifutian did not continue to attack. The joint attack on him just now had taken a great deal out of him, and his state at the moment was not the most optimal. Nonetheless, it was enough to deter the cultivators in the space below. The giant face of the Maharaja looked over the cultivators with a sense of indifference. The devouring storm remained. Did these Buddhist cultivators hate him to this degree? It was the Xianxia Buddha Lord and Tongchan Buddha Lord who aimed to kill him and had put him in dangerous and near-death situations many times before. He already told them that this was a private grudge between them and that he would no longer spare them. With this strike, Xianxia Buddha was ruined. Amitabha, said a voice. Suddenly, the light of Buddha filled the sky, and from the outside world, several ancient golden Buddhas appeared. When they descended to this space, it was revealed that they were the great Buddhas from the Western world of Buddhism. Yifutian had seen several Buddha lords among them. Yifutian's figure was then revealed above the firmament, as he bowed to the Buddhas. Yifutian greets the Buddha lords. Benefactor Yi. Several Buddha lords clasped their hands together in return, and did not exhibit any signs of unfriendliness. Then, they looked at Xinyan Buddha Lord as they put their hands together, chanting the sound of the Buddha. At this time, Tongchan Buddha Lord said, Yi Futian had killed many people in the realm of Buddhism, and now he has blinded Xinyan. It is obvious that he has fallen into the demonic way. What do all the Buddha lords think we should do with him? Yi Futian was very strong, but as long as these Buddha lords were willing to take action, Yi Futian would not be able to escape and he would die. However, at this moment, the outside world began to bloom with divine light, as many cultivators had arrived. Yi Futian looked at those cultivators who came from the outside and found that they were led by the cultivators from the human realm. Their eyes swept over the battlefield, then at Yi Futian, who was in the void. They had also heard that Yi Futian gained control of the relic of the Maharaja, one of the 8 legions, and it was the only one outside the imperial-level forces. He had even integrated with the will of the Maharaja. Watching what had transpiring before them, everyone thought that it would probably be difficult for Yi Futian to keep all that he had gained. Tong Chan. A voice spoke, and it was Wutian Buddha Lord. He put his hands together and looked at Tongchan Buddha Lord intently. You have an obsession in your heart. What does Wutian Buddha Lord mean by that? The Buddha of Tongchan frowned and responded coldly. Benefactor Yi did nothing to offend anyone. When he cultivated Buddhism with us, he had always cultivated most seriously, which accounted for his high achievements in Buddhism. He has never disrespected Buddhism for any reason. As for your junior brothers, their downfalls were caused by their greed. They coveted the things that Yi Futian possessed, and their demise was a direct result of that and can't be attributed to anyone else. So, why can't you finally let it go? When Wutian Buddha Lord spoke, the light of Buddha dazzled, and echoes lingered between heaven and earth. This gave everyone a feeling of particular spiritual clarity, free from external influences, so the truth appeared exceptionally lucid. More than once, you and Xinyan have provoked Benefactor Yi. We haven't overlooked this. Now that you have suffered the repercussions, we can only say that you reaped what you sow. Now is the time to put down those obsessions. When Wutian Buddha Lord finished speaking, he chanted the Buddha's name. His expression was solemn. You are the same as us from the Buddhist sect. Now, does Wutian Buddha Lord speak for others instead of taking what happened to Xinyan Buddha Lord seriously? Tongchan Buddha Lord responded coldly. Xinyan Buddha Lord's blinded and bloody face appeared a little twisted as he faced Wutian Buddha Lord's direction. It seemed to be filled with hatred, and it was obvious that he was displeased with the words spoken by Wutian Buddha Lord. Amitba. At this moment, a voice was heard from afar. Many cultivators raised their heads and looked yonder. They saw an ancient Buddha appear above the sky, with a majestic and dignified appearance. The immense light of Buddha surrounded him, illuminating the void. When they saw his appearance, many Buddhist cultivators bowed slightly to salute and pay their respect. This great Buddha was a true enlightened Buddhist monk in the Buddhist sect. He had cultivated for many years, far longer than even the Lord of all Buddhas. His cultivation was deep and unfathomable. Many years ago, he was already said to be at the level of near deity. Nowadays, it was anyone's guess just how tyrannical his power might be. This Buddha Lord was the Buddha of destiny. In legends, he was the one who knew the fates of all living beings. He was a transcendent entity. Tongchan and Xinyan, your hearts in Buddhism are covered in dust, and you will only drift further away from Buddhism. If your obsession does not dissipate, it will be difficult for either one of you to become a Buddha. Let it go, said a voice with all the powers derived from his cultivation, which somehow seemed to get the truth through those who heard him. The 2 Buddha lords, Tongchan and Xinyan, trembled in their hearts. Although they couldn't let go just like that, they knew better to defy the Buddha of destiny. The Buddha of destiny was able to glimpse into fate. Since he had persuaded each of them, perhaps they had made the wrong choice. Thank you for the great Buddha's advice. Tongchan Buddha Lord bowed to the Buddha of destiny with his hands clasped together. Soon after, the light of Buddha in the distant sky dissipated, and the Buddha of destiny disappeared. Tongchan Buddha Lord glanced at the figure in the void and sighed silently in his heart. If they couldn't participate by making a move, he would like to see how Yi Futian planned to resolve this situation. All the cultivators were here and cultivators from other imperial-level forces. Would they allow Yi Futian to control the relic of one of the 8 legions? Shenyan Buddha Lord did not leave either. He was particularly reluctant now that his divine eyes had been blinded by Yi Futian. Naturally, he wanted to see what would become of this conflict. Thank you, great Buddhas. In the void, Yi Futian bowed to the representatives of the Buddhist sect. He had stressed before that it was a personal grievance between him and Shenyan Buddha Lord and Tongchan Buddha Lord. Not everyone in Buddhism was like these two. However, many were Buddhist monks who had attained enlightenment. While he cultivated on the Spirit Mountain, he learned a lot from many great Buddhas, and he was grateful to them. Clearly, the sect of Buddhism did not plan to interfere in the situation here. After they expressed their stance, the space was silenced for a moment. At this time, the cultivators from the human realm, the dark world, and the empty divine realm had arrived. This place is one of the 8 legions. Since Yi Futian has already integrated with Maharagas from one of the 8 legions, it is not inappropriate for him to rule over this territory. Another voice spoke as if to support Yi Futian's claim. Yi Futian looked down at the man who spoke and saw that he was a top cultivator from the human realm. But he wasn't done speaking as he continued. Yi Futian is in charge of the relic, but there are many relics left over by great emperors who were slain by the Maharaga, which the Ziwei Imperial Palace should not hoard for its own use. Let all the cultivators in the world comprehend and cultivate here, and let their own personal fortune determine whether or not they may comprehend the relics of the great emperors. His words made Yi Futian frown. The first half of his statement sounded like he was speaking for Yi Futian. Everyone looked at the man from the human realm that spoke. This was something that most people would agree to. However, if so, they would not continue hunting Yi Futian, which disappointed the cultivators from the ancient god clans. They would prefer that those imperial-level forces had made a break with Yi Futian so that a battle would be inevitable. The man who spoke up just now had an extraordinary temperament, and his body was radiant with flowing divine light. His was handsome, and there was a righteousness about him. The identity of this man was extraordinary. He was the eldest disciple of the human ancestor from the human realm and his chief disciple Dihao. Dihao was well known in the human realm. He had displayed his amazing talent since he was young, and his path had always been smooth. He was the proud son among his peers who was eventually selected by the human ancestor as a disciple to cultivate under his tutelage. Among all the great disciples of the human ancestor, he was still the one with the most dazzling talent. It was said that his birth itself was something remarkable. He was born into the ancient god clan in the human realm, which traced back to an exceptional great emperor in ancient times. The imperial clan in the human realm held a much loftier status than the ancient god clans in the divine prefecture. Such a man was born to be looked up to by the world. He had always been a legend in the eyes of the others, worshipped and admired by countless many, who saw him as an example for them to live up to. But now, Dihao's cultivation had reached its peak, as an existence of near deity. His rank on the demigod list was usually near the top. He was one of the most powerful people globally, just after the great emperors. Dihao's words obviously had a certain influence. He was generous enough at my expense, Yi Futian thought to himself, huffing coldly in his heart. He had already obtained the relic, and now, Dihao wanted to be the spokesperson of all the gawking bystanders. Although they recognized his control over the relic, he demanded Yi Futian to surrender the inheritances of the great emperors inside the relic and release it to the world for cultivation purposes. If so, what was the point of controlling anything? Since this site is under my control, it is up to me to decide who can cultivate here, Yi Futian stated lightly without being angry. When all the major imperial-level forces take control of any relic, that's how they manage it, isn't it? He was in control of the relic. Why should he allow everyone in the world to cultivate there? He wasn't that generous or tolerant. More importantly, many of them were his enemies. Dihao glanced at Yi Futian and wondered, He actually fancied himself on par with the Imperial-level forces? He must have overestimated himself and his influence. On this ancient continent, besides the Imperial-level forces, who else was qualified to control the relic of one of the 8 legions? No one is guilty other than what they have in their possession. It is for your own good. After all, before our arrival, all these cultivators had wanted to get in by force. There is no need to fight and run the risk of decimating both sides. Wouldn't it be much better to let everyone cultivate here? Not to mention that you are already in control of the will of the Maharaja. So why covet more? Di Hao continued with a lot of self-righteousness. It seemed as if he was considering what was best for Yi Futian. Covet? Yi Futian looked at him with astonishment. I obtained it, so where does covet figure into this conversation? By your logic, all the major Imperial-level forces should also allow cultivators of the world to cultivate on their territories. The human realm was also in control of a relic. Had they ever allowed the world to enter it to cultivate at will? Did he come here now to persuade him to let go of his control of the relic? Very well. Di Hao nodded without saying much. In that case, I hope you can keep it. You don't need to worry about that, Yi Futian responded. Palace Lord Yi, there is no problem for us to go in and take a look, is it? From the dark court, another top cultivator asked. I'm sorry, this place is now occupied by the cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace, temporarily off-limit to outsiders. After I have had some time to consider the matter, I will decide whether to let certain people to enter within, Yi Futian replied, rejecting the request from the dark court. If one force was allowed to enter, then other forces would want it to the same treatment. If so, what would be the point of them being in control? Soon, the Imperial-level forces would wiggle in and occupy the inside. He's asking for it, the cultivators from the ancient god clans remarked secretly. He dared to refuse 2 Imperial-level forces in a row? This was nothing short of Yi Futian digging his own grave. What if we insist on entering and cultivating? Another cultivator from the dark court continued to press. The surrounding space suddenly became a little oppressed. The tension was thick in the air. It was as if a fight might break out at any moment. Just try it, said an icy voice, and everyone turned their attention in its direction. They saw a cloaked figure leading other cultivators from the dark court to this side. It was none other than Yi Qingyao, the Reaper. Yi Qingyao walked in front of that cultivator from the dark court and said, Cultivators from the dark court may not step in here. That cultivator from the dark court frowned. He was a cultivator on the throne of the dark court. But Yi Qingyao's current status in the dark court was unmatched by anyone. Whoever dares to make a move would be an enemy of the devil world. From a distance, Yushang arrived with a group of cultivators from the Devil Imperial Palace. The demonic might was tossing and tumbling upon him in an extremely terrifying fashion. At this moment, the 2 Imperial-level forces, the Devil World and the Dark Court, actually chose to stand on the same side as Yi Futian. No one could have anticipated this turn of events. The Reaper and Yushang both held lofty status within the Dark Court and the Devil Imperial Palace, respectively. Now, they both stepped forward to protect Yi Futian. With these 2 Imperial-level forces behind him, and Buddhist sect refraining from taking action, who else could attempt to make a move on this relic? It seemed that Ziwei Imperial Palace, as led by Yi Futian, would assume control as the 8th Principality and reign supreme as one of the 8 legions. These Imperial-level forces were not a unified front. For example, the Buddha Lords dispatched before had held different positions. Tongchan Buddha Lord and Xinyan Buddha Lord aimed to destroy Yi Futian, but the few Buddha Lords who appeared later clearly thought differently. They were friendly to Yi Futian and didn't avenge Xinyan Buddha Lord. The same was true with the Dark Court and the Devil Imperial Palace. Previously, some cultivators from the Dark Court expressed their interest in entering the relic, but Yi Qingyao, the Reaper from the Dark Court, did not allow it. Likewise, Yushang represented a group of people within the Devil world. Apparently, he had not yet completely conquered all the cultivators from Devil Imperial Palace. Even so, it was enough. Under such a display of unity, it was obviously impossible for anyone to continue challenging Ziwei Imperial Palace's cultivators and rob them of this relic. Get out of this relic. The demonic might tossed and roared upon Yu Shang as he coldly told everyone to buzz off. These cultivators did not look pleased. However, there was no way for the Devil World and the Dark World cultivators to participate at this juncture. The empty divine realm would be reluctant to break with them here, and the Buddhist sect had chosen not to intervene. Donghuang Imperial Palace from the Divine Prefecture and the cultivators from the Heavenly Realm were not here. Obviously, this battle could not continue. Yi Futian, you are in cahoots with the Devil World and the Dark World. You'd better watch yourself. Di Hao from the human realm said, and with that he left. Soon after, other invading cultivators went with him and withdrew altogether. Tongchan Buddha Lord and Xinyan Buddha Lord were particularly reluctant, especially Xinyan Buddha. Both of his eyes were blinded, but there was nothing he could do to get back at Yi Futian. They could not take the relic, and Yi Futian remained safe and sound. What he was feeling right now was not the best, to say the least. This time, the cultivators from all sides had suffered some loss, but they didn't gain anything. Even Vajra Divine Child was killed here. This account could only be settled later. That was only if Yi Futian never left. As soon as he left this relic, he would no longer have the Maharaga's will. Then, they would very much like to see how he planned to survive out there. Yu Shang, Qing Yao. Yi Futian descended as the will of the Maharaga dissipated. He looked at Yu Shang and Yi Qingyao. He thought that the timing of their reinforcement couldn't be more perfect. If these imperial-level forces really intended to target him, he might be having a hard time holding them off. After all, the will of Maharaga was not invincible. All 8 legions have been revealed. Because they dared not move on other relics, for the time being, they can only come here. Yu Shang had an invisible demonic power about him that was immensely menacing. His dark eyes looked into the distance as he continued. If there is a next time, we will slaughter them all. Whosoever dares to come will pay dearly for their indiscretion. Ziwei Imperial Palace does not belong to an imperial-level power, but it alone controls the relic of Maharaga, which is one of the 8 legions. Naturally, it became a target. It was not surprising why they came. It was Xinyan who instigated this dispute. Now that his divine eyes have been destroyed, it was a sort of karma. Yi Futian seemed rather casual about the whole affair. It was as if everything that had happened was within his expectation. The fact that they had controlled the relics was something that Xinyan discovered and used for his own purpose. The mess that ensued was inevitable. How is your cultivation going? Yi Futian looked at Yu Shang and Yi Qingyao and inquired. The Devil Imperial Palace had retained control over the Karura relic, as well as the inheritance of the demonic lord. On the other hand, the Dark Court found the relic of the Azura tribe. The Dark Court itself was very compatible with the Azura, and the two may even be traced back to the same line of ancestry. These two should be the most ideal for one another. I haven't fully comprehended it yet, Yi Qingyao whispered, still shrouded in the cloak. After hearing the news, she had rushed over. Sure enough, they saw that Yi Futian and the others had been besieged by various major forces. Qingyao, you have to concentrate on cultivation when you get back and ignore everything else from the outside world. Yi Futian looked at Yi Qingyao and said to her. He knew that Yi Qingyao was extraordinary and was valued greatly by the Lord of the Dark Court. However, if someone else inherited the will of King Ashura, it would undermine Yi Qingyao's position in the Dark Court considerably. I know. Yi Qingyao nodded, like a well-behaved little girl. Her voice was crystal clear without a bit of the coldness as when she dealt with the others. I have encountered some troubles, and I came to see if you could take a look, Yu Shang said to Yi Futian, which surprised him. Asking him to take a look? At what? He glanced at the cultivators around Yu Shang and saw that they were all exceptional cultivators from the Devil Imperial Palace. Yan Gi, the demon sage, was with him as well. This group of people should be the ones in agreement with Yu Shang, so they came together. Will other cultivators in the Devil Imperial Palace agree to that? Yi Futian asked. That's not a problem, Yan Gi responded. All right then. Yi Futian nodded and agreed. This was a good thing for him, so he had no reason to refuse it. He may have an opportunity to comprehend the power of the relic over there. How about we get going now? Yan Gi proposed. With the previous battle, I'm sure people from the outside will not dare to make trouble here again. Very well, Yifutian nodded, then proceeded to have a discussion with everyone. He stationed the little condor outside so that if there were any movements, he would be able to rush back immediately. In that case, let's go, Yengi said, and Yifutian nodded. Then all the cultivators parted ways. Yi Qingyao left with the people from the Dark Court, and Yifutian followed the cultivators from the Devil Imperial Palace, and the rest of them returned to continue cultivation. In the city of Karura's relic, Yifutian came to the place where he left before, the shrine where the house Karura was located. An extremely terrifying aura exuded from this shrine, shrouding the boundless space. When Yifutian followed the cultivators from Devil Imperial Palace and approached the demonic lord and King Karura's divine body, a sense of terror enveloped them. A pressure was coming toward them, making Yifutian feel a little short of breath. Yifutian raised his head and looked at these two figures. His heart palpitated. The mysterious aura around them had been broken, and there were still many corpses in the area. Many cultivators from the Devil Imperial Palace were cultivating here and had reaped a lot from it. What do you want me to do? Yifutian asked. Yushang and Yengi were on either side of him. Around them, many people were moving towards Yifutian, and all of them were cultivators from the Devil Imperial Palace. Many of them looked cold and were not so friendly. Obviously, many of them frowned upon the fact that an outsider was invited here for the sole purpose of comprehension. This was not something that they wanted to see. However, Yushang, Yengi, and many other demonic cultivators had decided, so they could only allow Yifutian to give the thing a try. There! Yengi pointed in front of him. On top of the demonic lord, a divine ruler fell straight from the firmament and penetrated the void between heaven and earth. It was buried deep into the body of the demonic lord to imprison him here. It formed an extremely overbearing power in this area that sealed off everything. Needless to say, Yifutian was aware of everything. As soon as he got here, there was something moving inside his body, and his spiritual soul was becoming active. He did not doubt that the aura from this divine ruler had caused the activity in his spiritual soul. This divine ruler has sealed off the area around the demonic lord. Can you remove it? Yengi asked. All of us have tried but to no avail. Yushang recommended you come and give it a shot. Yifutian understood now why Yengi was trying to find him, to remove the divine ruler and release the will of the demonic lord. Although Yushang recommended him, the cultivators from the Devil Imperial Palace did not think he could do it. However, they had tried and failed, so there was not much for them to do except allow him to have a shot. After all, Yifutian was extremely well known for his ability in comprehension, and he alone had inherited from several great emperors. I can try it, Yifutian began to speak. But if in the process I end up being able to communicate with the will of the imperial arms and gain control of it, what should I do? Yushang didn't speak. His attitude was evident. But the key depended on the rest of the people in the Devil Imperial Palace. This divine ruler was not an ordinary object, as it possessed the ability to suppress the power of the demonic lord, so the magnitude of its power was simply unimaginable. If it were really released by him, would the Devil Imperial Palace be willing to give up such a treasure? How about we make a gift of King Karura's corpse to you? Yengi pointed to the corpse of King Karura next to him. Although this corpse was also a treasure, it was not particularly useful to demonic cultivators. But that divine ruler, on the other hand, might be a great treasure that they still hoped to retain. Yifutian shook his head. If I could communicate with the divine ruler, I am afraid that I would not be willing to part with it then. Moreover, if other cultivators of the Devil Imperial Palace intend to control the divine ruler, they may also harbor ill will towards me. The risk for me is quite high. Yengi glanced at the figure of the demonic lord in front of him and said, If you can comprehend it, you may take it away. Their goal was still the demonic lord. I can believe the words of the demon sage, but what about the others? Yifutian asked. There were a lot of cultivators in the Devil Imperial Palace, and all of them had the power to pose a threat to him. Are you Xiang's and my guarantee insufficient for you? Yengi replied as he looked at Yifutian. Yifutian glanced at Yushang, who was next to him, and saw him nod. Obviously, Yusheng approved of this sentiment. As long as Yengi was in agreement, there should not be any surprise. Very well. In that case, I agree, but I can't guarantee that I can do it. Yifutian said, I need other people to leave. I only need Yusheng to stay behind so as not to disturb to my work. Yengi glanced at Yifutian and thought that this guy might still hold some selfish intentions. Fine. He nodded, turned around, and waved to the people around him. Suddenly the cultivators from the Devil Imperial Palace moved, leaving it to just Yifutian and Yusheng. What do you think? Yusheng looked at Yifutian and asked. This divine ruler was something that had eluded them all. The cultivators from Devil Imperial Palace had tried it, and they had all failed. I will only know after trying. Yifutian looked at Yusheng and said with a smile. However, I am hopeful. Whatever could entice a movement in his spiritual soul indicated that there must be some kind of connection. Therefore, the odds were in his favor. Yusheng, help me seal off this area, said Yifutian. His request was for two reasons, and one was that he didn't want to be disturbed by the others. The other was that he didn't want to be ogled by the others. Only then could he comprehend in peace. All right. Yusheng nodded, and the demonic might tossed and rolled upon his body. The demonic will suddenly turned into a demonic wall, which sealed off this space. Yifutian sat cross-legged before the body of the demonic god, which was still impaled by the divine ruler. He closed his eyes and released his comprehension. Wisps of great path auras diffused outward, surrounding the divine ruler, quietly perceiving the power contained within the divine ruler. Yifutian seemed to be separated from the real world at this moment. In his world of comprehension, only the divine ruler remained. In the spatial world of this comprehension, the divine ruler fell from the firmament, reaching beyond the firmament and descending deep into the earth, traversing between heaven and the earth. Thus, it suppressed gods and demons, imprisoning the demonic lord here. Yifutian's consciousness seemed to transform into an elusive figure, standing beneath the divine ruler, looking up at it. A supreme rule of the great path effused, and it was as if it was the ruler of the heavenly path. This divine ruler does not seem to belong to any specific will of the great path but embodies the rules of the heavenly path itself, thought Yifutian. By using the rules of the heavenly path to suppress the demonic lord, this fact demonstrated the horrific power of the demonic lord. It was just as he had suspected. Then, this attack may have been unleashed by the heavenly path. Branches and leaves diffused out of Yifutian's body, and the ancient tree of the world reached towards the divine ruler. Suddenly, Yifutian seemed to turn into a divine tree that moved as its endless branches and leaves crazily swept towards the divine ruler, nibbling away the aura of rules contained within the divine ruler. There were even branches and leaves merging directly into the divine ruler. What exactly is this ancient tree of the world? Yifutian wondered. When he first arrived, his spiritual soul had some response, and he felt that the ancient tree of the world might connect with this divine ruler. Sure enough, when the spiritual soul was released, it seemed to belong to a power similar to the divine ruler. The two actually began to blend with one another. Could it be that the ancient tree of the world itself was a tree born from the rules of heavenly path? Therefore, it was at the same level of power as the divine ruler. If so, who was it that gave him this spiritual soul? Yifutian had asked himself this question more than once, but he still had not found the answer. Now, he was gradually learning the truth about this world, but the mystery of his birth continued to elude him. The ancient tree of the world grew madly, infinite, and without end, climbing up and following the divine ruler all the way to the firmament, where it melded with it. Even Yusheng, watching on the side, was quite moved by what he saw. Now that they were no longer the teenagers of yesteryears, he was quite aware of just what kind of divine item this divine ruler was. The divine ruler that could imprison a demonic lord, but answered to Yifutian's spiritual soul. What could this mean? When he was young, the old man had asked him to assist Yifutian. It seemed that he was the only one who knew how special Yifutian was. The radiant divine light reached above the sky, as Yusheng released a horrific demonic will that covered the sky from top to bottom. It was meant to block the view from the outside world. This was not the first time that Yifutian tried to swallow a divine item. Many years ago he had swallowed the power of Yin, but his realm today was not what it was in the days of yore. Even so, it was not easy for him to swallow the divine ruler. The will of the ancient tree of the world madly integrated into it, little by little trying to become one with it. Above the divine ruler, there was the will of a wondrous will of the great path rule that was extremely obscure. He couldn't comprehend it right away, so he could only bring the divine ruler into the world of his life palace. Time went by bit by bit. In the vast space, the will of the ancient tree of the world reached the sky and merged into the divine ruler. As frightening rumbling sounds came out, the ground was trembling, and the great path of the firmament was shaking as well. Outside, everyone looked up at the demonic clouds that hovered in the sky above them. This was Yushang's doing, and many demonic cultivators were not pleased about it. But at this moment, they sensed a terrifying change taking place beyond those demonic clouds. Yifutian's eyes were still closed tightly, as his powerful will swallowed the divine ruler. The divine ruler that had traversed between heaven and earth began to tremble violently and then disappeared altogether. In the next moment, in the world of Yifutian's life palace, the ancient tree of the world sheltered the sky, but a might divine ruler was above the ancient tree, releasing an unparalleled power from the outside. The moment the divine ruler disappeared, an indescribable terrifying demonic will erupted, as if there was no power to suppress it any longer. For a time, the demonic clouds tossed and roared, as a supreme demonic will filled the boundless space, directly tossed aside the demonic might that Yusheng released. The cultivators from the Devil Imperial Palace rushed over, and when they saw the divine ruler had disappeared, their hearts were beating wildly. Yifutian actually succeeded. Yusheng invited him here, and he had managed to remove the divine ruler. But at this moment they were paying more attention to this demonic will. Above the silent body of the demon god, there was an incomparable will of the demonic path that pervaded at this moment. It was as if the demon god had been resurrected. For a time, all the cultivators of the Devil Imperial Palace were trembling inside. Although the divine ruler was mighty, it still could not destroy the will of the demonic lord but merely suppress it. Now it had disappeared to release the will of the demonic lord, which shocked all the cultivators from Devil Imperial Palaces beyond words. This was the demon god from the ancient era, the ancestor of the devil world. In ancient times, he had led the devil world in the battle of the heavenly path and destroyed the house Karura. If it weren't for the divine ruler, King Karura would not be able to overpower the demonic lord, and he would not have died from being torn apart. An incredibly strong demonic will shrouded this space. It was as if everyone was in another world. The demon sage Yengi looked at Yifutian and said, "You can leave now." Yifutian had managed to take away the divine ruler, which made him extremely wary of Yifutian. Previously, he thought they could just let him try, but once Yifutian had done it, he thought it best to have him leave. If he continued to stay here and ended up inheriting the will of the demonic lord, it would be a terrible embarrassment to the Devil Imperial Palace. Therefore, his priority was to ask Yifutian to leave. Moreover, Yifutian had already gotten what he wanted, and now the divine ruler belonged to him. This was undoubtedly a massive gain for Yifutian. It was the divine ruler that had suppressed the demonic lord. Although they couldn't comprehend it, they could imagine the great power harbored within the divine ruler. Yifutian looked at Yengi and understood the other man's concern. Even if Yengi didn't say anything, he would never covet the will of the demonic lord. The will of the demonic lord belonged to Yusheng, and he would be the one to obtain it. When he turned around, Yifutian dashed directly out from this demonic might and came to the void in the distance. At this time, the shrine of the house Karura was completely covered by the demonic will. Yifutian looked and saw that amid the demonic aura, there seemed to be a towering and sacred shadow of a demonic being that had manifested. Above the firmament, the demonic clouds were tossing and turning. Without the suppression of the divine ruler, the demonic aura in this place had been completely revived. Demonic light was shining in the surrounding space, which was an incredibly shocking sight to behold. "It's all yours," Yifutian thought, then disappeared directly from where he was. Ziwei Imperial Palace still needed his supervision to ensure its safety, and there may not yet be any results here in the near future. More importantly, there were probably many from the Devil Imperial Palace who were hostile toward him. He had taken the divine ruler, so how could the people from the Devil Imperial Palace have no objection? However, it was the condition they promised, and now they had no time to worry about him. When Yi Fuqian returned to the site of the Maharaga relic, he saw that the cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace and West Imperial Palace were in cultivation. When Yi Fuqian came back, many of them were a little curious about what the cultivators of the Devil World wanted from him. However, Yi Fuqian did not communicate with anyone but found a place to cultivate in retreat. His action piqued everyone's curiosity even more. Yi Fuqian must have gained something or would not be so eager to cultivate in retreat. At this time, Yi Fuqian closed his eyes, and his consciousness entered the world of his life palace. At the moment, it closely resembled the real world on the outside. His consciousness turned into an elusive shadow, looking at the ancient tree of the world and the divine ruler. He wondered what the connection between the two was. This divine ruler did not seem to have the power of any great path attributed to it, but why was it able to contain the will of the demonic lord? The moment the divine ruler was taken away by him, the will of the demonic lord exploded forth. Clearly it had been suppressed by the divine ruler until then. Is the divine ruler a real manifestation of the power from heavenly path? Yi Fuqian thought to himself. Ruler represented rules. Was the ruler of heavenly path something that was transformed by the will of heavenly path to present the rules of heavenly path? After putting away the divine ruler, he realized that the divine ruler was not an imperial arms at all. It was not a weapon that had been forged, but it was very likely born from the heavenly path, much like the power of Yin. In reality, Yi Fuqian had seen this kind of divine items before. The Millet Emperor had in his possession Wangshan Watchtower, which came from time immemorial, but it was an incomplete object. As something that may be part of a whole, it was far less powerful than this divine ruler, which was in its complete form. Ruler rules. Could the ruler of heavenly path meant the rules of heavenly path? Yi Fuqian comprehended quietly and entered into a world of selflessness. It turned out that Yi Fuqian's cultivation took 5 whole years. 5 years was long enough for many things to happen. Yet, for top-level cultivators, it didn't seem to be long enough. Once one's cultivation reached a certain level, a retreat may last for decades. An opportunity or even an epiphany might take years to fully integrate into one's cultivation. For example, on this ancient continent these days, many cultivators continued to comprehend the ancient relics left behind by the great emperors. The relics of the gods were enough to keep the cultivators of the world busy for many years. Nonetheless, many people had broken through their realms on this ancient continent in the past 5 years. Even many had broken the shackles of Renhuang and survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path. The reason for this incredible phenomenon, in addition to the qualities of the relics themselves, was also because of the nature of this world. This world was vastly different from the world they were from. All signs indicated that the cultivation world would be ushering in another era of prosperity. No one knew if this meant that some great emperors would emerge during this time. Yi Fuqian woke up from the retreat and his cultivation on this day. Traces of great path rules circulated about his body as he opened his eyes. He could feel that his temperament seemed to have undergone some subtle changes. You have cultivated a long time this time around, Hua Jieyu whispered to Yi Fuqian just as he was waking up. Yi Fuqian nodded. It's been a long time. How is everyone's progress in cultivation? They have made great progress. Taoist monk Mu and Uncle Tai have moved into the second tribulation realm. In addition, more people survived the first divine tribulation. You can see for yourself, Hua Jieyu said with a smile. Uncle Tai has broken through his realm again. Yi Fuqian was a little surprised. Before he knew him, Taoist Mu had already been a cultivator in the first tribulation plane and had stayed in that realm for many years. Blind Tai was different. Ever since he reached the peak Renhuang realm, his speed in cultivation was a bit astounding. Well, maybe it is because Uncle Tai's cultivation was purer. In this relic, he has inherited the will of a great emperor, so he was elevating much faster. Hua Jieyu offered. Yi Futian nodded. Then he stood up and said, "Let's go see them." The space here was incredibly vast, and many places held some kind of great path relics. Many cultivators were comprehending the wills hidden within these relics and making breakthroughs in their cultivations. They were making rapid progress. Taoist monk Mu and Blind Tai were not too far apart. When they saw Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu coming over, they stopped cultivating. They looked at Yi Futian. Taoist monk Mu bowed and called out, "Palace Lord, my lady." By now, the respect that Taoist monk Mu had for Yi Futian was genuine. Since becoming part of the Ziwei Imperial Palace, he had witnessed the rapid expansion of Ziwei Imperial Palace. It was so fast that it was something he didn't dare to imagine before. More importantly, since he started following Ziwei Imperial Palace in his cultivation, he was now in the second tribulation plane. This was the realm he had dreamed about and hoped for, and it was finally a reality. In the future, he could start producing elixirs of the second tribulation grade. "Congratulations," Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu both said with a smile. They nodded to Taoist monk Mu and Blind Tai, who were coming over. As he looked at the two of them, Yi Futian smiled. The lords of the Armoring Palace and the Alchemy Palace of Ziwei had both made a breakthrough in realm. This is definitely great and welcome news. In the future, the alchemical and armoring abilities of Ziwei Imperial Palace would increase immensely. In the future, there is no need for the Palace Lord to toil over alchemy. "Give me whatever I can help produce, and I can take the burden off your shoulders," said Taoist monk Mu. He wanted to take some of the duties off of Yi Futian, and producing these elixirs in accordance with Yi Futian's specifications would be practice for him to improve his alchemy. "Well, this has always been my dream. That in the future, I don't need to worry about Ziwei Imperial Palace." Yi Futian smiled and replied. His biggest dream was that he would no longer need to worry about anything. "Uncle Tai, I heard from Jieyu that you inherited a trace of the will from a great emperor. What is it?" Yi Futian asked. Blind Tai's mind moved slightly, and traces of the great path divine light began to flow upon him. On his forehead, an extremely oppressive rune appeared. At this moment, Blind Tai was like a god from heaven, and his body was full of incomparable power. How overwhelming! Yi Futian was overjoyed when he saw Blind Tai at this moment. He continued, "It is power elemental, which is perfect, and it complements Uncle Tai wonderfully." Blind Tai Man nodded to Yi Futian. "But I heard that everyone in the outside world is improving continuously as well. Many of them have made a breakthrough in their realms. I'm afraid that my cultivation level is still not enough." What he meant by not enough was clearly relative. Ziwei Imperial Palace of today was not what it was in the past. It was now standing at an even higher plane. Like other Imperial-level forces, they controlled one of the relics left behind by the 8 legions. Yi Futian smiled, and then with a thought, the Imperial arm, the sky tremoring, suddenly appeared in his hands. He lifted the Imperial arms with both hands and offered it to Blind Tai. "Uncle Tai, you have also cultivated the divine hammer of the Protector, as well as the divine technique of the sky tremoring hammer. This Imperial arm will also suit you. From now on, it is yours." Although Blind Tai could not see it, he could sense everything. His body trembled slightly, and it was obvious from his expression that he was moved. However, he flatly refused. "No, this is your Imperial arm." He did not want to take it. This was an Imperial arm that Yi Futian could use to unleash the most powerful attacks, which would be much more robust in Yi Futian's hands than his. Next to them, Taoist monk Mu was trembling in his heart as well. Yi Futian wanted to gift an Imperial arm to Blind Tai. This kind of generosity, that was an Imperial arm that belonged to Yi Futian, one that he had taken from the Wang clan of Tianyan City. Now he was going to give it to Blind Tai. "Uncle Tai, the Imperial arms would be no less powerful in your hands than in mine. The effect will be comparable. Now that I have obtained some other divine item, the power I derive from it will not be weaker than that of the Imperial arms. This Imperial arm can no longer give me more power, so that is why I'm giving it to you." Yi Futian continued, Don't think this is a gift to you alone. I am expecting Uncle Tai to protect me. Blind Tai felt extreme turmoil inside. Ever since Yifutian stepped into the village, he was the one who had been leading him forward. He owed Yifutian for everything he had today. Later, when Tai Tu reached a higher realm, Uncle Tai can leave the imperial arms to him, Yifutian said when he saw that Blind Tai was still hesitating. Blind Tai faced Yifutian and thought that Tai Tu was Yifutian's disciple. For Tai Tu to be the ultimate recipient of the imperial arms sounded more reasonable and acceptable to him. When Blind Tai heard the suggestion that the imperial arm may be given to someone else later on, he found the notion much more acceptable in that context. All right. After hesitating for a while longer, Blind Tai solemnly nodded his head. Then he reached out and took the sky tremoring. His heart was full of all kinds of emotions. Both of them, father and son, owed Yifutian so much. To them, Yifutian had given them a second chance. Taoist monk Mu sighed when watching the scene playing out in front of him. He also desired to have an imperial arm of his own, but there was nothing more to give since Yifutian no longer had one. Furthermore, many others were waiting at Ziwei Imperial Palace. Because these imperial arms were most suitable for Blind Tai, Yifutian made a gift of it to him. Boss! At this moment, brilliant golden lightning sailed across the void. The black feathers on the little condor's body were covered by a golden light, gilding him in radiance. He had also survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path, and his aura was astonishing. As an ordinary demonic beast, he had now completed his transformation. Also with him was June and his party. June's original form was a golden-winged roc. They were following the little condor in comprehending the divine runes inside the body of the Karura and had made significant progress. I heard rumors on the outside that the divine prefecture is going to war with the heaven realm. Do you want to go out and take a look around? The little condor said with some excitement. He had been cultivating in a location closer to the outside, monitoring the movements of the outside world. He would go out for a stroll from time to time, so he knew quite a bit of news from the outside world. A spark flashed through Yifutian's eyes. The divine prefecture and the heaven realm were not necessarily at war yet. It was just that the heaven realm discovered and occupied a significant territory, the site that once belonged to the old heaven court. For many years, cultivators from all the worlds had been comprehending and cultivating among the relics they had discovered. But now 5 years had passed. Perhaps they were no longer satisfied with the territories they had discovered. At the moment, the strength of the heaven realm may be the weakest of all 7 imperial-level forces, but they occupied the old heaven court ruins. Therefore, it seemed quite reasonable for them to move against heaven realm. However, if one was to really consider it, the heaven realm had an inherent relationship with the old heaven court more than anyone else. According to legends, the name of the heaven realm was derived from the Deva. And now, a heaven court also existed in the heaven realm. However, this would not prevent the other major forces from coveting the old heaven court. It seemed that now, the divine prefecture finally couldn't hold back any longer and was ready to make a move against the heaven realm. Let's go take a look, Yifutian proposed. He was curious about the heaven realm, and equally curious about the mysterious air of the heaven realm, which far exceeded his curiosity about the old heaven court. He had a feeling that the heaven realm had long been a very influential force in the past, one that even influenced the structure of the world as they knew it. However, something must have happened that led to its ultimate decline. I am also interested in going over there, the Supreme Sword Lord piped up as he walked over. He was rather curious about the confrontation between the divine prefecture and the heaven realm. Those who want to go may travel with me, and those who don't want to go should continue to cultivate here, Yifutian commanded. There were many who wanted to join him as they began gathering around him. Yifutian led these people and proceeded to head out. The group was traveling fast as they traversed through the void. Among the relics on the outside world, there were cultivators everywhere. It was no longer how it was 5 years ago. There were also far fewer battles taking place, so the place was considerably peaceful. However, there was a serious battle looming, one that was about to take place at the old site of the heaven court, the divine prefecture and the heaven realm. How much does the elder know about the heaven realm? Yifutian asked the Supreme Sword Lord. The Supreme Sword Lord was an elder who had cultivated for many years, and his cultivation was powerful. He should have some ideas about what has transpired many years ago. Heaven Realm. The Supreme Sword Lord was somewhat moved. He whispered, "The ancient and mysterious Heaven Realm has been in decline ever since the fall of the last Heavenly Emperor. In fact, in the times of the Heavenly Emperor, there was another person in the Heaven Realm that was not named as the Heavenly Emperor." When Yifutian heard these words from Supreme Sword Lord, a strange look appeared on his face. According to what he said, the next person in charge of the Heaven Realm after the Heavenly Emperor should also be someone of peerless glory. The world knows very little about the daughter of the Heavenly Emperor now, but back then, there was a saying that widely circulated at the top of the cultivation world. Supreme Sword Lord seemed to have been plunged into memories, remembering that peerless figure who sailed across the sky like a meteor. "What is it?" Yifutian asked. "Daughter of the Emperor, unparalleled for all ages. Without her, the world is less colorful." Supreme Sword Lord recited the saying as Yifutian scrutinized the expression on his face. From the Supreme Sword Lord's words, one could see that he was quite taken by that master of the Heaven Realm. There was even a sense of reverence in his expression. Daughter of the Emperor, unparalleled for all ages. Without her, the world would be less colorful. This was certainly high praise. "Is she still around?" Yifutian asked. "In the 7 realms of the world, were there 7 great emperors or just the 6? If such a character remained, what would she be like?" "I believe she is still around," Supreme Sword Lord replied. "If she is no longer in the world, it would be much too lonely in high places." That saying is, of course, not without exaggeration. But it is true that in the last 1,000 years, she and Donghuang the Great truly embodied our time. "Donghuang the Great," Yifutian murmured. Did the Supreme Sword Lord have such a high opinion of Donghuang the Great as well? Now that her heir and the daughter of Donghuang the Great are about to compete with each other, I am most certainly looking forward to it. What kind of outcome will result when the two collide? Supreme Sword Lord asked Yifutian. Yifutian realized that this was why the Supreme Sword Lord came along with them. He wanted to watch the heirs of 2 peerless characters exchange with one another. The heir of Heaven Realm and the heir of the Divine Prefecture. So now Yifutian was looking forward to it as well. Only now did he realize that there were a lot of stories about the Heaven Realm. At that time, because of the decline of the Heaven Realm, many things about it were forgotten by the cultivation world. Of course, there were also other reasons. Because the Heaven Realm was isolated from other realms, such as the Divine Prefecture. So except for those at the very top, how many others could know of the situation in other realms? No wonder the heir from the Heaven Realm was so outstanding. It turned out that his origin was equally extraordinary, and the history of the Heaven Realm had once been glorious. This was why the Heaven Realm was able to locate the ruins of the old Heaven Court and occupy the site. The group of people continued on their way, heading towards their destination. They shuttled through the void quickly. At this time, in the location where the old Heaven Court used to be, countless cultivators had already gathered. They had come from every which side on this ancient continent. The news had spread before this gathering that Donghuang Imperial Palace from the Divine Prefecture intended to compete for the relic of the old Heaven Court. And now, the cultivators from the Divine Prefecture had arrived and entered the ruins. In the outer perimeters of the ruins, there was nothing left in the periphery, as they had gleaned a long time ago. In front of the place where the cultivators gathered, a ladder reached beyond the sky. There were ancient palaces and temples at the other end of the ladder, but all were dilapidated in appearance. There were also stone pillars that seemed to support this corner of the sky, which formed a magnificent picture. The ruins of the old Heaven Court were just above. They had been occupied by the cultivators from the Heaven Realm. For those who were standing below and looking up at the old Heaven Court's ruins, they could still vaguely sense an ancient aura and a sacred coercion that fell straight from the sky. Old Heaven Court. All the cultivators were moved in their hearts. Before that, many of them only dared to look from a distance and not get so close to it. Although the Heaven Realm kept a low profile, it did not mean that they were weaker than anyone else. Now, with Donghuang Imperial Palace clearing the way, these cultivators felt much more encouraged to venture below these ruins and look up to this sacred place. Deva was the leader of the 8 legions under the heavenly path and the strongest among the 8. Therefore, as one of the 8 legions, Deva was of particular interest to those in the know. It was precisely for this reason that Donghuang Imperial Palace was here again to contend for the land that contained the relics of Deva, the old heaven court. Out in the front, a group of people stood quietly as they raised their heads to look at the ladder that extended beyond the sky. Though this group was quiet, no one dared to underestimate them. The aura that inadvertently permeated from them was top-level, and just by standing there, they had formed an invisible domain. As they did not speak, the space was steeped in silence. The person in the lead was of unparalleled grace, whose radiant beauty was beyond compare, just like that of the Jiuqian goddess. This was none other than the only begotten daughter of Donghuang the Great, Donghuang Diuan. The cultivators from the imperial palace of the divine prefecture had arrived, and Donghuang Diuan had personally led them here. Among those behind them were also major figures from the divine prefecture. It was as if they were there to support and cheer for Donghuang Diuan. Of course, it was not just the cultivators from the divine prefecture either. In the distance, many people were standing in the void, looking down below. With so many cultivators that had already gathered, the status of those who were standing in the void could easily be guessed. These were the cultivators who belonged to imperial-level forces that had come to watch the battle when they received the news. Of course, it was anyone's guess if they merely intended to watch the battle from the sidelines. If the imperial palace of the divine prefecture coveted the ruins of the old heaven court, would the other forces feel any differently? Yifutian and the others also rushed over, but they slowed down though they were still very far away. Then, they moved forward slowly until they arrived above this area. Their presence attracted a lot of attention as well. After all, Yifutian was a controversial figure, and he was very well known in this ancient world. As cultivators from many directions looked at Yifutian, he was looking in the direction of the ladder in front of him. He thought it was indeed a relic left by Deva. It was such an astounding place. During these years, when he was in retreat, the strength of the cultivators from Heaven Realm must have risen to a higher level. They are coming. A group of cultivators now stepped down from the ladder, walking down from the heavens. The scene was as if the gods had descended. Yifutian watched this scene and found it like a painting, stunning beyond description. Once again, he had seen the mysterious cultivator, the heir of the heavenly emperor realm. He could sense that the other's temperament seemed to have undergone yet another change. These past few years, he had occupied the ruins of the old heaven court and must have inherited the power of some great existence's wills. How could he not have improved by leaps and bounds? Yifutian was more curious about the level of strength he had been able to reach in his cultivation. And Donghuang Diuan, what level of strength had she been able to reach in her cultivation? He wondered whether they would see the true strengths of these two in today's confrontation. As those cultivators came down the ladder, Donghuang Diuan looked up at them and asked, "The people from the heaven realm have been cultivating here for quite some time. Now, do you mind vacating the relics of the old heaven court? The divine prefecture is quite interested in this location, and we would like to cultivate in the old heaven court. Could heaven realm relinquish this space to us?" Above the ladder, the divine light sprinkled down, and the cultivators from the heaven realm stood in the sky above. Then looked down at Donghuang Diuan and her party below, and the coercion they exuded was no less than those from the divine prefecture. The young man who was in the lead, the heir of the heaven realm, looked at Donghuang Diuan and asked, "Will the divine prefecture be willing to use the relic of Naga to make an exchange?" He asked directly, without frills. Donghuang Diuan wanted the relic of the old heaven court. Would she be willing to exchange for it with the relic of Naga? Yes. Donghuang Diuan responded succinctly, which shocked the cultivators who were surrounding them. It seemed that the cultivators from Donghuang Imperial Palace had almost finished their cultivation at the relic of Naga. They now set their eyes on the old heaven court. Donghuang Diuan was willing to trade it for the relic of Naga. If Princess Diuan feels that the relic from the old heaven court is more precious than Naga, then know that is also the opinion of the heaven realm. I'm afraid Princess Diwen will be disappointed. The young man in the void appeared polite and responded accordingly. His question was not an expression of his intention to trade, but to drive the point that the old Heaven Court relic was far more valuable. There was no problem with this train of thought. However, if Donghuang Imperial Palace intend to take the relic of the old Heaven Court by force, could the Heaven Realm be able to hold them off? The relic of the old Heaven Court will definitely be mine. Donghuang Diwen raised her head and said to the cultivators of the Heaven Realm above the ladder. Her eyes were extremely determined, and she was confident that she would prevail. This surprised many people. The princess of the Divine Prefecture seemed to be unusually interested in the old Heaven Court. The cultivators from other imperial-level forces watched everything quietly. They made note of what Donghuang Diwen said, and some core figures knew the reasons behind it. They looked up at the ladder, and each of them had their own opinion. Not just Donghuang Imperial Palace, but they, too, wanted to go up the ladder and see what was left in the ruins of the old Heaven Court. So, Princess Diwen wants to fight? The young man lowered his head to look at Donghuang Diwen, who was below. Donghuang Diwen did not respond, but there was a powerful fighting will emerging from her, and she was not alone. All the cultivators from Donghuang Imperial Palace exuded a terrifying aura, which soared into the firmament. It roared as it continued up the ladder. The fighting will expressed by them was simply astounding. Could the Heaven Realm stop Donghuang Imperial Palace? Many cultivators retreated carefully. When they felt that terrifying aura, they understood that if this confrontation turned into a war, the destructive power would be unimaginable. Even the surrounding areas would be greatly affected. It would be better for anyone whose cultivation was not on that level to stay behind, thereby using stronger cultivators at the front to act as a buffer. At that moment, yet more cultivators stepped out from within the crowd. Cultivators from the human realm. The multitude turned to look at the group of them. At the front was Di Hao, one of the greatest of his generation from the human realm. He raised his head and looked toward the cultivators gathered on the sky stairwell. He stated, Heaven Court and Donghuang Imperial Palace shared a deep bond in the past. It is regretful if we have to clash with each other now. Heaven Realm occupies the old Heaven Court relics, the Divine Prefecture occupies the Naga relics, while our human realm occupies the Yuetian relics. If the Heaven Realm is willing to openly share the use of the old Heaven Court relics, the Divine Prefecture and human realm will do the same for our respective relics so that all can cultivate at all three places. What do you think? The multitude were taken by surprise when they heard this speech. The human realm wanted to be a part of this also. It seemed that they, too, attached high importance to the old Heaven Court relics. Furthermore, Di Hao said that the Heaven Court and Donghuang Imperial Palace shared a deep bond. Was there more to this than meets the eye? We're not interested. This was the reply from the heir of the Heaven Realm. Di Hao looked up at the other party. Ji Wudao, do we have to face off in war? You people don't cultivate on your own relics but come to invade ours instead. And yet you still ask me this question. Ji Wudao's gaze swept across Di Hao and then rested upon Donghuang Diwen. Princess Diwen, I have no wish to clash with you, but the old Heaven Court relics belong only to the Heaven Realm. Yi Futian's expression betrayed surprise when he heard Ji Wudao's words. What was the relationship between Ji Wudao and Donghuang Diwen? In the past, they had both used the same ability, which was the heaven-punishing divine sword. Where did they cultivate the ability from? Ji Wudao, since you insist, then let's see if the cultivators of the Heaven Realm can hold on to this sky stairwell. Di Hao's tone was calm, but one could still sense the commanding stance behind it. The surrounding crowd was stirred. Were they about to witness a battle of the greatest from the realms? Do I take on you guys one by one, or all at once? While looking down upon the cultivators, Ji Wudao's indifferent reply caused a shudder within them. Currently, the Heaven Realm was weak in power and was thought to be so incapacitated that it was no longer on par with the other greats at the Emperor level. Yet here, the heir of the Heaven Realm just threw down a challenge to take them all on at once. Was the Heaven Realm really that powerful? Or was it just for show? Those from the human realm were considerably ignorant concerning this heir of the Heaven Realm, as he had been exceedingly secretive as a recluse. coupled with the low profile maintained by the heaven realm these days, not many from the other realms knew much about Ji Wudao. They had not even so much as heard of his name until now. Only those ranked at emperor level knew of his existence from long ago. This person had extraordinary talents, and as the only heir of the heaven realm, was born with a gift hardly seen. However, the extent of his powers remained to be seen and would probably only be revealed in combat. After hearing Ji Wudao's outrageous statements, immediately, 9 strong men stepped out from behind Donghuang Diuan. They were the 9 divine generals of the Divine Prefecture Imperial Palace, causing a rush of excitement among the multitude. When Donghuang the Great unified the Divine Prefecture and knighted the 9 divine generals, they were already skilled and full of potential. However, they had yet to reach their full potential until now, and the aura they radiated now as a two-tribulation survivor was frightening. Amongst them, the Spear Emperor Du had made his breakthrough while in the relics and overcame the second great divine tribulation of the Great Path. The 9 divine generals had all passed through 2 tribulations, and their demeanor had all the markings of those ranked at emperor level. Not only that, there were still many other strong warriors at the side of Donghuang Diuan. The 9 divine generals were not the strongest combatants in Donghuang Imperial Palace. Behind Ji Wudao on the sky stairwell, 9 strong men also stepped out in response. They headed toward the front and were suspended from a high altitude. Their auras were blinding as a dazzling divine light shone upon them from the heavens. All 9 of them were top-notch cultivators, and like the 9 divine generals from Donghuang Imperial Palace, had also been through 2 tribulations. Their demeanors reflected how menacing they were. The 9 great lords of the heaven realm have also come through 2 great tribulations. Even though many were unaware of them, the cultivators at emperor level had a pretty good grasp of the extent of the strength of the heaven court. The 4 heavenly kings of the heaven court had passed through 2 tribulations much earlier and influential beyond measure. Below the 4 heavenly kings were the 9 great lords. They were slightly weaker than the 4 heavenly kings, but after training in the relics, they also passed through the 2 tribulations. The appearance of the divine relics had a significant impact on the cultivators. Many of them reached metamorphosis and broke through shackles after training in the relics. As the 9 of them walked out, 9 colors of divine lights appeared simultaneously above the void, resulting in a dazzling sight. Among them, the person in the middle was the most mesmerizing. He was bathed in divine sunlight, which shone from the top of the sky stairwell above the heavens through to the entities below. It was as if he was the sun god. He was Lord Taiyang, the leader of the 9 great lords. At his side was a beautiful maiden, who was of a remarkable disposition and had an aura in stark opposition to Lord Taiyang's. She was Lady Taiyin, Lord Taiyang's wife. As the yin to Lord Taiyang's yang, the entangling of their sharply contrasting auras had a substantial impact on people. The 9 great lords were undoubtedly comparable to the 9 divine generals. Just then, Spear Emperor Du took a step forward, with golden spear in his hands. He projected frightening divine light and had shades of the will of the emperor encircling above his spear. Although he was one of the lowest ranked within the 9 divine generals and had only made his breakthrough not too long ago, as a direct disciple of Donghuang the Great, and having mastered the will of the great emperor, he was most definitely mighty. He would not have been the first to step out otherwise. Among the 9 great lords too, a warrior also stepped out. He was burly and monstrous, twice the size of Spear Emperor Du. He stood out from ordinary people, and it felt like he emitted a significant surge of power just with his presence in the void. It made people feel oppressed. He was Lord Xuanwu, one of the 9 great lords. Just standing there made people feel like he was undefeatable. Spear Emperor Du started moving toward the sky stairwell. His aura intensified with each step he took, and the atmosphere quickly became tense. A sudden flash of divine light struck the skies, and a divine shadow appeared behind him. It was as if the great emperor had descended. Boom! Above the void, a frightening roar sounded, and suddenly, the heads of the people were covered by the gigantic and imposing figure of the black tortoise divine beast. At the same time, a rush of torrent gushed downwards, and the suspended sea appeared within the void. The sea roared monstrously and attempted to drown Du in its waters, but he carried on walking steadily step by step. However, to the crowd watching his figure, it looked like he had been affected. Crash! A flash of golden divine light surged through the void, brilliantly bright and moving at a rapid speed. Yet, within the suspended sea, its speed seemed to have been hampered, and Yu's movement slowed. The black tortoise divine beast struck the space below it, and a humongous black tortoise seal appeared and exploded directly above the golden spear. Bang! The golden spear hit the black tortoise seal, and at the spot where they connected, harsh divine light appeared on top of the seal. Following that, a fissure cut through the seal accompanied by a loud bang, and the seal was broken into pieces. Du, however, also got enveloped and shaken by the menacing waves. Lord Xuanwu held his ground. The black tortoise divine beast above the skies contained the will of the great emperor within it, guarding the sky stairwell. It was like nobody could come close with it there. Du did not appear to hold any advantage in this match. The warriors from the divine prefecture watched the battle going on inside the void. With the 9 great lords protecting the area, it would be nearly impossible for the 9 divine generals of Donghuang Imperial Palace to take it by force. The 9 great lords were just as strong as the 9 divine generals. Princess Duan, I'll go. Feng Ru, who was standing adjacent to Donghuang Duan, volunteered. As one of the most vital figures in the divine prefecture Donghuang Imperial Palace, and ranked on the demigod list. He was already on the near-deity plane even before entering the relics. If they wanted to take over the old heaven court, they would need someone of his caliber. Donghuang Duan nodded slightly while still fixing her gaze upon the scene in front of her. Feng Ru took a step and said, "The rest step back." In obedience to his words, the 9 divine generals took a few steps back, and Feng Ru walked out alone. Upon seeing him, the 9 great lords also consciously stepped back. They were naturally no match for someone on the demigod list, and someone else would take their place. Just at that moment, 2 shadowy figures landed on the sky stairwell and moved toward Ji Wudao. Of the 2 figures, one had white hair and beard and an ephemeral aura. He was elderly and celestial-like. The other was dressed in black and middle-aged. His aura felt chilling to the bones. Their appearance caused even Feng Ru's expression to turn grave. He knew he could not afford any slip-ups. All the strongest cultivators from the Heaven Realm and Heaven Court were gathered here, and being the best of the best, Feng Ru naturally recognized his current opponent. They too were on the demigod list and were very old cultivators. They had previously assisted the former monarch of the Heaven Realm. They dated back even to the time of the Heavenly Emperor. The 2 of them were very important veteran figures in the Heaven Court, and were the guardian lords of the Heaven Court, Great Skylords Black and White Almighty. Great Skylords Black and White Almighty were both of a much higher seniority than Feng Ru, and this time they were here. The Great Skylords Black and White Almighty from Heaven Court in the Heaven Realm were the guardians of the Heavenly Emperor. Rumor had it that they had been to the fabled Boundless Sea before, which was said to be at the very ends of the heavens. After the fall of the Heavenly Emperor, they remained as aides to the princess. Over the years, their names had been heard of less and less with the gradual disappearance of the Heaven Realm. It became nearly impossible for those outside the Heaven Realm to meet them, but it no less diminished how unimaginably powerful they were. It was even possible that the current cultivators did not know a single thing about them. Both the Great Skylords Black and White Almighty are here. It will not be easy for Divine Prefecture's Donghuang Imperial Palace to seize the old Heaven Court relics, Supreme Swordlord uttered in a low voice from within the crowd of onlookers. Yi Futian looked ahead of him and was moved as well. At this moment, those who were considered strong warriors from the 7 realms were all here. Before this, he had seen the 4 heavenly kings from Heaven Court, and now he could add the 9 great lords and great skylords Black and White Almighty to the list. All the strongest from the Heaven Realm should have made their appearance already, while for the Divine Prefecture, there were still some that had not. They were all besides Xia Qingyuan, and there was quite a number they had not met before. It was anyone's guess how this battle over the old Heaven Court relics would turn out. Feng Ru looked toward Black Almighty and greeted, "I have heard of you, sir, for a long time. I'm glad to finally have the chance to meet you in person. Feng Ru himself had been in cultivation for numerous years, but compared to the great Skylord's Black and White Almighty, he was still considered amateurish. Both of them had been famous much earlier on. Let's start, Black Almighty stated coldly without a shred of emotion. Feng Ru nodded, and a dazzling divine light surrounded him all at once. With his body as the focal point, the great divine light turned into a dazzling image of picturesque mountains and rivers. It was dazzling and like a small world on its own. This strange phenomenon also produced an astounding aura that attracted the will of the Great Way to flow into the small world from all quarters of heaven and earth. Bolts of divine light flashed and shot through the clouds, blanketing the entire vast space. Black Almighty looked down upon the lower skies below him, and using his will, caused a frightening black storm of destruction to appear above the skies. In an instant, the heavens and earth turned dark, and the skies looked as if they had been torn into two from the center. The darkness spread out to all corners and fully enveloped Black Almighty in it as its extent grew larger. A potent strand of will of destruction permeated from within the darkness and left the cultivators below feeling extremely oppressed. Black Almighty flew up toward the sky dome. The torn sky seemed to stay permanently above his head. The area permeated by the will of destruction was increasing, and it felt as if it was going to swallow everything up. The reason for Black Almighty going up to the upper skies was probably also to prevent the battle from affecting the surroundings. Feng Ru too flew up toward the clouds, and they both transformed into two bolts of light. The onlookers raised their heads to look up at the upper skies above and saw two very different types of powers. The might of both powers greatly surpassed the understanding of many of the cultivators. Furthermore, they did not use imperial arms but fought using their innate abilities. Crash! The flashes of divine light within the picturesque small world shot toward the sky and transformed into numerous rays of light. The light rays tried to pierce through the darkened sky dome, but Black Almighty's gaze never wavered. With a lowering of his head and a look, numerous catastrophic lights of destruction started to rain upon the darkened world and collided with the divine lights shooting upward. Immediately the two beams of light started clashing above the skies, both clear and distinct. Every collision of the lights produced horrific and destructive energy that spread out to the surrounding areas. Even though the distance was far, the cultivators in the lower skies could still feel that energy, and many of their hearts started to race. The picturesque world of mountains and rivers intensely absorbed the will of the Great Way from the heavens and earth. Feng Ru stretched out his hand and pointed his index finger. At once, an extremely dazzling divine light appeared within its tip. Xianxia finger! The onlookers raised their heads to the upper skies and saw Feng Ru aiming Xianxia finger at the sky. A beam of unbelievably bright divine light burst forth from the picturesque world and penetrated the void, heading to the opposite side. Simultaneously, the darkened world of destruction above Black Almighty's head brought forth a black divine sword. At the back of the sword was a horrifying black whirlpool. The patch of sky there seemed to have been torn apart. Almighty divine sword, Supreme Swordlord thought to himself. He wondered how his supreme swordsmanship would fare in a matchup. Almighty divine sword was the zenith of the Great Way, and it was also known as Black Almighty divine sword. It contained immeasurable destructive powers, and his supreme swordsmanship was the same. There was probably no force within the Great Way that could compete with it, and it was as if it were an apocalyptic divine sword. Almighty divine sword and Xianxia finger clashed head to head above the skies, and at that instance, the storm of destruction swept through and destroyed all the powers of the Great Way in the upper skies. That area seemed to be on the verge of vanishing, and the storm of destruction swept into the lower skies, prompting all the cultivators to release divine lights. The storm caused the weaker cultivators to be tossed out and even completely leveled the area below the sky stairwell. It was beyond terrifying. One could only imagine the magnitude of destruction they would have caused if they had been battling it out in the lower skies instead. Boom! Another suffocating storm was induced, and an even more horrifying aura burst out above the skies. Within that dark aura, countless almighty divine swords were brought forth, and all of them came executing down at the same time. A shocked Feng Ru stretched out both hands and frantically pointed Qianquan finger toward the top of the void. In the lower skies, all the cultivators continued looking up at the battle in the skies above, even if they were within the storm of destruction. The picturesque world on Feng Ru seemed to have been closed up, but the almighty divine swords continued their assault and caused the small world to collapse. Feng Ru's body fell from the void. The black almighty divine sword still did not cease attacking, and at last, many cracks surfaced within the picturesque world, and it crumbled into pieces accompanied by a terrifying sound. Feng Ru let out a groan, and his body was tossed back to the lower skies. One of the strongest cultivators of the divine prefecture, Feng Ru, has been defeated. The multitude's heartbeat quickened. Feng Ru's body landed on the ground, and blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Above him, Black Almighty stopped his assault, but the dark storm of destruction remained in place with numerous swords suspended in the air. It was as if they were preparing to launch an attack any time an order came again. The cultivators could see that this was not a close fight, nor was it a debatable defeat. Feng Ru had been overpowered in this direct face-off. There was a wide gap between Black Almighty's powers and his. Yifutian also became anxious after witnessing the battle. He had fought against Feng Ru before. He had to use the will of Ziwei during the battle against this person who was on the demigod list. The Feng Ru at that time could be said to be invisible, yet today here he was, overpowered and easily defeated. The almighty divine swordsmanship lives up to its name. I, Feng Ru, humbly concede defeat, Feng Ru said to Supreme Lord Black Almighty, who was in the void. He was defeated, and one should admit it when one was beaten. Black Almighty made no reply, and his jet-black eyes scanned through the cultivators in the skies below. The old heaven court belonged only to the heaven realm, and no one else ought to lay a finger on it. The strong men from the heaven realm standing on the sky stairwell were very quiet and did not display any traces of joy at having won this round of battle. Their calmness was somewhat unnerving. The heaven realm had been keeping a low profile and quietly enduring things all these years, but the appearance of the divine relics meant that they had to come out to get what belonged to them. In this present day, the world once again witnessed the real power of the heaven realm. A long time ago, the heavenly emperor had ruled the heaven realm, and no one had dared to go against them. Now, the name of heaven realm was gradually forgotten by people. The battle had allowed the cultivators to witness the power of the heaven realm and regain their place in the world. From now on, no one dared to underestimate the heaven realm. Who could go up against the two guardian lords of the heaven realm, great skylords Black and White Almighty, and Donghuang Imperial Palace of Divine Prefecture? Many looked to the side of Donghuang Diuan. Feng Ru was not the strongest in Donghuang Imperial Palace. However, before any strongmen could step out from Donghuang Diuan's side, a cultivator had already stepped out from the crowd on the other side. The cultivators turned to look at the person who stepped out and were immediately astonished. He was Di Hao from the human realm, the eldest disciple of the human's ancestor. There was not one person who did not know Di Hao in the human realm. He was of extraordinary birth, having been born to an ancient divine clan. He was also the descendant of an exceedingly powerful great emperor and the first disciple of the human realm. As one of the first few names on the demigod list, people were looking forward to see how strong he was. Did Di Hao stepping out mean he wanted to go against Black Almighty? Great Skylord lives up to his name, and is worthy of being the guardian lords of the heaven realm. I, Di Hao, would like to have a chance to experience the great Skylord's strength personally. Di Hao looked toward Black Almighty in the void. Please grant me the chance. The aura of destruction had yet to dissipate from around Black Almighty, and the black storm still enveloped the sky. The will of destruction circled, and the almighty divine swords danced around. Every shard of air felt like a black sword of destruction, and probably even those who had gone through the divine tribulation of the great path would turn into ashes if struck by the sword. For a demigod like Black Almighty, the way they wielded was an independent power within the great way and belonged to them only. Yet Di Hao seemed to not be in the least daunted. Divine light encircled his person, and he headed toward the clouds. He landed on the upper skies and stood facing Black Almighty. Feeling the terrifying aura, he used his will, and immediately an immensely dazzling scene appeared around him. It was a small world, and it was shining brightly. Numerous divine lights were striking the clouds above his head, and right there, multicolored rays of sunlight descended, giving rise to a vivid, strange vision. In that strange vision was a gigantic figure of a god. This god, however, had a human-like aura, as if he came from the human world. The divine human. The multitude felt their hearts racing upon seeing this scene. The strange vision was the divine human. The most remarkable ability to be mastered in the human realm was summoning the divine human. Dihao's hands formed a seal, and divine lights from the Great Way surrounded him. His aura was not in any way inferior to the great Skylord Black Almighty, proving his prowess. After all, he was the first disciple of the human realm, along with the ancestor who was a symbol of the human realm. One would imagine that he would be very powerful. Judging by this strange vision alone, his prowess should be greater than that of Feng Ru. The great Skylord Black Almighty looked at Dihao and sensed a threat from him. It was possible that Dihao might be as strong as him. The terrifying black storm desired to engulf the sky dome and headed for the region above Dihao, only to see the divine light around him glowing at its brightest. The strange vision covered the entire region above him, and the two different colored beams of divine light intersected and clashed above the sky dome as if drawing a clear and distinct battle line down the middle. Great Skylord Black Almighty stretched a finger outward, and at once, Black Almighty Divine Sword moved into action and flooded the void, heading toward Dihao. Dihao's pupils sparkled, and he formed another divine seal with his hands. Immediately, a brilliant divine light burst out from within the divine human, and a gap opened from above the skies. From above the sky came falling countless divine swords, as if they were the sword of mankind created at the command of the divine human. The countless divine swords and Black Almighty Divine Sword collided, and two destructive storms converged within the void. In contrast to when Feng Ru was battling Black Almighty, this time around, Dihao's Sword of Mankind did not suffer even the slightest bit. Both parties seemed to be evenly matched in strength. From the lower sky region, the onlookers could only see two swords of different colors clashing furiously with each other, forming a river of swords of destruction. Great Skylord Black Almighty waved his hands, and countless almighty divine swords immediately came together as a petrifying storm. They then fused into a gargantuan black divine sword. He pointed toward Dihao, and the gargantuan black sword came down from the sky dome, cut across the river of swords, and headed straight toward Dihao. It turned everything it touched to ash. Dihao's physical body merged as one with the divine human. It was as if he had become a god. A divine light shone on the divine human's body. Heaven and earth were one, and Dihao was the way itself, able to control the way of mankind. He put his palms face up and, with a push, blasted out Seal of Mankind. It was humongous and clashed against the black divine sword. The numerous runes on the divine seal started glowing. The murderous aura emanating from the black divine sword of destruction was bent on destroying everything and kept breaking the divine seal, but its powers were weakening as well. Bang! The divine seal dissolved into nothingness with a loud crash, but so did the black sword. Dihao has become so strong, Supreme Sword Lord uttered in amazement. He would not battle efficiently against either of these two men. He, the Supreme Sword Lord, would possibly lose. Yifutian had also been observing the ongoing fight. Not many attacks had been carried out within the battle, but one attack alone contained enough power to destroy heaven and earth. It was beyond terrifying. What technique is that? Yifutian asked Supreme Sword Lord while looking toward Dihao. The figure of the divine human was astounding. The divine human, answered Supreme Sword Lord. It is an unparalleled superpower created by the ancestor. Only the strongest cultivators can master it, and they will become one with the great path of mankind, turning into a human god. It's as if the divine itself was summoned, and every attack from then on will be imbued with the power of the divine. The cultivators in the human realm termed it the way of mankind, which implies its status as the strongest superpower among humanity. Yifutian nodded in understanding. Is the great Skylord White Almighty even more powerful than Black Almighty? Of the two, the great Skylord Black Almighty came out first to battle, instead of the great Skylord White Almighty, who had not made an appearance yet. This somehow led Yi Futian to feel that White Almighty might be stronger than the great Skylord Black Almighty. Yes. Supreme Swordlord nodded in agreement. Legend has it that both these persons had been to the boundless sea located at the ends of the world before. There, they cultivated the way of the Almighty. Great Skylord White Almighty cultivated the creation pathway from the way of the Almighty, while Great Skylord Black Almighty cultivated the destruction pathway. Although creation is not stronger than destruction, Great Skylord White Almighty's prowess, nevertheless, is above that of Great Skylord Black Almighty. Yi Futian nodded slightly after hearing what Supreme Swordlord said. Only the strongest like them could influence how the battle turned out now. Not even those who had passed through tribulations could. After all, it had reached the stage where those ranked at Emperor level were fighting each other directly. But that person standing behind Donghuang Diuan is compelling as well, very more so than Feng Ru. Supreme Swordlord started to explain. He was conferred the title of number 1. To the extent that people say that after Donghuang the Great, he is the best. He looked to the back of Donghuang Diuan, where a cultivator was standing. Yi Futian followed suit and discovered that the cultivator was an elderly man. He was watching the battle quietly and wore a calm expression. It seemed as if he was not significantly bothered by what was happening in front of him. It was the first time Yi Futian had met him. He was likely one of those final boss characters in Donghuang Imperial Palace. Would he take part in the battle? If that were the case, then over at the Heaven Realm, White Almighty would have to join in too. He could not help wondering how a battle on that level would be like. However, before Yi Futian had a chance to see him in battle, someone surprising stepped out from Donghuang Imperial Palace's side. It was none other than Donghuang Diuan herself. It was not only Yi Futian, but all who were present were shocked by Donghuang Diuan. Did she intend to go into battle herself? Not many had seen the only daughter of Donghuang the Great in battle before. Only once in the Devil World, Yi Futian had gone up against her in battle. Perhaps they will be able to see her in battle today. After Donghuang Diuan stepped out, she looked upon someone on the sky stairwell. That person was Ji Wudao, the sole heir of the Heaven Realm. Everyone understood that if Donghuang Diuan were to go out to battle, her opponent would be Ji Wudao and only Ji Wudao. Both of them were heirs, one of the Divine Prefecture and the other of the Heaven Realm. Both were of noble statuses and were remarkable characters. Even though they might not be as strong as the great Skylord Black Almighty and Di Hao, their battle seemed to have been anticipated. Was not a battle of heirs of their caliber more enticing than that of the great Skylord Black Almighty and Di Hao? Yi Futian was also quite surprised. He never thought that Donghuang Diuan would participate in the battle. He had fought with Donghuang Diuan before at the Devil Imperial Palace in Devil World. They both tied then, and Donghuang Diuan was not inferior to him. He had also fought Ji Wudao before. Ji Wudao was a mystery and hard to read. They had only fought one round, and the other party had brought out heaven-punishing divine sword. It was hard to tell his depth of skill. Many years had passed since then, and the cultivators had all inherited relics from the tombs of the gods. They would have gotten much stronger, just as Yi Futian had. While he had mastered the divine ruler, both Donghuang Diuan and Ji Wudao had control of a relic each and would have gotten great gains from there. Moreover, the relic that Ji Wudao had control over was the Old Heaven Court, ranked first among the 8 legions. Who knows what he had gained from there? A battle now would reveal their current prowess. Yi Futian found himself anticipating this battle. From the first day he stepped into the world of cultivation, he had made his way up bit by bit, and the opponents he faced now were all top-notch, remarkable characters. At present, Donghuang Diuan, Ji Wudao, Di Hao, and the likes would probably be his strongest opponents on the cultivation journey. If he managed to surpass them, he would be on his way to becoming one of the great emperors. These people were like him, as they all had the hope of making it to the imperial realm. With the heirs from each realm, the most outstanding cultivators, and the appearance of the divine relics, how many would be able to conquer the way and reign supreme? They just had to wait and see.